Hello, Commissioner.
For me? Oh, I got plenty of room. Don't you worry about me. Is everybody settled in? All right, well, why don't we go ahead and get started? I see 6:01. All right, good evening, everyone. We are here for our second budget workshop. It's August 17, 2023. Can we get a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Groth. Vice Mayor Gonzalez. Commissioner Amsler.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Oliveira is absent. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Madam Clerk, Pledge of Allegiance. All right, so moving on to our presentation. Paul, well, you know what, I think the chief made a, we're gonna start with Paul, okay. All right, in that case, oh, you can bring that over, it's wireless, right?
I can move up too. Yeah, let me try that one. No, I'll just hold it. Test, test. All right.
Well, you're just gonna sit there and stare at me, aren't you?
All right, welcome everyone. The introduction for today's second budget workshop begins with a review of the original introduction and the updates to it. Let me find the start. Some of it has new information. I'll point out the difference. So moving on, obviously, we started our entire budget process with the new value that the village is basing all of its ad valorem on, which is the $367 million based on a difference of a little over $60 million increase from prior year. So with that, it's a 20% change. The animations came back. Can you guys believe that? This slide is the first one I've done a slight revision to because some new information came to us since the first workshop. But just to walk you through it real quickly, this is the assessed value from prior year versus the proposed 2024 year. Many of you may know, we take a 95% when we actually produce our budget. So you'll see if people want to see the match of the number, but we use 95%. That's for conservative reasons, because of discounts, because of variances. And that's the smart way to do it. Last year, just as a reminder, our final adopted budget was based on 9.5 mils or millage rate, or 1,000 for every $1,000 of value at one point. Presently, we're starting the discussions with a 9.7, which was the historic, or should I say legacy value. So I just went through a whole tutorial on how to get rid of animations and they came back up. Terrible. Sorry. So this slide I've added here, and if you're following my cursor, other revenue is significant. It's a $1 million range of our total budget. Last year, we enjoyed a budget of, did it again, I gotta stop doing that. Increase of $200,000 came to us last week in the state projections. And because of that, I've added that into the math. So the draft 2 of your budget has more revenue than draft 1 based on that alone. So now I can push it without being upset at myself. All right. I've taken that information. That was a summary of the following chart. This chart is basically all the revenue lines put into one page, which shows you the 21% ad valorem, but a total revenue increase of 18%. We started off our last session mentioning that we have incorporated a proposed solid waste fee also. That will be a decision for us to make at the adoption also. We've included an assumption of 5% for all non-collectively bargained staff. Collectively bargained means their contract tells us what they're going to be paid. All the grants, project funds, et cetera. This is one of my main topics for today, is a reshaping of your budget to move all capital projects to its own fund. And what this does is it's really complicated when it's spread out to different departments, because historically the village did things in smaller bites, tied to public works, tied to parks, tied to the admin. Now you're biting off multi-million-dollar projects. Your revenue's coming from multiple grant sources, and it's very distorting to the monitoring and the analysis of your operating needs if that's incorporated into your regular budget line department by department. So pulling those out into its own fund, you'll be able to see in a snapshot your ongoing projects. And I'll give you a short lesson, and I apologize for that word, on budgeting. You want to tie your operations and ongoing maintenance to recurring revenue, which is the revenue we've been talking about. Capital projects are extra revenue often, and you can fund them with recurring funds, but you never want to do the opposite. You never want to have a major capital project always funded by recurring revenue, because if that revenue changes, you can't afford it. And so our recurring revenue, you can't buy stuff with that you can't afford it. In 1 year, you're going to spend it, and then how are you going to fund it? So with that idea, pulling all your capital projects, what I call below the line, which is below the operating costs, below the recurring revenue part, and taking your revenue from reserves, from grants, from little taxes, I call them, and it's probably a bad word, but that's what we use in the industry, out of each department to pay for that capital project, and using that as revenue into this capital fund is going to give you a really good planning tool. So what'll happen is your future budgets, you'll be looking at your capital income and expenses in a 1, 2, 3, even up to 5-year window. 3 is really a typical window, but you can go as far as 10, like CITT wants you to, but 3 is wonderful because your projects will start to design for a year, permit for 6 months to a year, and then construct for 6 months to a year if they're really large. And that doesn't work in a budget cycle easily. You don't get the picture of it. You don't follow the money. And so we've been tied over the years. Oh, that we didn't spend that from last year, so now we got to flow it into next year. Well, if you're putting that in the operating side, you're using recurring revenue for that, but it was already bought. You just didn't spend it. So you got to move that money to reserves. So now you're going to trace it into that capital line the whole time. And it's going to be a cleaner, nicer picture for you to think about and to follow and to make policy decisions. And it also gives you a valve so that throughout the year, your manager is going to come up, say, hey, we need to shift, we need to do that, or we need to close down expenses because we have this threat out there or some new piece of information. That is harder when it's spread out in your department. So that's the essence of that. And we can talk about more later, but that's the main topic, and it's going to reshape your budget quite a bit. And the one of the consequences of doing this is your comparables to the different drafts of the budget are going to be really difficult because the summary lines are going to show a big reduction or a big expense in one. So we'll walk you through that as we get to it, but that's.
Can I ask you a quick
Yes, sir.
question just about that, since you brought that up? That's a significant change in how we're going to look at this budget moving forward. I like it and I understand it. And I think it's a really interesting way to look at it, because then you look at each department. Basically, it's the cost of doing business per department. It's basically keeping the lights on. And then all the bigger stuff, the project stuff, is in a separate fund. And that's really the improvements we're trying to make around.
Yeah,
in a very rudimentary kind of a way.
The word I was trying to say with that was consumables is
There you go.
another
There you
word
go.
that fits that logic.
So my question to you is, even though we're looking at one fiscal year at a time in the budget, we're looking at fiscal 24 now. When you do this and you're saying for these projects, you're looking ahead several years at a time, do you ever suggest that a municipality, even though it's just looking at the fiscal year that's in the column fiscal 24 now, also show numbers for the coming years? So we're sort of have eyes in the mid-range as well, even though we're not committing to anything. So we see it. Is there a benefit to that?
Absolutely. Ultimately, you would have a cover sheet in here of a 5-year budget.
Just on that one
Yeah.
fund?
You'd have past,
Yeah.
last year, proposed year 2, 3, 4
Yeah.
out in front of you, because the old saying is be careful where you're headed, you might get there.
Yeah.
And so if you keep moving departments in a certain way, you're paying too much for something. Like that kind of logic is what this level thinking should be about.
And then also, if there's I'm gonna try to think of a project where I won't be able to think of one, but if there were a capital project that had, let's say it got completed in fiscal 24, and there was a maintenance aspect to that you could also in the fiscal 25, 26 column.
Bingo.
You could drop those numbers in there. So we'd be looking ahead and knowing, okay, we do this project and now we have to budget $5,000 in admin every year. to
Right.
maintain
The maintenance
parking lot.
costs, warranty costs,
Yeah.
et cetera, those become recurring. So
Exactly.
now you have to make sure you're dedicating future revenue from a
Yeah.
recurring perspective to that line
It
item.
really makes,
Yeah, you can
those
you
of
can
us up-
outspend yourselves.
yeah, it makes those
In
of us
theory.
up here really be much more mindful to what we're working on. So is that something you're planning to do for us?
I'm going to ask
This
you
cycle?
to nod and tell me to do that.
I would love to see. Do you guys, did that make sense the way I asked that?
100%.
Yeah, I think we would all benefit from that, because sometimes you bite off a little more than you can chew. You can.
And I think the strategic plan talked about, I mean.
You
we
just
had
stole
long-
my next line.
See, I can read your mind. That was the whole idea
fair.
behind the
walk.
long, mid and
That's right.
short-term projects is,
You
yeah.
did.
So would you guys agree that if he on the next draft, if he had that sort of built in there on that cover sheet, I think we'd all benefit from that. And at least residents would also know that we're not just looking at this one moment in time, fiscal 24, we're also looking ahead and trying to be responsible in the midterm.
Yes.
Thank you. That was my only comment.
Paul, do you need, you said we're gonna come back and talk about that proposal. in a little bit here. Do you need us to consent to anything right now or come to a consensus? on it?
Did anyone object to the idea of
I
reshaping?
don't think so. But I won't, don't want to speak for everyone.
Cool. Okay, so
Okay, good.
I take that as consensus.
Okay.
And somebody got kicked out of Zoom management here. His name is me, and it won't let me restart. Any guesses? Yeah, it's not letting me share my video. It says unable to start video. I was.
Did you get? You're still in though, aren't you, Paul?
Yeah, I'm in, but it won't let me function.
Are you just sharing me?
There we go.
It is.
We'll start back. There we were.
You know, hold up the slides for us then.
Yeah, we have an easel around here. Let's go. Moving back to that discussion, thank you for understanding the capital concept, and I definitely think you're gonna like it, and it does, as Commissioner Amsler just said, help you get to your strategic plan snapshot in terms of big goals of the community. You'll be able to sort of assign that thinking to that. So excellent. And I also, in our conversation, we discussed youth programs. So I've added that in here as a fundamental concept that to be decided as we go through the budget. Vehicles, you've heard my discussion of the vehicles. We did get an update from our leasing agency on the types of vehicles available. That's different than what we budgeted. The net effect, I think, is about $10,000 more. To me, that's nominal in the scale because the chief pointed out that they also said that the vehicles that are available have a much higher residual value. So you'll make it up on the sale. So it's a net still neutral, but it won't look like it until you sell the vehicles or trade them in. So
I have a
it's just a
question.
longer term gain than initially presented. Yes, ma'am.
So when you mean neutral, are you comparing it to this budget?
This budget, I had vehicles that were cost neutral because we knew the amount of maintenance we were able to reduce. So we did that and they were within a few $100s of each other. The
Okay,
newer cars tip that scale
Okay.
because they're a little more expensive, $10,000 for, so $3,000 each, a little more
Yeah.
than that. So you're going to be increasing your costs by $10,000. There won't be a complimentary maintenance reduction, but in 2 or 3 or 5 years, however the lease termination goes, you're going to have a vehicle that's worth more than, you're going to have 4 vehicles worth more than $10,000 than the original vehicle. So at the end of the day, it's a good business decision. It just won't look like it in 1 year
1
snapshot.
year. Is one of those things maybe to look into mid, short, long term as well?
Say that again.
When you're thinking, we were talking about the capital projects to be aligned also in a longer term, not just focusing on 1 year. So maybe this is one of those scenarios.
Yeah,
where
you hit a point I was about to make, but I thought it's an important one. Vehicles kind of fit in between the two theories of budget. Capital, long-term reserve money, that type of stuff, one-time money, we call it. Cars, are they a maintenance item that you're burning through that
Okay.
goes away? Are they capital or are they not capital? I'm gonna argue they're not capital and
Okay.
leave them in the operating budget. That's my personal opinion, but I've had that debate my whole life with people. So we're not a private business. They have a definitive answer, but in government, we use them as non-capital often.
Okay.
It's up to, it's really the snapshot. To me, it's a recurring expense of that department, the use of that vehicle, the fuel, the maintenance, they're tied to each other. So I wouldn't want to see that as one-time purchases because it's really an ongoing purchase.
So the gain that we'll get, where do you report it? If it's going to be 3 years down the line, do you have do you build?
We
the
won't
picture now?
report
We
it
don't
because of
report
yeah,
it.
it won't fit a reporting requirement because
Okay.
it's small and it's not categorized as
So
a
that
pure.
year we'll see it as an extra revenue. gain then.
You just have to
Where
take it on
possible.
faith, to be honest, that
Got it.
it'll be there because, well, it won't be easy to present.
Okay.
In 5 years, when we go to sell them and car values have changed dramatically and I'm
Yeah.
totally wrong, you can yell at me.
It's a guesstimate.
I'll yell at the chief, you can yell at me. So,
Got it.
right? Okay, no, not you. Okay. Moving on, added to the building department. There was a discussion that the general fund was subsidizing the building department. That's actually inaccurate. We moved money into the general fund because we had been taking money out of the building department and we had to give it back. We do fund things from general fund that go to the building department, but they're appropriate because there's a staff sharing element there that needed to be balanced. We also did the big transfer to start the building department. This is a little more lengthy discussion that we need to get into about the building department. Revenue in the building department is an extremely unpredictable animal. We don't know who's going to tear down or take a vacant lot and build a brand new house on it. If that takes place, a brand new house, tear down, whole new construction say is $400,000, $300,000. Your building fee is going to generate $30,000 to $40,000 instantly with that project. That's a lot of money all of a sudden in scale for other things that you're getting revenue for. And you received 2 of those in July. So that's $70,000 of new revenue. You won't have a corresponding expense because the building official takes months to review that type of a plan. The inspections, the re-reviews, the et cetera, the permit process for that chunk of money can take years. So the expenses don't match the revenue. Like you have to fold 2 years or even 3 years of expenses and revenue on top of each other to line them up. So it's kind of a theme, I guess, today. You can't look at it necessarily in a 1-year snapshot. Right now, your building department has over $550,000 in revenue for this year alone. You had 200,000 last year. That's a lot of money. Guess what? You're going to spend that because the experts are going to burn down that rate. And they are proposing they're not getting a high enough percentage, but their data didn't include those 2 permits. And we pointed that out and it kind of ended the meeting a little early. So
Good.
to be negotiated by our expert negotiator is my advice. Don't tackle it today. But it's a good concept to grasp for all of us to understand that you can't look at the monthly financials, even the yearly financials, and really analyze the building department. Moving on, I've already covered the issues with the future of your public works department. In red, you're going to see this. It was really easy to just cut and paste this answer because I used it everywhere now. To be analyzed by management is the new answer to several of these items. The staffing gaps and issues with public works and other departments, I just sort of lumped them in there. Moving down, the idea of a floodplain manager. None of the community receives any discount in its flood currently. The way the program is set up, if your floodplain manager processes and signs off on flood elevations for people in the community, you start to get a percentage. Most communities get about 10%. It can get up to 20-25% off of their insurance. As a value add to the residents, it's an expense to the community. It's something to be analyzed and considered, but I'm recommending it. Most municipalities have this, and it's a direct benefit to the pocketbooks of your residents. Do people have pocketbooks? I don't even know if they use this.
Well, I have a question about
Old
that. 'Cause
phrase.
We had a floodplain manager and we were getting that benefit. When
Oh, we did?
when that person left the employee of the village, did we all lose that benefit? Because
Yes, right now you're at 0.
So
in terms of-
because we don't have someone with that designation now is why it went away.
Yes, so our consultant has this service and they're going to provide it to us. So to be
So
discussed
CAP
later.
can provide that service
sir.
to us.
Yeah, they do it for multiple municipalities.
And do we have to do anything to make that happen or just tell them to?
They're going to propose it and you can adopt it. I'm trying to remember if I budgeted for it. I think I have some money in here for it. If I don't, you can tell me to do it. I think it's between $30,000 and $60,000 year one. And then it goes down to about 15,000 to 20,000 annually
To
to set up the system. To set up the software, to set up the people, to
but if
do the
it's CAP
analysis.
Doing it, why do we have to pay to set up a system?
They're the ones that do that.
They
They
don't have the
established the program, reestablish it. They produce the system for you and they
We
start.
invested in this once and it existed over here at Village Hall. We went. through
How long ago?
Art,
Yeah, you might have, the the federal laws changed enough where I think if you weren't in the process, that's why you're down to zero, is because we didn't
We
leap
didn't
in.
maintain it.
Yeah, we can research that further,
Yeah,
but
we
it's
can have
a
bigger
placeholder
conversation about that,
concept.
'cause
Yeah.
We went through this once before and I thought we were good on that indefinitely.
Yep. The other two items are all in that same line. They're sort of value add, missing elements, if you will, that are valuable to a community. There's a zero cost one. It's a program that pays for itself, that does the lien process for you, for a fee. And it gets staff, takes away the staff time, and it's something Alan noticed right away that we don't have. Alan Cohen, when he was and he has a company that he knows that does it.
So it does it automatically.
Yeah,
for
it does
you. We
everything
don't
for
have
you.
to,
It's plug and play.
because at our code meeting last night, you guys had to dismiss one because paper wasn't filled out properly. Wasn't
Yeah.
that what happened?
Something he can give us a proposal on in it, but it's no cost, not a budget topic, but it was a system topic I wanted to bring. And then the GIS is very similar to the floodplain. It's a engineer that gets you into a base program, base software. And then for future projects, you require your engineers to create the GIS layer of their project. So you always have it, and it's forward facing to the community where you want it. And it's technically back to all of us where we have questions, analysis, budgeting, ties. It's unlimited. You don't use GIS. I think you're the only city in South Florida.
Remind me what it stands for, GIS, please.
Graphic interface system. So it's a little redundant. It's GIS, not GIS system. They have a proposal for this. I do not believe it's in the budget, but we can add that. You know, they have a proposal, we can add it in. We covered the waste hauler. I went backwards. That's why we covered it. New key issues. This is a new
I'm sorry.
slide, so we're.
Can I
No,
ask
please.
you a question about
Yes, ma'am.
this? So the GIS system, so if I understood correctly, so this will help us to digitalize?
Digitize
Yeah, digitize.
your engineering processes.
What do we have
The
now?
best example is take your drainage, for instance. You would
Yeah, that's
have
what I
a
was
layer,
thinking.
When I say a layer is you can turn on color coding
Yes.
of these locations and whether they are new or old. You can get quick graphic indications, and you can visually start to mark complaints.
Yeah.
Oh, this is where it's flooding, and then the engineer can just take that and in seconds tell you
Just act
what
on
the
it.
problem is.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a quick tool.
What do we have now?
Pen and paper, just kidding. Almost.
That's what.
Google Earth.
All right.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to be flip, but
It is what it is.
you're
Yeah.
behind. Parks and Rec, we added the additional events, and Mac and the arts folks, I can't remember their names. Martha, sorry. Corrected, we had a couple duplicates. It was about $2,000. I can show you that page later, but I'm just telling you that was added to the budget. We added the $60,000 for a pickleball. I'm adding the word study. Staff recommendation is that the pickleball be coupled with the entire Parks and Rec project, which is a parking lot, solar generator, and electrical upgrades. That expertise to look at the whole site and pick the most optimal location and to optimize the use of it. I also suggested they bring in either a landscape architect or a recreational expert to suggest what's the best value location and combo, all the ideas that we throw around as very intelligent amateurs. There are professionals that can do that more succinctly. Was that polite enough? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Moving on, Public Works, same concept. We added in the concepts, the gravel lot. That really fits into the study of the log cabin project, the parking lot here, the ADA, all of the things that are going on here. That gravel lot really isn't a Public Works project. It's part of this project, and that's going to fit with the moving everything into the capital. You'll have a study and an analysis as part of that task to pick that up, and they can do it early, but we wanted to make sure it was well incorporated with the immediate adjacent parking lot. I just thought that was a cost effective.
Well, just so
Yes,
I know
please.
in terms of procedure. So we're going to go into the details of this later. You're just giving us a
I'm giving
highlights.
you the commercial of what we
Yes.
did from last. Yes, so we can discuss it. I hear there, it's better. I was getting an echo. Code enforcement. We still have that issue with code enforcement where we have a winning first all-star from Miami Beach running our show. It's very expensive. Our contractor has been tasked with a transition plan where her skill set becomes more managerial and transitions to a staff that we can afford on an ongoing basis. But the budget represents a continuation of that. And the logic there is you haven't decided, they haven't presented it. So let's leave it at that and enjoy the funds in the building department, like enjoy the profits and redirect those funds at a later date. That's my recommendation because it's something they won't transition until probably October 1. So you're going to need to be ready for that.
Who won't transition?
The contractor. Yeah. And it's
They-
it's really tied to the bigger picture with the building department because their request for more funding on the left hand might be satisfied on the right hand. And so it's a bigger picture. And again, our expert new manager is going to
Some meetings to do.
And you're anticipating that'll
Dig
be
into
effective
that.
by October 1?
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, I'm
So
asking,
it says
I've asked
effective
them,
October 1. Okay.
I've asked them to start a taper by October 1, and they're going to give us that in writing and how, and then we'll know the October 1 forward number when all the pieces are put together.
But
It's,
we'll see that all before October 1, Chris.
I think that's,
Well,
I don't know, yeah.
we should have a good idea. We should have a good idea before October 1, what that's gonna look like.
All right, moving now into the impact of all these discussions, as this is the old slide, I just didn't change it. But I did change it, I misspoke. I did add in the fact that your end of year balance, this is the bottom line kind of thing. Currently, you finished 2022 with $3.2 million. And you will very conservatively finish this fiscal year with an additional 300,000. That brings your projected reserves at the end of this fiscal year to 3.5, which is again, very steady growth. And the policy is to divide that into two buckets, one, a emergency reserve and the other a reserve. You can with the capital project line, you can direct a portion of either of those funds into the capital projects to pay for them, to pay for something, or just to put there so that your capital project fund has a balance.
Would
For
we-
the future.
We would put that in now as opposed to having Chris come to us throughout the year to ask us to reassign money.
At the end, at the adoption ordinance, that ordinance splits your
Mhm.
reserves, right, into two parts.
We can split it into three.
I'm proposing you may want to, all the things that spin around in the air that we don't have numbers for, you placehold it in capital projects, and then he can build
We're not
towards it.
beholden to anything. It just,
Yeah.
it just.
You just think we might get to this year. Let's.
Reserves it for that
Exactly.
purpose if we wanted and needed to.
Yep.
So
And that's where that
it's
valve
like-
comes, because
Yeah.
if you decide you're not ready to spend it, he'll know,
Yeah.
and he'll be able to not
I'll turn
bring
the
it to you.
valve.
Yep.
So it's very much, it's exactly like the emergency reserve fund, except it's labeled something else. So in other words, we'd have emergency reserve. we'd
Yeah, you'll have a list of things that you know you're going to spend, and then there's a thing you might get to. And as the budget process builds its strength, you'll have a year 2 reserve fund, a year 3 reserve fund, capital fund, and it's just being more precise.
It just really. We have to decide how comfortable we are with tapping into any of that, setting it aside for capital projects, if any of it at all.
Yep.
But it's not the same as having it in the budget, like he's just awesome. It's automatically going to happen.
Excellent.
Okay.
The next new slide is one of the discussions you all have to start getting serious about is what do you want your ad valorem decision to be as you adopt your final ordinance? Right now, you will be trimming, you will trim notice 9.7. Your advertisements for your budgets in the newspaper, everything will be at 9.7 because that's what that resolution did in July. What 9.5 would look like, just in case it's in your minds, which it was this time last year, is $73,000. And I just put a chart here for you, so you had this handy in front of you. And then again, any millage adjustment in your heads is $36,007. And what that means, and we'll call this I'm sure he'll hate this sentence, but the MAC chart, and I'll make this bigger so that everybody can see because it's a little small. This is the analysis of your community in terms of properties and where they fit in their assessment level or their appraisal, I meant to say appraisal level as appraised and available for taxation. And the startling piece of information we talked about last year, which is still the case within a percentage of this number, is 48% of your community resides in the upper half of this chart as well, in the actually upper third of this chart. So if you see the 51, the 167, all of these properties will say are at $300,000 assessed value or below, and relatively small amount of properties are greater than that. Even though we know you're at $300 million worth of total value, that's great, but the effect is you have a significant number of homes in this under 150,000. It's quite astonishing, actually.
It really is mind blowing.
Yeah, and the effect is only 1 or 2 homes a year move down the chart, 3 or 4, because there's a lag. There's a pretty big lags, and because it takes a year and a half for construction to hit the books, and depending on when they finish construction, so it's tied to that process. So the point that we make from this chart is demystifying or removing the myth that you're overburdening people by choosing between 9.5 and 9.7. That's the short and sweet of it. That it's $36,000 is the difference you're talking about per tenth, or $76,000 between the two, right? That is divided out amongst $5, $10, $15, you know, the first 300,000, the people up to $300,000 in value, that it's only $30 a year. So that's,
Let me see if I understand this.
yeah,
again. So
it's actually a little difficult to believe. It's not hard to understand. That's my opinion.
so the annual that you have here,
Yeah, that's the impact of changing it 1 mil.
Yeah.
On each of these types of homes.
okay,
Whether they're what it is you have people with $50,000 and $100,000 in homesteaded because of seniors and such, disabilities adds to it, military veterans,
And the cap.
and
Because your assessed value can only
the
go
base
up a certain-
50,000,
yeah,
correct?
exactly.
Yeah.
so we're saying that the higher tier of homes, around, there's 16 of those.
Yep.
It's actually the ones that are bringing in the,
Yeah, and
Additional.
the opposite of the story is, well, okay, you have a $900,000 home, the impact to you annually is $90 per tenth. So
So the number we need to keep in mind is for every tenth that when we can't increase it now, we can only decrease it. So we're set at 9.7 now, and we have the ability to decrease it whatever we want to down to the rollback rate if we wanted to.
you can't, but it's good to have an
for every- right.
empirical.
Right, but for every
metric, yeah.
0.1 millage that we would decrease this, the revenue to the village would change by about $36,000.
Correct.
It's just so surprising that for an entire city, it's that tiny of an amount. That's why when I show this chart to people, they get confused because it seems so unbelievable.
And most people, their tax bill is about 16 lines.
Yeah.
Of
And when I show them
taxes.
where ask them what their taxable value is, which a lot of people don't. know.
Correct.
But look it up, because you can look it up online, and then they see what the difference is, that people are really rather surprised.
Correct. So this is a good piece of evidentiary approach to counter an argument that we get in this business, you know, but it's empirically just inaccurate.
Well, and part of that is also because people see the tax bill they pay and they think it's all coming to Biscayne Park, and it's not. Even though they intellectually know that, they forget that, and that how much of it ends up coming to us is the minority of it, not the
Correct.
majority
Yeah,
of
the
it.
county and school are the two bigger
Yeah,
ones.
Exactly. We have no impact on that.
That's one art. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
The number.
Yeah, and the reality of it is you all are the experts, you live here. So, that concludes my overview from workshop 1 to workshop 2. The next step is a little bit at your, it's totally at your discretion.
May I say something? Before
Yes, sir.
Since Jonathan, since Paul finished his presentation, there are people here that I think want to make public comment. And again, it's at the end of the meeting. Might we want to move that up now that they've seen the presentation and let them make their comments? Because I think someone wanted to say their thing and go home.
Yeah, I think that's fine. And I know, well, sorry, that's fine. We could do that.
I know they wanted to hear what Paul's presentation had.
So then before we move on, Paul, thank you for your presentation. Before we move on, let's go ahead and move up our public comment. Just get that started now, since we've had the benefit of your presentation, Paul. Whenever you like. All right, so we'll go ahead and open up to public comment. We'll start with folks here in the log cabin.
Janie Anderson, 11905 Northeast 11th Place. Here is, I'm sure, no surprise, to pitch for increasing the code budget. I'm going to be really blunt. This commission can continue the pattern that's gone on in that department for as long as I can remember and nickel and dime it, or we can finally come to the realization of how critical that department is to a livable, desirable community. Starting with, I look at the salaries. First of all, it looks like, unless I missed something, that they're geared at 4% less next fiscal year than this. And when I see 50,000 for the supervisor and 47 for the officer, I'm immediately thinking that's only marginally above what your average admin assist would make in government. And if we're going to not only hire, but retain quality people, you can't do it without a competitive salary. And we got to get past that mindset that says, but we're a small town. Well, you know, we got a lot of issues for less than 1 square mile. And while technically we can say, no, we don't have commercial property, we're not zoned. Well, anybody who was at last night's code meeting or takes the opportunity to watch it on the video, you know we've got commercial property now. We not only have, I believe, 159 short-term rentals, but many of them are one person or one entity owns multiples. So anybody who's still living in the, it's just grandma renting a room to make the mortgage, he ain't been paying attention. And those sort of situations come with additional problems. When I hear transitioning and cap and concerns about the cost of cap, I can't say it often enough, and you guys have heard me say this probably dozens of times. Doreen Grant simply is absolutely critical to the professionalization of that department. And right now, Matt's correct in what he said last workshop that, yeah, there's not a whole lot of visual happening, but there's a whole lot of messes to clean up from past years. And the entire staff of that department is involved in that. Many times those issues have to come back in front of our board. That's a lot of preparation. That's a lot of time and effort on their part. So they're really kind of still in the gotta crawl before you can walk stage. Again, bear with me, I'm sorry. I do see there's a line item for the mobile printer. Yay. Do they already have iPads and laptops? Because that's also critical to productivity. Every time they've got to come back to either formulate a citation or check to see are there permits or whatever, that is total wasted time. Mobile technology is going to make a huge, huge difference. Just one other question. Professional services, I see at 156,000. Now, is that where cap is? And if that's where cap is, then what is under the current supervisor? So just in wrapping it up, I hope to see a change finally, and that is we look at this department as important enough to properly fund it and to make sure the person that right now is most needed to move it forward, and ultimately then you will be able to pull back and save money, that we retain her for the foreseeable future. Thanks.
Thank you.
You were a shadow, so. You look great.
Hi, Judy Hamelberg, 1015 Northeast 116th Street. I've lived here since 1996. I was a commissioner. I've served on most of the boards. I will reiterate what Janie said about our code. We have so much building going on without permits. These people are getting tips, looking around, trying to figure out what's going on. Building without permits is a disaster. People think they're shortcutting the village out of a few fees, but we just had somebody present yesterday who actually had took down a structural beam and almost had their roof collapse on them. And our code department picked it up and went after them. And, you know, they tried to say that they weren't really building. They were just demolitioning, but you need a permit for demolition as well. So we really, really, really need to stop thinking the way we've been thinking. We have had a mentality that we're a small village and we're impoverished. We're not impoverished. We don't need to impoverish ourselves more by dropping the millage rate to save the millionaire homes $90 or to save the poorer homes $35. We need to put the money into this village. We've got global warming going on. We've got lots of things we want to do and need to do, and we need to keep an eye on what's going on in this village. If somebody does illegal electric, it doesn't just put their house at risk. Our houses are 20 feet apart because of the 10-foot setbacks on each side. If one house goes on fire, the risk of it taking everything down in the neighborhood is really high. We need money in code. We need money to keep our kids off the street. We've got a great crime rate thanks to the chief and his guys, but Isa takes care of those kids and looks after them. Please don't impoverish our city the way prior commissions have. It doesn't matter to most people for $30 here or $60 there. The city needs to run like a real village should. Please look after it and welcome, Chris. Glad to have you.
Is there any other comment here in the village? Okay, let's go ahead and turn to.
I'm sorry, we have one on Zoom, Mayor. Let me unmute him. Mr. Raymond?
Yes.
Okay.
David Raymond, I'm not sure why my video is not coming on, but anyway, David Raymond, 11520 Northeast 9th Avenue. Good evening, everybody. I was hoping to be there. The rain and starting dinner late kind of left me here. But anyway, I appreciate the presentation. I know Paul's been with our village in some capacity or another for many years, so he's got a good handle on many things. I do want to say a few things. One, in terms of the comments, I understand the need for code and I understand the need to fund the village appropriately, have reserves, those kinds of things. But I do think that we lapse money every year, which I promise I'll get to in a second, that is not spent, that rolls over on things that we hope to do and don't do. And I'd like to, as you're going to roll out whatever you're going to vote on the millage. I'm sorry, we've been out of town a little bit. I don't think you voted on the millage yet, but I do think that not having the highest millage rate in the county would help. In the long run, I think it would help the real estate values. I say this putting on had my real estate broker's license since the 80s. Not that I do anything with it anymore. But I do think that it actually will help the market so people don't come here and say, oh, we have the highest millage rate in Miami-Dade County. I think that might scare some people off if we still do. I'm not sure if we still do. Just a consideration. The other thing is, in terms of monies lapsed, every year you hear me say this, and every year I will continue to say it. And Judy just spoke about global warming. The $15,000 that's in the line item to clean the drain, if you look at the year to date, it's zero. If you look at last year to date, it's zero. Please clean the drains, please. You put in new drains now. I know they'll say you don't have to clean those for a year. The drains on our street are way over a year old. There's supposed to be a schedule to clean all the drains in the village. I don't just say this for 9th Avenue. Please, whoever is coming in and going to be in charge of that, please make sure that you know where all the drains are and that they get cleaned. That to me is critical. We see it every time we have a flood, and I would greatly appreciate that. Last thing on water, not on the budget, is that the water pressure in the village is horrible. We hardly have any. I called North Miami, they're supposed to come out and put something on next door. A lot of people are having this issue. Maybe somebody could contact them and see what's going on. And lastly, the item to put more parking around the log cabin. I aesthetically, I just don't like where that's going. I realize it might be gravel. When I was on Parks and Parkway, we spent a lot of time trying to make sure that the log cabin would retain its historic presence. And I think putting a big gravel pit outside of it, I'm sorry, that's just how it strikes me, is not a good idea, and that there might be a better alternative. Anyway, thank you for listening, and thank you for all the work that you're doing on the budget.
Okay, seeing no other hands on Zoom, I know there are 2 other individuals here in the log cabin that want to address the commission on budget issues. Sure. We'll just kind of take care of those now.
Thank you.
Marty.
No, I just wanted to say thank you. I know the budget that was proposed last time, sorry, Martha Kordiak Mert, 849 Northeast 117th Street. I'm interim chair of the Arts and Culture Board. Hello, nice to meet you. So yeah, I just wanted to say, I know that the budget that was proposed at the first budget workshop has been, put into the budget for consideration. So thank you for that. And if you have any questions, please let me know. So.
Thank you. Chief, did you want to address your item now? I as a courtesy to kind of move it along for you, if you'd like.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just before the chief speaks.
Sure.
This was not in the original packet. Each of you now have a police special events few papers here. What I had asked what we had asked the chief to do earlier was give us an outline of how much police protection costs for each of the events. So as we're looking at which events to approve, as we look at the costs of these events, we need to add to whatever we have in here, the police cost for each event. Currently, these costs are essentially coming out of the overtime budget, so we have no way of truly understanding what overtime looks like at the PD, and we also don't have a true understanding of what these events do cost the village. So this makes it a little bit cleaner. We may look at adding a special, special event line in their budget so that we can track these better. And that'll also allow us to accept income if the commission chooses at some point to have those costs passed on to the event hosts.
Oh, Chris, a question about that then. So if you're saying it would be a line item in the police budget and we'd see a breakdown, do they report, maybe it's a question for the chief. So do they report back actual hours per officer for an event after the event takes place? Because these are estimates, but then would we see an actual hard cost compared to what you guys budgeted for?
So if we're budgeting for an event and we're gonna be charging for X number of officers, they will be required not only to submit a worksheet, but to submit appropriate paperwork related to that event, at which time that is processed through the village, and it will go to the finance department and they will do the appropriate payout, and it's logged in by Paul and his great staff.
So does this, this is work they get paid for outside of their regular work hours?
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
And do they all get charged do they all get paid the same amount of money, or do people, officers at different levels get different amounts of money?
so in order to have parity, because you're doing the function of a police officer, it's a fixed amount.
Okay. So it's one flat amount, like it's
Correct.
it's an hourly rate.
So to better answer your question, you could have a corporal there who's a supervisor. He's gonna make exactly the same money as the officer, because that is the off-duty rate.
Gotcha. So
So-
see $75 per hour for all of them.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, does that include, I'm gonna say the wrong words here, Paul, the other expenses that come along with paying somebody? What are they? Yeah, it does. Okay, so we don't have to then account for it, because this is money to the officer, but are we gonna see costs associated with Social Security and FICA and all those other things? And it's gonna impact all of that as well, isn't it? It is included. Okay, fair enough.
Chief, just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
This cost, and I think Chris answered it, but I want to make sure. This cost is currently in the budget under overtime, right? Is this how it's been, or is this brand new costs to the village? It's both. Why is it both? Are we not currently paying our officers for doing this?
So there's multiple ways this takes place. The overtime line often covers some of it because that's how it's organized.
Mhm.
The groups fund it back, so it's offset. So it won't, so you'll have the expense in the overtime, but there'll be a revenue in the detail revenue side
Groups-
from the event.
We have had groups that have paid.
Yeah. You get
Well-
donations. It's sort of a blurred topic when you talk about events, because you have it's in Parks and Rec has an expense line, but there's also a donation line to that. What we're trying to do is give you the other expenses to it spelled out. So you're funding a large majority of this inherently.
Already.
Yes.
So it's
But
already.
the idea is to track it a little better,
Okay.
to keep it clear and to give it some focus. So we understand it. So when you're buying something or allowing something, you see the total cost.
So although this is like about $20,000, basically what you're saying is some of that's already being picked up by us. And some of it we're getting some money from.
Yeah,
events.
so I'm gonna put that note in the worksheet, but I'm not gonna recommend a change to the budget.
Mhm.
Because that'll actually help us learn. And so we'll leave it
Oh, I see.
at zero new money. We'll code it as it happens throughout the year, and we'll be able to trace it. And it's small enough where that's how I would handle it.
We're talking about the money that we're going to collect.
The expense,
Oh,
the
the
expense line.
extra hours.
So we're gonna isolate it for the first time.
I
The-
see.
So we have.
Don't change the budget, isolate it, learn from it. And now you have a worksheet in front of you really for the first time that says, hey, when we have an event, that
Mhm.
event can range and you can see the range.
Okay.
And
I see.
then
Okay.
that's my recommendation, but the manager obviously may want to go a different way. I
So
don't,
I have a question. So we don't have a range per event right now that we can allocate. So from the total,
right? The first one I've seen is in front of you right now.
okay,
It was an organics.
Yeah.
Organic process historically. The commission chooses an event, staffs it. And what it cost and how you managed it was you just did it. So we're basically showing ourselves what it costs. He can, organize it more in advance, like it's a
Yes.
management tool.
So would it make sense to do this also for Public Works and Parks?
You read my mind.
Okay.
Both of you are next to each other.
Okay, so you're not
Agreed.
suggesting any kind of budget change for this at all. It's just a reporting change for fiscal 24. So next year at this time, we can see it and we can have a better
Yeah.
discussion about what's happening.
I know more than half of it is already in the budget.
Okay.
And, for $4,000, $2,000, $1,800, somewhere in that range is the new money part.
Okay.
What's the?
So you're
point?
going to put it in there. Would you
We'll note
mind
it.
putting a note in there when you add it as for reporting the hourly rate? So we all remember.
This is the
that.
backup.
Okay, very good.
Yep. This
And,
becomes part of the record.
uh,
A summary of this,
me
his
think about it.
handwriting's bad.
Yeah, I'd like to be reminded of the hourly rate and, is the village allowed to, let's say this time next year, just kind of looking ahead. If we said, okay, the I'm trying to think of one of Martha's events, the jazz night cost us this much money for the officers. Are we allowed to then say this much revenue must come back from the event to the village? Are we allowed to expect to recognize revenue in the future years? Could we say, okay, Martha, next year we need, it costs $3,000 to staff the event between the different departments, but knowing how much you made, we want $1,500 in revenue to come back to us and we'll foot the rest of the bill. Are we allowed to do that? Charge a village board for something?
That's a decision that the commission can make, and that is actually one of the reasons I asked for this breakdown. Because you can decide if we're going to do something with the arts, if we're going to do Winterfest, whatever, that you can set how much it will cost for the police services and eventually, the public works services as well.
So they would get a budget for these things and, okay, that makes a whole lot of sense. I mean,
And I have an additional question to that, just to add up. So do we have estimates in terms of participation that we can put like a cost per capita, if you will? So Halloween brings 4,000 people. We spend a total of 10. So the cost per capita for everybody that comes is an average of so much. Thinking of the smaller events that you still need to consider hours of police, there will be, will be probably in the loss versus what we are able to collect. Because I think in going through it, and I'm sure we're going to go into the detail of discussion of the events, that's one of the things I was thinking about. There is an ask right now on the table for more budget to be allocated. And the way I was thinking about this, and I'm glad to have this, is where do we put the money? How much money are we able to collect in order to fund it? And which are those events that actually would cost us more? Just because people don't, it seems to be very specific, or for a specific group, but we still have to consolidate this cost of police being there, et cetera. So they tend to be more expensive. Is there a way we can see that?
Yep, absolutely. Once we're able to separate out the costs for police protection or for Parks and Rec staff or for public works staff, we'll be able to see for the first time the dollar amount that each of those is costing. And then based on the attendance, we'll be able to say, this Halloween costs $5 per head or whatever.
But to
Just to have
Veronica's
an
point,
idea.
you'd need to know the number of people that came to the event.
That's what was going to be my next point. So do we
Correct.
have that data? So we have estimates in terms of how many, because we've talked, right? The chief was saying the other day, it's like 5,000 people come to the Halloween. We have estimates at least that we can put together. How is that count working right now?
Would probably defer to you. There are ways to estimate the amount of attendees at specific public events that I'm.
Yeah, I don't think we
Yeah,
have that
No,
data
we don't.
currently,
So
but I think it's
Right,
historical,
it's
right? You're going by
historical,
historical.
what we
events.
average, because we know, and one of the reasons we know is we started blocking 2 blocks, 3 blocks, 4 blocks,
Yeah.
5, and it's now been extended because the public safety aspect of
Mhm.
there's too many people in the street.
Yes.
There's parking and many other issues that we have to address. So that's taken into consideration when we staff these events. I just want to say some real quick things. So the manager asked me to be overly transparent, said, Chief, do me a favor. We've never done this. Let's try to do this. Let's try to break down exactly what the manager explained. What is the true cost? And that's the paper you got with the board writing on it. That was us. That broke down an estimate of what we consider would be the staffing for each event. I didn't go high, I didn't go low, I went medium. Additionally, I want to be very, very transparent about it. That's the majority of that cost is either full-time or part-time officers, because our reserve officers that we've built up throughout the years, which is close to 30, they assist us at no cost. The only catch, the problem with this is the requirement is that they do about 20 hours a month. Some do a little less depending on what other their job functions. But after that, I do not force upon them, hey, I need you did 40 hours, I want you to come and work events for 3 more days. That's not a good employment practice. So we're estimating and we're giving you numbers based on police staffing. So then you'll be able to identify, okay, from ISA and parks. So I'm going to pick a number. It's budgeted at 5,000. The police cost is 3,000. So, and let's pick another event. Let's say National Night Out or Easter. We have the slides, we have the DJ, we have food, we have the food trucks and everything that goes with the event. So then, we spent 3,000 with police. We spent 1,500 with, I'm gonna be off on the number, 1,500 for the extra stuff with the parks. And then you have the cost of, are they bringing in employees on a Saturday, let's say, or Sunday for Public Works? So now you're really getting the big picture, and it's completely transparent. And that's the goal and objective that the manager tasked us with, and the director of finance. So we're providing this information so Paul can then put it all together and work it how the manager and Paul best think will be more presentable to you. So that's what we're trying to achieve in this budget cycle.
I think this is a really good exercise. And back to Vero's point, which I think is valid. It's a way to measure how well the events are going and what they're costing us. The other variable we'll have to consider is who are these people, not just how many, but who are coming, right? Because some of these events attract people who are not residents of Biscayne Park, right? So the cost per capita might be significantly lower for some of these monstrous events, but how many of those people are Biscayne Park residents? And then some of the smaller events that may be specifically Martha's group board tries to conduct events to appeal to different kinds of residents. It might be a smaller group, but it's a group that doesn't necessarily engage in some of the other events. They don't come to the, Easter egg hunt or the Halloween thing. So they're also trying to appeal to different kinds of people. So that'll be an interesting conversation to have, actually.
Do we have events, was it presented by the foundation as well in terms of what are we expecting for next year?
That's all sort of rolled into this, but they did not give us anything, no.
Okay, so we don't know.
One of theirs is rolled into yours. The arts event is theirs that you put on your list, right?
I believe it's in page 212, and it's under Arts and Cultural Board events, and then it's listed there. Am I correct?
That's the art event.
That's the best.
Yours on your list of their event.
Oh, okay.
The art event here at the log cabin.
212. Under parks.
Chris, can we get this also for parks and for public works?
Yes, absolutely. That's the plan.
That's what I was going, like to have every event that we would expect for next year in one page consolidated. I don't know how, to make it visual that we have many things happening.
Yeah, you can put police, public works,
Absolutely.
and instead of three,
We have different areas.
Yep.
I think that will be helpful.
And I do want to reiterate, the purpose of this exercise is not to come in front of the commission and recommend that we start charging whoever is responsible for Halloween $6,300 for police services. The purpose of this exercise is to be able to finally see what the actual costs of those events are.
And I think that is great because, for example, the Pride event that we're considering to add as an annual event for the village, I wasn't considering maybe the cost, or was more kind of brought up by residents. If it comes from the village now, what are we taking on? And I think, again, it's clear to make those decisions. That's all.
Yeah, I'm surprised that no one's ever looked at it this closely before, quite frankly.
See, adding value already.
The
Tremendous.
joys of being the new guy, I get to ask all sorts of questions that have never been asked. All right, I apologize for taking so much time, Chief.
No problem. I wasn't able to be here the last meeting, and I wanted to make sure that I had the opportunity to explain these events. I know they're extremely important, and they're part of the community. I mean, they're great. They're amazing. We enjoy them, and we love to participate and be part of the community during these events. So I think the questions with the vehicles were answered, and the finance director has explained the cost relating to the accreditation, which is being pushed up it was pushed up for next year to probably June or July. So thank you very much. If you have any other questions for police.
No.
I think so. Chief, thank you. You do?
I have one quick question,
Sir.
Get back up there.
if you
Yes,
don't
sir.
mind. In the request for vehicles,
Yes, sir.
you had requested 3 Tahoes. And then let's talk about the wonderful number 4.
Okay, so thank you very much. So like I said, we're kind of handling this budget a little different this year because I think in my opinion, we always got to improve and the expectations get higher and higher. So I looked at it where if we had four Tahoes, we looked at the Explorers and we looked at the other vehicles, and the finance director was exactly right. The numbers are solid, and the residual value later on work in our favor with the Tahoe. So one of the things we were looking at is and I think they call it EV vehicles. And the one it's called PPV, so police pursuit vehicle. And it's the Ford Lightning. The cost on that is about, I think a month, maybe $100, $120, $130 more. We're bringing it up because in the past, we've talked about going green in the village. So this came out on the market for police departments. So in conversations with the manager and Paul, I said, we'll bring it up. This is something that's attractive to the village to begin to prepare a vision, a plan for the future for these. So I'm going to turn it over to Major Navarro. He did a little homework on it because I'm sure there's questions about will they operate in a hurricane? Do you run out of juice? And so I'll ask Major Navarro to come up.
Hi, Bobby Navarro. Yeah, so we did a little bit of research trying to go with the EV vehicle. The F-150 from Ford has a great history with police work. This is a particular vehicle. It's a pro special service vehicle built specifically for police. It's 0 to 60 in 4 seconds. It has great towing power. The range is 230 to 320 miles per charge, which is pretty good. We did some research on the charging stations, which is usually where it becomes expensive. So you have 3 different types. Your regular car has a stage 1. You can buy a stage 2 or a stage 3. Stage 3 is probably about $30,000. Stage 2 is probably, they priced me somewhere around $8,000. But we were able to look into Ford. Ford offers a travel stage 2, which is about $1,600, and you plug it right into a regular socket. And it gives you about 75% of the charge fairly quick. And so we believe that would probably work for us because if the officer is using it at home, he can plug it into a regular, you don't need a station. And if we bring it here to the station, you can plug it in here as well. We did some research into the batteries, whether they catch fires and all that. No, obviously, it's very low. The numbers that were actually reported compared to other vehicles. They have a lot of statistics and studies that they've done. It appears to be a good buy. I think this would probably be a good entry vehicle for us that would allow us to evaluate whether it's something that we should move forward with. It gives us a lot of options because we don't have a pickup truck in the fleet. So if you want to drag 4 stop signs to the corner because the lights are out, you can throw in the back of a pickup truck. If the lights were to go out in the cabin, you can reverse the energy and actually light it up with the truck. So it gives you a lot of options. It would probably, I think from the studies, it says that it would take about 2 years to get our money's worth based on the use of electricity. With us, it'll probably be quicker because we use it a lot more, right? So it would save us a lot more in gasoline, and it's a much nicer footprint. If the vehicle works, then the idea would be to move forward the next time with purchase of more EV vehicles and actually eliminating the gas altogether. This is kind of like an experiment to see, okay, are we ready? What do we got to prepare for the future? What are some of the downfalls? What are the officers saying? How does it really work for police work? How does it work in a flood area? You know, how long does the battery last? What if we lose power? How do we get the backup? Do we have a continuity of operations plan to charge that vehicle when we lose power? So we're looking at all those things, thinking ahead, and we're hoping to, if you all agree, to bring one in, kind of put it in the fleet, start using it and see if it's somewhere something that we want to do in the future.
Do you know if there's current police that are using this?
Yeah, there's several police departments that are using EV vehicles. A lot of them are using the Tesla. That's a smaller vehicle and probably it rides a little lower. So for flooding areas and stuff like that, I wouldn't recommend it. The Ford, this truck just came out, but it comes from the line of the F-150 truck, which has been around forever. And Ford wants to get back into the market of dominating the police market, which they used to do with the Crown Victoria, and they lost over the years. So this is a good opportunity to look at it.
I just want to jump in really quick. So I have some positive news. We're looking for savings all the time. So it was brought up, I believe, on the first meeting that the trackers. So we were able to work something out where we get the trackers at no cost, correct?
No cost
For installation. Or installation, equipment or installation on a government, on our vehicles, and it's a monthly $25 cost. The other good news that we have is something the commission has been asking for is I was able to get a grant for 3 years from the Parkland Foundation. It's a federal grant that will allow us to have use of an active shooter application and training for 3 years at no cost at $20,000 a year. And at the end of 3 years, obviously, our attorney, Ed, will review it after 3 years. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. No, I don't want to upset Ed at all. After 3 years, there's not an obligation. So that's the second thing. What was
JAG.
the JAG grant? We were awarded the most money we've ever gotten, which is 1,900 JAG. It's a federal grant to buy equipment. We got $1,900 for that this year, which will help buy some equipment, for the officers. And there's a private, the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office is we're in discussions with them to obtain 2 or 3 vehicles that they usually deadline their vehicles about 60,000 miles to see if we can obtain maybe 2 or 3 for spares as needed. So when we don't have some of the issues or we lack vehicles for the reserve officers. And then finally, there's a vendor that wants to donate a vehicle in the near future to the village, a dealership. And obviously that'll come before the commission, and there'll be a presentation, and basically, they look forward to assisting local government. So we'll bring that
You
information.
said a dealership, a car dealership?
Yes, sir.
And they would donate the vehicle
Yes, sir.
or advertising opportunities on the vehicle?
Yes. Well, not on the vehicle for, it could be PR, it could be a write-off. I mean, I don't want to, I don't want to guess, but yeah.
Okay, I have a question about the electric vehicle. I stepped out of the room for a second and
Yes, sir.
I was trying to listen. I think I may have missed something. Does it require a special charging station?
No, it comes, I believe, with a stage 1. We looked into purchasing a mobile stage 2, and that would cost us about $1,600, which is included in that price already. That would give us the option to charge at a stage 2.
I don't know what that means, stage 1 and stage 2.
Oh, there's 3 different types.
After-
I didn't either several weeks
thing.
ago.
Does it require, I don't have an electric vehicle. Jonathan does,
Right.
for example. So you have a charging thing on the outside of your house. You go home, Jonathan, and plug your car in, right?
I actually don't have one, but that's one way you would do it.
Oh, what's the other way?
Well, the other way, it comes with what would likely be a stage 1 charge or something. You just plug into an outlet. It's
To a regular house outlet.
in a regular house outlet. It's very slow, as you mentioned.
Okay.
I think it averages about 3 miles an hour.
Okay.
So it's very slow. So stage 2 would be far more beneficial to have.
Gotcha.
Right.
So if the costs involved in that, this would be at the officer's home. The charging stations would be at the officer's home.
I think
We're looking to
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. We're looking to the one that we're looking to purchase is a mobile one. So if the officer is here and he's in the office or whatever, you can charge it here. We also have a charging station at Public Works.
They could charge
Right,
it here.
and North Miami has a
That
5 or
Public
6
Works,
of their
5 or
Public
6,
Works.
Would the
But
officer need one at home to keep it charged at home as well?
the same charger is a mobile charger.
The
So it
mobile
plugs
one, it
into a
goes,
regular-
it stays in the car and it just plugs into a regular outlet. You don't
Yeah.
need to attach it like
Don't need
affix
that
it to
big-
a structure.
No.
Right.
No, that,
But that's not as fast is what you're
For that.
saying. It's not as fast.
the one that we're looking at is the stage 2, which is fairly fast. It's pretty good. It's kind of in the middle. Yeah, because
What, 75% in 3 hours?
it's 75%, 3 hours, 4 hours, somewhere around that. It's not bad.
It's not bad. That's
yeah.
decent. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
okay. That was my question is like, if
Yeah,
it
it-
require, if something has to be done at the officer's home
No.
to accommodate this, I want to know what the cost is and what happens when that officer leaves the village and this thing is there. I don't.
Right,
What is
no,
it?
so we're not, that's one of the things we thought about as well. We priced a station, it was about $7,000. And that's a little steep for $1,600. We get a travel stage 2, makes a lot more sense. Kind of put it in the back, take it with you, plug it in wherever you're at.
I think it's a great idea for us to look into. We'll see if it gets passed or not, but it also, I see in some community, I don't think, Chief, I've ever seen you do it here, but like City of North Miami has a car that I think year round is their breast cancer vehicle. And then there are communities that have pride vehicles during June every year and some that have like a permanent sort of branding attached to a police car. It might be an opportunity for us to kind of brand that one vehicle, Biscayne Park, that we're this kind of community. It's an opportunity as well.
Because our budget is limited, so we don't wrap that's called wraps. So what we did, the police department, because it's important that we show support during these for those causes. So we purchased magnetic signs. So for the breast cancer we have in the office, and you'll see some of the cars for the autism. So we do have them, but they're magnetic. They're not wraparounds.
Chief, I have a question. So some of these grants that you mentioned, so that they would turn into savings into the current budget that we have? So are we talking about maybe reducing? Okay.
Yeah, these are standalone. They're new. This is just, for example, the parkland, we haven't been awarded that. I'm only bringing this up because it's not a me thing all the time. It's about making sure that we also look at other resources that are out there that can help facilitate our budget needs. So we're always out there looking to see what's available so we can participate in funding and grants and so on.
And so that was going to be my next question. So do you need help to write these grants, or is this a process you take on? How does it work?
We've already,
You're already
yes.
good. You're running.
Yeah, it's moving forward. And we're just
Awesome.
waiting for the awards. Is it?
Chief, thank you.
So with the police presentation, I didn't see anything that they didn't cover, but if you want to go to that budget, we can start there and just quickly see if we missed anything and then move on. Is that agreeable?
It works.
All right, I'll open up. Okay, that was great. Moving on to the next department, but no, just we're here, we may as well look.
Oh, to the chief's point, the trackers are now included in this version that we're looking at, Paul?
The new vehicles are not in here, but we'll add
Oh, the
them.
trackers that he's getting. for
They're
the vehicles.
incorporated into the vehicle purchase.
Oh, they're incorporated into the vehicles, but then he said they're free, but then he said there's a monthly fee to monitor. Where is that?
It's not in here, so we'll
So
have
we
to
need to
add it.
add that.
Yeah.
So how much is that?
$25.
Per car.
Because of this experimental
There is no mic.
Oh.
So you know. Well,
Mike.
No.
Thanks, Paul.
So our, in order not to affect the budget, because it's not a big amount, we're just gonna use our, you know, our general, what's incorporated into the budget right now. Yeah. Yeah, it's,
Well, it's
we can
$300
absorb.
per car per year. So how many cars are we talking about? Or is it only going to be on the new ones that you purchase?
No, I think it's important that for many reasons, and some of them I can't, but that there's a monitoring process with, you know, the operations of the day-to-day operations of the
No, I
police
understand
department.
the benefit
And-
to you of having them. What I'm asking is, if it's $25 per car per month, that's $300 per car per year. Why are we not going to see that in the budget? How many cars are we talking about total? We'll have the tracker on it.
We're looking at roughly about between
Okay,
10 to
well, that's
15
$3,000
vehicles.
to $4,500 a year, and we see items in the budget for less than that. I think it should be in the budget, Paul. I mean, I don't know why we would have an expense like that not accounted for in our budget. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I'm just saying I would like to see it in the budget.
Okay.
All right, we'll incorporate it. Assuming there's nods throughout the room. Look,
What?
For the,
objection
to go
including
ahead
it?
and add that specific amount to the budget.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think there's any objection to adding.
Oh,
it to
okay.
the
All
budget.
right, I got you. Tracker add,
And it's called what? Monitoring it? Was that what it's called? The monitoring we're paying for? Is that the word?
track monitor. Yeah, very originally described. So jumping into the details. The one change we've already made to this budget, I've already pointed out that there was an officer shift. You can see we've added, we were at 7, now we're at 8 officers, so you can see the nominal or the increase there. That's forced in a good way due to the collective bargaining and the staffing requirements. So the rules of our CBA dictated minimum staffing. So this is a non-discretionary decision, to put it in those terms. We've already covered most of this last time, but
sorry, Paul. So we have 8 police officers.
full-time. yeah.
Full-time throughout the year. Okay.
And we've had a corresponding reduction in the part-time officers, which was 2. So that's as close to cost neutral as we can get by, so I'm calling it cost neutral. This is very complicated because as soon as you move one to the other, the little fringe benefits
Yeah.
sometimes get a little hard to track, but we're very confident that it's within a few dollars. The other items, we didn't have anything outlined specifically. There's the one anomaly I have up here, I mentioned earlier, is you have a very large revenue on your revenue line and a large expense on the off-duty detail line, which is external off-duty detail work passes through. And there's, there might be a few dollars on either side of that the village incurs, but it's very nominal.
When we see this,
So it can skew the numbers of this budget rather profoundly because of a lag time in that dollar amount. So when we talk monthly financials in the next year, it's just something to, I'm planting the seed. So if you see something funny in the police department, this is usually the answer.
so when we see this again, Paul, we're gonna see this in a separate line, right?
Correct.
And will it correspond, will we see a corresponding reduction also in the overtime?
Yeah, the overtime line will have a subcategory basically, and so you can see how much was pulled out of it.
Okay.
But the net impact on the bottom line, I'm recommending not to change it so that we can track it better.
I had a question on the education and training 55.000.
Okay.
They've spent so far this year to date, $4,300. And we have budgeted for the entire year, 4,000. Is that enough?
Talking training,
Education and training. So
Yeah.
far, year to date, they've done
I
4,300.
have one answer. There's never enough when
Mm.
it comes to police
Well,
training. So
Well, it's very important that we get this as close to reality
Yeah.
as possible, right? Every dollar counts. So my question is, and maybe the chief can answer that, or I don't know. Is there going to be any more training and education this year that's going to add an additional cost? Because, so far you've spent $4,300. You have budgeted 4,000 for the entire year next year. So is that accurate? Is that something that you need to raise?
And
That's
part
a-
of the training is being earmarked for the accreditation project. So
No, but this is outside of the accreditation, I
It-
believe.
yes, so we've pulled the training amount for next year that we know will accomplish the accreditation
Right,
requirements.
that's separate.
Yeah, so they're being separated. So you have we'll call it $5,000 in training. So there's 4,000 here, there's 5,000 in the other. So the total training envelope is in that description is a lot bigger. Is it enough is still a good question. I don't know, but
Well, that's a question then. Can you all at least try to answer that? Because
We're not pacing accordingly.
So every year, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement sets different standards that we need to meet and are required to meet regarding training. So it fluctuates.
Mhm.
So we were working with the finance director and we identified the stuff with the accreditation because it changes all the rules of the game. But we
is that, by the
estimate,
way, is that a recurring cost every year? That accreditation? Or is that a one-time fee and?
okay, so with accreditation, there is a recurring cost and Paul will explain that to you. That is associated with accreditation,
Okay.
which is one of the programs that we have to acquire as part of it, and training and other issues. So we're mandated and regulated by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and they set those standards. And in an abundance of transparency, everything has gone up in life. So what cost before one thing, and what I'm trying to get to is ammunition, firearms, everything, relating to to training has gone up. So we estimated roughly between both, $10,000 and Paul has basically addressed that issue. So I don't have any concerns. To me, it's important that we manage the budget well and we're frugal with how we go about and we use the money wisely. So except for this was a really tough year for us because of the accreditation, but we try to manage with what we're given. And
I understand, but here's the situation for me is that, we're talking about millage rate, right? We're talking about a surplus every year that we have every single year, right? How long have you been doing this, Paul, here in the 5 years? And every year we have a surplus, right? Pretty much. Well, yeah, 4 out of 5. Okay. And what is that surplus average, more or less?
between 200 to 300,000 a year is typical.
Right. So we have a surplus of $200 to $300,000 a year. And there's folks here advocating a 9.7 millage, right? I get it. I understand what they're trying to say. But these are the reasons why we need to try to get these budgets as accurate as possible. I'm telling you, I know for a fact, and I don't know anything about what you guys do, but this is not enough money for training and education. So what are we going to do? We're going to have another surplus of $200,000, $300,000 this year. So that's why these things need to be as accurate as possible so that we don't have a $200,000 to $300,000 and people are saying, oh, let's do 9.7 when we can do 9.5 because we have 200, 300,000 because we're not doing these things accurate. So we need to be as accurate as possible with these numbers. And that's the only concern that I have. So I can tell you right now, that's not accurate.
You said it was 10,000 for training.
The 5,000 is an accreditation.
That's the accreditation, but they also have other
Yeah.
training outside of accreditation.
And you're right on point. And I will sit with the manager, work with Paul. I'll look at the training that we're gonna need and require, and I will get back with you during the next meeting with more accurate numbers and what our vision and expectations will be and why we're asking for that amount.
Do you anticipate an amount, an approximation, an amount increase for training?
Would you prorate based on how far they come?
I have no idea.
I'm just curious. If you're gonna get with the manager and talk to him, that's fine. I'm just curious if you had a number in mind.
Right now, I don't have a number in mind because when we come to you, I I want to make sure it's information that it's accurate and it can be supported.
Based on this, it's like.
Noted.
Percent.
I'll leave a note that that's under review.
What Art, I agree with you 100%. And the other side of that is that departments, I would like to see departments when they're asking for something, or when we see when we see a need for them to increase, for them to figure out a way where they could possibly save some money elsewhere to account for that, because look, we're a little village and, the costs are what they are, but over 40% of our budget is for the police department. One department is 40% of our budget. And I'm not saying that we should be slashing that for arbitrarily for no reason at all, but we have to recognize that it's 40% of our budget. That's approaching half of our budget for one department. That is asking for more and more money every year and more things and some big expenses and things. So to tag on to what you said, I'd like to see every department say, here's what we need and here's where we can pull back as well. So I think every department needs to be doing some of this, and that's what we're pulling the strings on all of this as well. But I'd like to see all of them do that. It's probably a little late in the process this year to ask them to do it at this point, because we have a deadline here in about 5 weeks. But that's how this should all be approached.
And to add to that, because I absolutely agree, I was thinking, so because we are underestimating here, maybe are there areas within the police department that we could scratch from, and in the event that we have not planned for it, and we can be like, okay, there is a discretionary budget for,
Yeah,
that I'm willing
police
to vote.
is close cousins with the building department.
Okay.
We know what their salaries cost, but we never know the actual expenses because the demands on them varies with COVID or a hurricane,
Yeah,
those are the
circumstances.
unpredictable. So this budget can escalate quite quickly. It's different than the building department is that
Yes.
there's not a corresponding revenue to it. And that's why you project savings at the end of the year on purpose, is because you need an elastic capability. So to answer that, I don't know. If where
It's
you would take it
impossible
from.
almost to do it
There's a
with
lot of
this.
history and there's only a couple lines in here that have call it a discretionary decision-making. Your operating supplies are a good example. Some of it's fixed uniforms, fuel, weapons replacements.
But it's
Safe-
marginal.
Yeah, there's probably in the whole budget, $15,000 or $20,000 of tweaking managerial decision-making.
Yeah.
And I'm probably wrong about that number, but it's not a number I would say is much bigger than that. So it's kind of strange in a lot of respects for such a large budget, but it's because it's labor. It's
Well, you have $20,000 for the accreditation program, right?
correct.
And that is verified already, right? Because last year there was an issue about and a cost that sneaked up on us. So we're sure that this is accurate as far as, all these costs that you have here for the training.
Yeah, so the
consultants.
presentation was incorporated into this. We pulled it out. It was a $20,000 presentation. It's as accurate as the presentation. I don't have
Thank
any.
you for remembering that, Art, because last year they did come back halfway through the year and ask us for money for something.
It's like $9,000, yeah.
Just want to make sure that this is accurate.
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
that
you're right.
all of the costs are here, that there's not going to be any additional incurred costs. So that maybe that's a question for you, for the chief. Are we sure we've checked with the accreditation people that these costs are fixed, that there's not going to be any additional costs?
It was a software thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just,
Yeah,
it's called Power DMS. So it's a program that we had to buy. That is the only company in the state of Florida that provides this type of software for accreditation purposes.
Mhm.
And then there's an annual cost, which is associated. So to answer your question, things can fluctuate in the sense, just, year to year prices change. But from learning our lessons from last time, because what happened last time, it was a little unique. What happened was that we had a contingency for anything that could come up surprisingly,
Mhm.
but we were not aware, the police department was not aware at that moment that this software would be a required software. So here we are in the middle of this thing and they said, hey, by the way, where's the software? And we're like, oh, okay. And so we came to commission right away. We did the presentation The commission made it very, very clear. We don't like surprises, and I agree. And we prefer that, chief, you put it in a line item, and I completely agree. At that time, things were, the way that the budget worked, it was more, if anything like this ever happened, like Paul said, the hurricane, so on, so on, we always have that contingency fund. This year, learning from last year, we did the best that we could, and I feel very confident that we're as close to being to the number that's required, that what we budgeted is what they're gonna ask. Nonetheless, I will, first thing this week, next week, I'll ask Major Navarro to get together with the CFA and to ensure. Yeah, we'll double check it just to make sure that something new hasn't changed, because now the cycle is going into next October, which I want to get it done by June or July. So I want to make sure that they haven't added anything, and then this becomes embarrassing for me. So I will look into that.
Thank you. On the fuel side, Paul, you mentioned that all the departments' fuel is put into the police
Correct.
budget?
It flows through.
Every
there.
department, no
Correct.
matter. if it's
All,
public works?
all vehicles that we
So this-
fuel,
This $90,000 you have budgeted is
That's it.
for the fuel for the entire.
village
fleet.
wide,
Fleet, okay.
except for our personal use. Yeah, we don't get to use it.
For the electronic vehicle.
Or the plug-in. Yeah, we don't get any of that.
Plus police and public works.
Right. Yeah, it's every department. Yeah.
It's only those two departments.
Yeah, code uses it,
Oh, I'm sorry, code's out of police.
but we're trying to get them electric too. So.
Code was part of police.
The only other item from our prior meeting that hasn't been addressed that I just want to point out was we have a line for computer upgrades, and it was specifically saying a number of laptops. I solved the problem very easily by deleting the word the number of, and the word laptop. It's line 6,400.
Oh, for the police.
Yeah, it used to say 4 laptops because that was the specific purchase, but it's really a broad category with 4 new vehicles coming in. I wanted to leave it, but we leave the language more open. No change. Any other questions on police? Very good.
Before we do jump off of police, I do have a question for the commission. The timeframe for ordering the new police vehicles is approximately 2 weeks. I apologize. I don't know if this format allows for me to ask, but could I get the go ahead to order the vehicles with the assumption that the budget will be passed as is, understanding that if it is not, we can cancel that order.
Is there a
Oh.
rush to order them right away?
If we don't order them within the next 2 weeks, it'll be about a year before we can get them.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Chris.
If we don't order them within the next 2 weeks, it could be up to a year before we can actually get them
And if we order them in the next 2 weeks, when will we get them?
this year, before the end of the calendar year.
Are we allowed to legally add contract for something for the following school year?
Oh, yeah, that's not the problem. The problem is competitive bidding. How are you gonna purchase them without competitive bidding?
I believe it's a piggyback already, correct? Yeah, it's an
We have the
existing
existing
police
Yeah,
purchase.
That's fine.
This is the existing contract with Enterprise.
Contract that was voted on by the commission with Enterprise Leasing, and they provide an oversight to make for our management of vehicles and also for the purchase and sales of vehicles. So it's all done through Enterprise.
Well, there's some other municipalities that use that.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Does,
No, but they came here, they did a presentation and it was
Oh, in
approved.
that case. it's-
One, to piggyback off what the manager was saying, I had the manager speak with the representative for Enterprise. And the concern is that it will, and it's happened before, that it'll go into next year. They reassured us, and they'll put it in writing, that if it doesn't pass, whether we get 0 vehicles, 1 vehicle, 2 vehicles, this has happened before, they can reallocate those vehicles to another department, because right now there's shortages of, of new police vehicles and vehicles everywhere. So any department would be more than happy to say, oh, wow, I have a fully equipped vehicle. I can get it within the next week. You know,
Paul,
so-
Paul, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Chief, that kind of cancellation you spoke to Enterprise about, that's without penalty to the
No,
village?
no penalties, no, that's, Mr. Manager, she explained it to you, that is a part of the contract that they have with us, right?
Correct, correct. If I need to get additional documentation in writing just for compliance purposes. However, if we make a purchase during the budget process with the assumption the budget will pass as is, but it does not, we have no liability. We can either cancel the order completely or back off the number of vehicles.
Okay,
So
so.
there is no
just-
risk. Sorry.
Paul, can you explain a little bit how that works if we're purchasing them this year under this current budget? I mean, that money has to come out of this year, right?
Yeah, so the terms I'm going to use are pre-ordering or reserving the right to order. We're not buying.
Okay.
Because there's obviously an exit clause, so I'm going to use the term that it's getting in line, no risk.
So is there a deposit involved? Nothing, nothing.
No deposit, nothing.
Beautiful.
And there's not monthly expense just because we ordered, so we're
Yeah.
paying for products being built, no.
So basically, we're saying we want to buy 2 cars, but we can say
Yeah.
next month, we change our mind.
Correct.
There's no
It-
penalty.
There's sort of a window closing in the industry and this makes sense. If you're in the car market like me,
Is there other
I'm hearing
stuff
it.
that-
Yeah.
That we're not all thinking of or asking about?
Well, quickly, this is for all 4 vehicles, correct?
Correct.
This includes the electronic, the EV is that what we're being asked to?
Give me direction. That's what we're recommending.
Well, and then as a piggyback, so to speak, onto that, does that EV also come from Enterprise and is
Yeah.
subject to the same terms?
It's in the
of other-
police purchase package
Okay.
options. So you
I
get
just-
a menu of things that are already pre-bid establishments and you're buying off of a menu.
Just when I hear Enterprise, the first thing I don't think of is.
Yeah, they have a huge fleet
pickup
management.
trucks. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just wanting to make sure that if what we're being asked to vote on is this package, either the 4 vehicles with or without the electronic vehicle, if they're all subject to the same terms of acquisition through Enterprise that we're discussing.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Are there
And-
any downsides that we're not asking about, Chris?
No, the only downside that we could possibly have is being stuck with an order after the budget after we're not able to get the new vehicles in the budget, and I will have documentation in writing that's not going to be a problem. The only realistic downside is I think procedural. I don't know how that works.
Well, I think that we're able to provide a consensus opinion on approving what you're asking of us. But I think the question to the commission is, are we comfortable with the electronic vehicle option that we've been presented with tonight? Yes.
I
Okay,
am as well.
okay, so then in that case, do we have consensus to allow the manager to execute what he just proposed to us?
And there's no risk, so it's a.
There's no action here. It's certainly understanding the concept of, yeah, I get it. Duly noted.
Sounds like you have the authority to do that then.
Thank you.
Yeah, in worst case scenario, the cost would still be under the budget of the public safety or the police department, which would project out to be within the authority also.
Okay.
If there were such a cost, it would be within his discretion to purchase or to obligate.
Well, then I look forward to hopefully seeing an electronic
Yes.
police pickup truck here in Biscayne Park.
A lot can happen between now
I'm
and.
just- Hey, fingers crossed.
I like your optimism. I'm not so built. Very well. Police, good?
Yes.
All right,
Nope.
they owe us for that extra time we gave them tonight. They don't usually get that much, so.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, we get rowdy when it gets to admin, so. I just threw that out there. The least interesting. If that's where you would like to talk about,
H.
Where are we going?
I was gonna open up administration. Since we're going by alphabet, starting with P,
Stay with P,
now we'll go A, then we'll go U, we'll spell out Paul. How's that?
jump around.
All right. Entertainment aside, the main change here that I will point out is the manager accepted a salary that was below what was actually allocated in the budget. I reallocated the difference to a discretionary line. And I'll explain that in the contingency, which is the first line and the last line is what I'm talking about of the budget. So it's page 26 of 26 is the punchline of that discussion. It was at $125,000, his salary contract portion of that. I moved that exact $25,000 to line 49012.
Hold on, Bo, I'm not following.
You
Say
go
the
down to
page
page
again.
26
Page
of
26.
26, the last page in the admin budget.
130.
And this was after discussions with many of you individually, and it was brought up indirectly about salaries and what do we do? So and because of the evaluation period of the manager and
Right.
also key staff retention was a concern. So I used that logic and moved that 25 because it's not per contract. So the number should always match the contract. That would be appropriate. And the balance goes to a line labeled commission and manager discretionary retention funds. I thought it was pretty good. I don't get creative often. Yeah, just joking.
Add
But
in
the
your
point
back.
is, the commission has the discretion of this line as well as the manager for key staff retention, including himself for your purposes. And so I thought that would cover us. You can adjust this more or less. I just thought it was a logical way to identify the situation.
This is.
Can I ask you a question on that? At the beginning, when you went through your highlights, you talk about a 5% increase on
Yeah, so
salaries?
all salaries except for contracts, which
Okay.
the manager fits under a contract
Got it.
and collective bargaining units, were built in with 5%.
This will be an additional
is
specific of
additional,
the
correct.
contract, or it could be used for anything in a way.
At the
it's spread out
managers and the
across.
commission's discretion throughout.
So the question.
In
is,
years
will it be
past, we had an
carried
even
on?
bigger number for that logic. So this was following that
Yeah.
precedent.
Basically, because that 25 was already built in the manager, you just slipped it down here instead.
Well, Mike,
Where the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just, you finish your thought.
This, on the same thing of the 5%, where is it coming from? Why is it 5, not 6, 7? It said
CPI
I was wondering.
yeah, it was closer to the middle fives this year.
Okay.
That's what I usually look at. Years past, it was much higher than we allocated. So there's no hard rule in our policy or practice. It was with the 20% property value increase, 18% net revenue and expense increase, or revenue only, I meant, I felt 5 was reasonable.
Okay.
I read the tea leaves. I'm running out of answers.
So
I
the
don't-
question is, do we want to keep it here or not, this 25?
Well, this is a
I-
discretionary amount that we would be able to use throughout the year. So I talked to him about it today and I'm comfortable with it. May I ask a question, though? It's in administration because it's his money to use. Can he spend it outside of administration if he wanted to use it for employee retention in a different department?
I believe if you adopt language to that point, we
I
can.
just want to make
we can-
sure that if
practice that
we're going to
policy,
give
yeah.
him this money to tap into at his discretion, that
I
he's able
thought,
to
I
use it
thought of that and I
outside of an
didn't,
admin.
the reason I wouldn't do that is, I mean, you can do that. I would do that is what I meant to say. We just need to label it that way.
Yeah, so can we make sure, I don't want his hands tied to not be able to spend it if he decides he needs to spend it elsewhere to retain someone or to hire the right person.
And I did it as a cost neutral element, and just to keep it clear, the 25 moved from one line to the other. There's actually a residual problem doing what I did because we don't know the FRS equivalent of the person getting the money.
Right.
They're very different. And this number is probably more accurate to be $40,000. But I just wanted the math to look even. So when you looked at it, because benefits, like I said a minute ago, when you move one thing, it has a ripple effect that's hard to articulate right away without running the numbers fully.
So 25 is the base to stay neutral. But
Yes.
is that enough?
Probably not.
That was gonna be my.
If
question, was
especially if you add that caveat that it can be used
he can
in
spend
other
it all.
departments, you could easily double it and be very reasonable.
If it's across all departments and it's at the manager's discretion to make sure that we retain folks, I mean, with the understanding, of course, that we're still going to be looking at some salaries of individuals individually.
There's a lot of moving parts in that category.
Right,
Totally
but
understood.
that was the first question that I had was this probably needs to be increased.
I threw out a double. Is that on scale with what you're thinking?
I would be
To
comfortable
150?
to put double and then have that to the discretion of the manager. And I know that there is a whole conversation about what's going to happen with Public Works and how is that structure as well. So I think part of this can help you make those decisions as well.
And code.
Yeah, those,
Code.
I thought about different ways and I just felt it was appropriate when I put on the manager's hat and quickly took it off. Thank you. I characterize as all cost neutral until it's been studied. And so this does meet kind of the right thing to do is to have some discretionary in the interim before those decisions are made. That makes a lot of sense to me.
It's, from my perspective, it's much easier to plan for a larger amount and not use it all if we don't have to.
Yeah.
But if we do encounter a situation where I would need to use this discretionary fund and we don't have enough, there's no clean and easy way to get it.
I think in that scenario, I'd be comfortable doubling it.
So I'm hearing a nod to up that to the 50.
Well,
I'm okay with that.
make sure that we're all comfortable with that. Yes.
Yeah, yes, I am.
Okay.
But we're gonna go back, we're gonna be able to ask questions about some other things in admin, right? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't really mean to trick you to go to the bottom line.
Okay.
No, we'll go back.
Okay, because you landed at the bottom. I'm like, wait a minute, I got a question about the second thing.
You
up
know when
there.
I'm getting hungry, right?
So should we ask questions?
Yeah, so line one, the obvious explanation was the bottom line. So moving back up to the main summary page, regular salaries, those are obviously the remainder of staff.
In the
I'm-
summary.
So the second line on the cover page would be regular salaries. Those are the remainder of the office staff, which includes the clerk, an administrator, and a yeah, tell me,
Yeah.
you're good with this, no change? Love it.
I think that's much better.
So,
If we're on this page, I would like to make a comment on this page.
The second
Page 110.
page, we already covered the manager page.
Okay, I just want to make a general comment that we have some salary issues in this village. We don't pay people very much and I think we need to step up. And this page has some numbers that I think are very low. Now, I know we're talking about giving Chris some discretionary money to spend, but I think we might want to talk about some of these salaries because we gave a 5%. Just so we're clear, when you talk about contracted employees, that's the police and public works.
Police, Public Works, and the manager.
And the manager, but other than that, all employees got that 5%. I think, guys, we need to look at some of these numbers and decide ourselves now for budgeting purposes. It doesn't mean it happens now. It doesn't mean we're giving people a raise at a meeting. It means for budgeting purposes. But I think we need to look at this, the numbers on this page, and I think in the code department as well. And we need to look at some salaries that I think are too low. And I think the first one that we should discuss is the village clerk. I think she's underpaid. And I think that number is low and we should be looking at increasing that number quite a bit.
We did a little bit of research in advance of this meeting, and I will summarize the research on the clerk position due to coming out of salary surveys of her position throughout Dade County. There are many tiers of municipalities, as we know, and clerks are often paid in a combination of the tier of the size of their city, but also the amount of staff that person has. And one would think that the more staff you have, that maybe you wouldn't be paid as much, but that's not how the world works. The more staff you're supervising, that means
More responsibility.
and they're often paid more than their staff. And so that relatively moves some tiers significantly higher because they're big. And they're not necessarily big cities. So there's a little nuance in there. I would describe a 4-tier Dade County element in South Broward. no shock, Biscayne Park is in the smallest tier. And her current salary is well inside the upper end of that range. Okay, so you don't have a big mistake in front of you. My observation was always and this is my philosophy from my personnel side, is if you want to retain people, you want to be paying them where they would want to go. And if you look at it in terms of steps, I would recommend the salary range for this position be in the next tier, which would be the 12 to 25,000 population. That's the next step up, and she's below that, to the tune, I would guess, of between $5,000 to $10,000 annually.
Additional to the
top of
proposed
that.
2024.
So
That would
in
be-
this
Top of the
current fiscal
proposed?
year, she's 73,140. You added 5% and came to 77,521. What would that number be that you just described to us?
The bottom of that range would be 80,000 and the top would be about
I was going to
90,000.
suggest 80 that we put in here because Chris still has discretionary money in the contingency that he could use. We just increased it. So, right. Just increased it.
So that's an increase of a 10%. Right?
Yes, that
That's
would
pretty
be
good
about
math.
10%.
Excellent.
Yeah,
I think
sounds
you're right, too.
like I don't do
I
that.
love it.
What do you
So
guys think of that?
I think it's absolutely fair. And that's the part I just want to understand. So the 50, so what we just increased, the 25, that goes to the discretion as well for the rest of the stuff? Did I understand that? incorrectly?
It was defined, it's the manager's and your discretion
Perfect.
for retention. Now,
Yeah.
you would be, there could be an overlap in this obvious discussion, but I think the principle is to have the salary in the budget as we know it ought to be for
Right.
what's missing in our village is a personnel system
You know,
and
Exactly.
a pay scale and
Yes.
a salary range. You don't have any of that. So I've kind of been doing it organically for you live.
Yes.
Um,
So
Oh,
to that point, I think the 10% is great. You said something, Chris, about an opportunity of maybe revisiting bonuses. And, I remember specifically that because just making sure that it's not based on, the CPI or
Right.
whatever percentage, everybody kind of follows is performance-based, goal-based, achievements.
All the above.
commitment
That's in
based.
essence what the contingency amount is. I mean, it's discretionary and he could
Right.
use it. That, we had that a couple years ago. Remember, Art, we put it in, I think the first year you and I
Correct.
got elected together. And, but in essence, that's what that is. Because he
Like
could
that.
use it as a bonus, as a retention. He could use, it's his discretion, right?
So to that point, just to finalize on my view, I think the 10% is fair, additional to what so that would be the base, and then you have the additional discretionary to make your call. Yeah.
Just a quick example of how I would envision or how we would envision using that discretionary. If there's a specific employee that is performing well above and beyond what we would expect, whether that's you deciding the employee is me or whether that's me deciding the employee is somebody else in the village, that's where that type of bonus would come in. I've also mentioned cost performance, basically a process improvement bonus. If they're able to decrease our costs, we would give them a bonus equal to a percentage of that. And that's what that will be used to. That's what that would be used for. However, the salary line in here is what you think that person would be worth
Exactly.
outside of that.
Sort of the market
Let me
range.
ask you a question, Paul. Going back, it's all one conversation, but going back to this discretionary item that we just agreed to increase. It's commission and manager, which means either one of us could tap into that if we wanted to give Chris a raise, or we decided we wanted to pay the attorney. Those are the two people that we could increase. The only people that we can impact their pay is Chris and Ed. If we wanted to give either of them a raise, we would tap into that money. And if Chris wanted to give any other non-contracted employee a raise, he would tap into that money. Do you think it might be a better idea for us to have two items down there, a commission, one that only the commission uses and one that he uses? So one of us isn't depleting the other ones if we wanted to do
My
something?
instinct was to keep it in a bundle.
I'm just wondering if one of us would do something like we
And
gave
I
Chris,
just
we
didn't want,
decided
I
to give
didn't want
Chris a
to
big
create an
raise in
expectation.
May.
That was the logic.
And then Chris didn't have money to do what he needed to do with what he wanted to do with his employees. Because wouldn't want one of us to step on the other one.
Oh, that would almost handcuff us or eat both of us, wouldn't it?
Right.
Because I think what you're proposing in effect would be 50,000 for commission and 50,000 for manager, if we wanted to keep those numbers consistent.
Well, we agreed on 50 total, didn't we?
Right. so
25,
if
25.
it's 50 total, then it would be 25 and 25, but what I mean by handcuffing us is that what if we want to, if we put 25 and 25, what if we want to give 30? Now we can't because
Well, no, we still could.
Or what
It's
if,
all in the same budget. We can still move money in the budget. It's just labeled as such.
or what if you would choose zero for me and then that would be money that I couldn't use for
No, you still
somebody
could. It's
else?
within the budget, so you still could. It just earmarks it. Forget I said it. I'm just don't want us to step on each other's ability to do something.
What I will say
I
is.
really want to stay out of his way with his staff is what I'm trying to say.
I'm going to be creating a process
Hmm.
by which the commission would have the ability to approve or deny my recommendation for usage of this fund. That way we won't step on any toes.
Fair enough. Just trying to make sure we're trying to do the best we can for everybody. Okay, so back to this. So did we just agree to increase the budget for the clerk salary to 80,000? I mean, I'm the one that sort of brought it up and
yeah,
it sounds like Vero's on board with that.
I'm absolutely on board.
Vero, or,
Yes.
so you're all on board with that?
No, I think there was a question that came up that,
I just had a question on, who's the full-time clerk village manager assistant? Is that a position that we're looking to fill? Because I don't know, unless there's somebody that I don't know, because we have the clerk here. Who's that? There two? We have two, we have the clerk up here, and
It's a
then we have the.
general line. Is there somebody in this position? Because the actual is there.
So, yeah, so I don't
So
understand.
I'd have to look up on it.
I thought that
Personnel.
was, well, one of them, Lisa's one of them and the other, right? And the other one I thought was like part Raphael and there was a split, like it was split
No.
between departments.
Whoever that person is just got a raise, and I don't know who it is.
We do have some openings.
I was wondering if there's somebody.
Yeah,
I
so the
haven't
two
met yet.
admins are Lisa and Raphael.
And then who's the full-time administrative assistant?
So clerk, two administrative assistants. I see three positions there. Open, there's an opening there that it's not labeled with a lot of detail that, hold on.
So this needs to be broken down a little bit better,
Yeah.
because I don't, you
If
know.
I have it up on the screen.
Oh, you have it on
And-
the budget?
a little bit detailed.
Is it
Yeah,
here?
this is the,
Is it here?
no, I don't usually print that for public. Sorry. Yeah,
Yo,
it's got a lot of information on it.
all right, so, can we, is that, yeah, I just don't,
There is an opening. I don't,
there is an opening.
Scroll your screen down.
no, that's the manager. So no, there are no openings and they're all accounted for. Here's what they are.
It's Raphael.
Yeah, Shante, Lisa and Raphael fill out the administrative.
So who's getting the bump here?
Can you go back?
38 to 44.
Go back to
Yes,
that
yes.
that
So
code page.
sorry,
This is police.
I'll do it this way.
There you go. There it is.
'Cause that's not 5%.
No,
Which one's not 5%?
The people that you're trying to describe, the 38, going to 38.5 to 44,626.
The full-time clerk / village manager assistant. That's Lisa. Isn't that Lisa?
Well, I'd be happy if that was Lisa.
Yeah, they're not identically labeled, so I apologize for that. I can fix that. So that there's a code that we don't put the names in here, but
What is Lisa's title?
administrative assistant.
Administrative clerk is what,
Was the village manager assistant?
I mean, she does assist in the role of assisting me with additional duties. So I mean, it could be.
So is Lisa the number 3 here in this, on this, the one that's going from 38.5 to 44,625?
yeah, I don't know. I'm suspecting that there's a benefit reason why that's being driven up, but I can check. I'll have to verify that for you.
But this is Shante, Raphael and Lisa.
Right.
Let me
So
scan.
I'm
it.
assuming, but it's just, all right, because then, but Raphael is not an administrative assistant. He's working more in the building department, isn't he?
They call him that. He supports all the departments in there.
So does everybody else. Everybody supports everybody.
Where's Linda?
Yeah, where's Linda? All right, so yeah, so is there, yeah, you're gonna check to see why it's like a 15%?
Yeah, a quick
of a-
scan. I don't see why, and that's Raphael's position.
Which I'm fine with, by the way, I don't
Which
care.
one's Rafael's position again?
It's largely because of the benefit. Yeah, I got it. But I don't know why the salary jumped. That shouldn't have happened. So I'll have to
Okay, so you'll
research.
clear that up.
I'll have to clear that up. Yeah, good catch.
So clerk, back to the clerk. So what are we doing?
I thought we already agreed. to-
I typically wrote a consensus. The base should be 80.
Well, good to me. Listen, I think you're worth a lot more than that, by the way, but, you know.
You know, I agree. Obviously, I brought it up, so we extremely value her. I have a question. It might be a question for Ed, and it really is not a budget question, but it's an employee question, Ed. Employees have a package of days off, personal PTO package. And then in Chris's contract, he is given compensatory time off. How would the village determine if someone else we thought merited, based on hours outside of their regular work, to have compensatory time off offered to them?
They don't, they get overtime. Because they're not
So even a salary,
executive,
so even a salaried person, not just an hourly person,
Yeah,
even a
everybody else would
salaried person,
trigger labor law
because a salaried person, how do you pay a salaried person overtime?
by definition. You can't.
You can't, yeah. So if we determine that a salaried person, based on the extra time they put in with meetings and all kinds of other things, and the hours and weekends that they put in might be due some compensatory time off, Ed, how do you do that for a salaried employee that you can't pay overtime?
I don't know that you can.
never seen.
Yeah.
No.
It's a full-time employee. so-
Yeah,
The indirect way is
well, he
at the
is as well,
discretion of
Chris
the
is as
manager.
well,
The-
but it's in Chris's contract, he gets,
That's how I would handle it. just-
Yeah, the manager can establish policies, informal policies due to, in terms of scheduling, and they
Mhm.
might look like you can work from home, you can,
you can
uh,
take an extra
take-
day this month.
yeah, you're finished today at,
Okay.
like.
Well, I asked because Chris
discretionary.
is a salaried employee and it's in his contract that he gets an extra week of time off.
But we
So-
don't have a contract with Shante.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I asked, how would that work?
The way I have handled that in the past, is, basically comp time. So for example, if we're looking at a 60-hour work week for whatever horrible reason, the manager or HR would have the discretion to say, you get an extra 20 off next week, that type of situation.
Are we still on page 1, by the way?
It's actually page
Three.
2,
No, we're in page 1, 3, oh my
3
God.
technically.
I'm never gonna get through this thing. All right, so we agreed for the 80,000 and you're gonna clear up
I'll
number
fix
2 and
that.
number 3.
Yeah.
Okay, can we go on to page 4 now? Oh, God, thank you. So I just have a question on page 4. So what the part-time salaries, right? You have.
This is a historic, that you used to use a outside financial reporting manager. That was the title. The person who used to do all these slides that I did for you
We don't
at
need
no
that.
charge. I'm just,
So we can take that out. We'll take that 5K out.
well, I think we just moved it up to,
We'll move it wherever, but take it out of there.
yeah, I agree. I was jumping ahead
Let's
with you.
move that. Okay, anybody else on page 4? Move it along, move it along. All right.
You're now my favorite person.
Page
by the way.
5. Page 5, page 6, anything? No?
No.
Some of these things we can't impact. It.
Yeah,
all of
these
this has
are,
already been
Well, yeah, but
taken off.
we can have questions, right? So, health insurance on page 7. You're currently at 34, your amended was 54, you're at 39. Is that enough?
these numbers are drawn right out of the contracts,
So
and
that's a specific number.
yeah, that's a very specific number.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
So then
Year
we're
to date was
comfortable.
back May 31st.
Yeah, that's right. Right. So I would have thought there'd be more costs from now to the end of the year.
Mhm.
You're saying there's not going to be any more cost to that.
Correct.
That number's done.
Yeah, and the amendment caused that because there was a correction
Cool.
when the
Any other
amendment.
questions there? So we can move on to page 9?
I'm in 9.
You're okay, wonderful. I have just a couple here. HR support, what the heck is that? And it's $70 so far and you budgeted 3,000. What's that all about?
That was a software upgrade, I believe, and management upgrade with your payroll system.
Okay, so we spent $70 and we have budgeted 3,000.
They didn't, yeah, we haven't bought it. I would point
We
out
haven't
that,
bought it yet.
yeah, there was actually a conversation today that there's still a missing process.
We're gonna buy it.
I believe
We're
so.
gonna buy it again next year.
I believe it's a recurring cost. What,
It's 3,000 a year.
yeah, it's a portal for the employees to manage their schedule
Wonderful.
and it goes right to payroll.
The public communication, what the heck is that? 9,000?
That I believe is the constant contact,
For who?
constant contact.
It's
It's
the
a,
email.
Okay, and so we've only budgeted 3,000, we spent 9. Is that gonna be enough?
I don't know exactly why it was spent. I remember we bought something and did more of it and he scaled it
That's
back.
also a fixed cost.
Yeah, he amended it down.
That's a fixed cost.
Uh,
It should be in theory. if
yeah, I
that's
don't
a
know.
Recurring cost, that should be a fixed cost, right?
I'm not aware. Yeah,
Like, so can somebody find out?
I will.
Because I mean, it should be pretty, if it's
You mean the 8,000 that, so we spent.
Yeah, the
8,000,
year-to-date
which
was
are
8. Yeah.
You're saying is a recurrent?
there's a recurring cost every year, and so it should be a fixed cost. So whatever that fixed cost is, we can budget. But I just want to know what it is, because he's saying that the reason we spent almost $9,000 is because we bought something additional in 2023.
Hmm.
But then there's a recurring cost every year.
Yeah.
And then the last one, the land development resolution there, where you spent 5,000, you have nothing budgeted. What's up with that?
I believe, I'm trying to remember, that had to do with the comp plan requirements that we had to get through those steps to be able to amend the second phase
So
of
there'll be
that.
no
So
more
that's
costs?
done. Yeah, I
There'll be
believe
no
we
more
got that.
costs?
No, I think that's for the McMansion ordinance.
Oh,
But what about, what's the specific to that ordinance, the cost?
Because we had an outside consultant who was doing
Yeah.
most of the work.
Got
Awesome.
it.
Remember?
but it's
Yeah.
done is my understanding.
Yes, that's right. Okay.
Thank you.
So that's.
So
what
we've
that-
gotten comments back from the various agencies and we're gonna have to amend it, bring it back to you for staff reading.
So you think there's more this year or more next year? Okay, we should be good.
Okay. Any other questions there on 7, I mean, on 9 or 10? I'm done. I don't have anything on 9 or 10. 11,
No, yeah, I do, the
ahead.
lobbyists.
the lobbyists, what about them?
So that is a fixed charge, right? Every.
Yeah, he has a flat
that-
fee.
That's the one that hasn't changed for years.
Correct. And actually, you reminded me, he emailed me today. I gave him Chris's number, but he did want to put in your minds the legislative needs and wants is due in the next 6 weeks. So just mental note, your wish list.
Excellent. All right. 11, any questions on 11?
Well, why don't we just,
The pages up here as he goes through, as he flips through. So Paul, flip through where you want to.
He was at 11. I believe I went to 12 fast because I thought he was said, no, we don't need 11. So I'm at 12. Is that what you
Yeah.
meant?
I don't have a question until
I read you right.
19. Do you have anything?
Oh, I have a question on everything.
Okay, go ahead.
But he's quick. I like it. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah. No, I'm quick. I'm quick. So, on page page 12, you spent $104 on AT&T. I'm sorry. Yeah, you have nothing budgeted. Is there a reason for that? You have budgeted for 2023 435.
Yeah, I believe that. I don't know. Do not know.
All right, phone doctor. I don't know what that is. There's a doctor that does services phones, I guess, for 2,000.
It's your phone support. Yeah.
Okay, and then you budgeted 1,400, but is that enough to cover that cost, or how is that?
That one I understand we had to do some upgrades, but that's the flat fee for the annual amount. I could double check it, but that's what I recall.
Okay.
Yeah, this is kind of the detail that I don't normally.
All right, alarm system for the log cabin, 4,000 so far. You've only budgeted 2,500. Is that enough?
Good question.
Can you
I
look
see
at
where
that?
you're headed. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I
I just really want to try to get as close to,
Yeah.
you know, so that's that. So that's the one that I have here. I'm good there.
This is where on this page, historical years past would be very helpful on these worksheets.
I agree.
Yeah, and I've asked for that every year. That changes.
Yeah, so this one you can see because we did that amendment, which covered a lot of corrective actions. So I'm trusting the amended amount more than the year to date. Even though they might be over and over, but
I just
I'll
don't wanna
double
have
check.
another $200,000-300,000 surplus.
Yeah, because some of these things, if there were columns there that showed us the previous
I
2,
agree.
3 years,
Yeah,
every one of these detailed
I'll
things.
scrub this
when
whole,
We're reviewing these things, I wouldn't have so many questions.
let me scrub this whole page and get you a better
So we can go on to
explanation.
page 13. Arrow Plug Company. You've spent nothing, but you've budgeted 3,500.
That's the mailing for the solid
this.
waste assessment,
Who?
solid waste assessment, the notice to the residents of the increase.
We haven't done it this year?
It hasn't hit the books yet, but we've done it.
But it's gonna cost us 3,500
Yep.
bucks. This year and next year? Is that something that was a recurring cost?
I would anticipate the budget line being used.
Yeah, we have to do that every year.
Um.
Are you
go to
on-
The next,
14?
page 14. So just quickly, you have some recurring costs here where you have 4,500, 143, 299, 282. You have them again, but you don't have anything spent. As of this year, through May 31st, is there a reason for that? Are you expecting bills at the end of the year?
These are quarterly billed and we don't have the mid-year quarter yet. So there's 2 more quarters, so this will track. And this was in my
We already
notes.
Had some costs there?
Yeah, you have a half a year only on here. The 2,600, you'll get the other half before the end of the year.
That total number is up there. See, I find all that confusing as well, Paul, when the number's there,
Yeah, the
but
2,600.
it's not broken down.
I understand.
Yeah, and then it gets confusing because it looks like money's not being spent and it is.
So
I
we have
understand.
2 more quarters left is what you're saying.
Correct. So you're fine.
So 26. Okay. So you're still a little light there, but that's fine. Next page 15. No, that's fine. Yeah, I think that, I don't know about this record storage thing where you've already spent 6,800 bucks and you've only,
So that has to do with public records requests. Should a public records request require us to pull from Iron Mountain, that you get a bill.
got it.
You don't always, you can't predict those. You should be fine. It's
So
a,
we've had $68 worth of public records.
yeah, so she increased it to 6,900 for that reason, but this could easily go back down to a lower number, but each year you incrementally grow what you put into Iron Mountain also. So I think that's an excellent number.
Cool.
But I have a question about that. I'm sorry, were you done?
Good.
About my only question on this page is about it. It was my understanding that with the digitization that we're doing, that we'd be using less and less of Iron Mountain and this would eventually be going away.
And conceptually, that's absolutely accurate. Unfortunately, the state of Florida legislature does not accommodate all of that because they do not allow digitization of certain documents. So we're handcuffed to keep physical records. So, and when they get to the point when they say everything can be digital, we'll be very happy.
I really thought that
Yeah.
I expected by now this would be disappearing on us.
And both, we didn't go back and digitize everything either.
Yeah.
So
All right.
Okay, that's my only question on that.
Page 16, flood insurance.
Yeah, I have a question.
Now, shouldn't flood insurance just be one cost for the entire year and we know what it is and we pay it and that's it? Or is this another quarterly blah, blah, blah thing? Because you've spent almost $6,000. You've budgeted 66,662. Shouldn't that just be like a flat fee that we know what it is?
the actual schedule that we get for our invoices is well broken out. I think what I'm hearing is it should be exact. Is that what you're saying? Yeah,
Exactly as it could be.
yeah.
If we get a bill that's for the year, we should know what it is and then just plug it.
I guess the question is, when do we get the bill?
Yeah,
'Cause I
that's
know what
my,
flood
that's my
insurance-
guess is that it's because it's split off cycle with our fiscal year. We're paying a little bit of last year and a little bit of next year on their schedule. So this probably captures.
I'm just concerned that, we don't have enough because I mean, if that's the deal, if we
So
voted,
good news, we did get the schedule already and these numbers reflect the future schedule.
okay, cool.
Okay, so flood insurance, the lower number is okay.
Yeah, and we
Sounds
actually
good.
got that
Okay.
schedule in between the two workshops and added it.
Okay.
That's why we don't bring the second budget back right away. It lags.
Okay.
Yep.
Um,
That I know.
15, log cabin.
All this goes
what?
to capital projects.
This is all being moved over. Will we talk about it then?
So the fire alarm inspection and maintenance is
That was done. That's a good catch. I think that's been done, but there's still some costs. So we're holding those costs because it has to be modified. And that's part of the analysis and the redo of this building. One of them, the roof, the fire alarm has to be upgraded.
So there's not enough money there, is what you're trying to say.
With both numbers going over, and I'll hold a little bit back for ongoing maintenance, but there's a capital piece to that fire alarm, I understand. So we'll move that. And we'll split it out what the annual amount will be. I think it's about 3,000 a year. So
Sorry, there's a capital piece to the fire alarm in this building?
yeah, there's some upgrades needed.
Oh, so it's upgrades, not the ongoing maintenance.
Yeah,
of it.
it's
Not
a
the,
combination of
not the
both.
service part of it, but an upgrade to the
Yeah.
hardware, software kind of,
Yep.
okay.
And this is actually.
I'll
happening-
verify that as
I
well.
thought it was already done. I don't know why I thought it was done.
I want to check that because I didn't think it was all done.
I thought it was
Good.
done. I thought there was an issue with this building.
Shante, do
and
you
it was
remember?
done.
Did they finish the fire alarm upgrade? Oh, that's good.
Yeah, see, I thought it was done.
Okay, I'll verify that. If that's the case, then the monitoring stays and only the capital
Yeah,
moves over.
exactly. Okay.
I thought there was still an upgrade cost, but
Okay.
I'll double check.
But the other capital stuff we'll discuss on the capital budget.
Well, it moves over, yes.
So page 18, I don't know what this resiliency guide is.
Hold on, I'm a slow writer.
And I have a question here. So on the log cabin ADA walkway, so the 20 grand that we have allocated here were to happen this fiscal, when would? we
So that
expect-
was rolled into the design of the parking lot, the design
Yeah.
for the historical roof grant, all of that was bundled into one project to help the grant application.
Yeah.
So that'll all move over, whatever grant money comes in, but these are hard dollars that we expect to,
But so we will move the 20 from fiscal.
it'll
it will
move,
To 40.
it doesn't go to four, say it again.
Is it, does it mean that because it didn't happen in 2023, now we have 40?
No,
allocated?
No, no,
Okay.
it'll move and it'll stay a static number.
Okay,
we budgeted for it and we didn't get it done.
thank you.
But I thought, my question about that number is, I thought the amount was higher than 20. I thought
This
after
is-
we had them come in and do a presentation for us, it was more than 20.
This is
Yeah.
just one portion of it.
But it included a bunch of stuff that later on we kind of, lights and all of that stuff
I
that
thought even the walkway part of it was more than 20. Can you find it, Vero?
I don't remember. 60.
The lights, that the ADA stuff, see? And I think that's what all of this is supposed to include is,
Yeah, it's
Because at the
broken up
same
in several
time-
places and
same
which is
time
kind of
we've
the
gotta-
flaw that we're fixing. But I'll combine it because I have the consultant's summary of all this. I'll combine it and double check it, but it all hit the capital, which is good because that can be managed as we see fit at a later time.
but for clarity, this says log cabin ADA walkway, but that project includes the lighting out there that has to come along with it, correct?
That's in a separate area, I believe.
I don't think it is. And you mean in this budget, it's showing up somewhere else?
Off the top of my head, I don't know where, but
I don't think.
I've always separated it in my mind, but we'll make sure it's there.
Yeah, we need to double check that number because when we do the one part, we've got to do it all because we're non-compliant with the county. So when we do it, we have to do it. And I know that number's off significantly.
Yeah, I have the same.
Got
By the
it.
way, before I forget, it just came to my mind. Didn't we approve the awning for the
Yes.
children's park?
we did.
Yeah.
When is that gonna get done?
Why are you looking
You
at
know?
me?
We'll get there. We'll
I think it's in the trunk of my car.
Listen, Pedro.
Just say.
Yes, it was, yes, we did approve that.
That's in the park and rec and public works issue where the management reassembly, yeah.
So, page,
So
18.
I'm sorry, before we leave this page, are we going to increase that number to what the actual number?
What'll happen is I'll find out the number
Mhm.
and make sure it's all there.
You'll
I'll
move
put it
into
in the capital
thing put
and
the
you'll
grant number.
have plenty of
But
opportunity
in
to
the
adjust
capital
that.
thing, we're going to see it.
It'll be,
detailed of
the whole
project.
project will be listed. Yes, plus the grant
Okay, got it,
anticipation.
Got it, got it.
Yeah,
We're
we're
gonna clean up.
fixing, my computer just said goodnight.
Excellent.
I thought I plugged it in.
Oh, is it?
My plug.
I not like this space.
You're back on, Paul.
Almost got rid of it. Yeah, my battery was out. Okay. Bear with me if it goes out again, because it's on 0. We covered the log cabin.
Yeah, we're on page 18.
Resiliency guide.
Sorry, let me get I think I got kicked out. I did.
While he's doing this, can I just fill some dead air here, Jonathan?
Sure.
I have been negligent, and I think we all have been in thanking Paul publicly for filling in as our village manager while we were without for a couple of months. And he did, from my viewpoint, he did a bang up job, and he was very accommodating to me and helpful to me. And I just want to say publicly to Paul, thank you very much for what you did. Now, had I known you wouldn't be able to manage your computer screen, I might not have been so forthcoming with the
Definitely.
compliments, but I just do want to say thank you for filling in for us, Paul.
That's very fair, yes.
I'll work on the
That makes
computer
sense.
stuff.
Yeah.
While we're waiting for Paul to get this booted back up, the reason that I was focused on page 19, Mac, was because 48.200, I thought tied in with your item 5B. I thought it might be
What is it?
the budget request for the special election, and 48.200 is municipal elections. I thought it would probably be a good time to discuss that. So
Yeah,
I'm just queuing it up. Queuing it up.
Art is so afraid we're gonna miss a page. I think he has something to say about the resilience.
Yeah, and we'll get there next. I'm just previewing that. we
Okay.
Would like, I think, because
Queuing
we're
me
on the
up.
topic,
Queuing me up.
get 5B ready. I think it makes sense to discuss it then.
All right, I got the share back up.
There we go.
With one screen, I had to actually move something. It's really annoying. All right. The resiliency guide, is that what? I do know I think this morphed into the resiliency program and it's under a consultant now. So I don't know what this is.
I think it's one of
Beyond
the
that.
requirements of all of that. It was something that came out of the resiliency.
It was an
Uh,
add-on with or reduction for the amendment. So
Yeah, and
we
it
dropped
was-
it down.
No, we haven't done it. Because we haven't. I thought, if memory serves, it was something that was a requirement of that.
When did we figure that out?
Well, we haven't done it yet.
No, I understand, but
Yeah.
we budgeted for it in 2023, so we knew about it in 2022. And we didn't spend it, so now we're going to 2024, we still haven't,
Study hasn't happened yet.
but we have to do the study,
It's budgeted for.
but we didn't spend it in 2023.
Contracted for that.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd recommend leaving it.
I thought it had to do with the resiliency board and a guy they wanted to.
No, the grant that we got to do the study. We contracted for it a couple of months ago.
The vulnerability study?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's just $1,000?
No. This is a guide, some printed
Yeah.
thing to give out. Yeah, it was I thought it was part of that. I thought it was a requirement of that.
That makes
But
sense.
it was something,
Yeah.
but it was something it was all kind of tied in together and we budgeted for it and hasn't happened. None of that has happened yet.
But
it's
the
underway
resiliency is
now.
moving forward. You have.
Resiliency is moving forward. The
Yeah, so
vulnerability
this-
study, I'm
this will
calling it
catch
the
up
wrong
to
thing,
it.
is moving forward. And I think this was a component of that. It was something.
Yeah, that's my understanding. And this is a placeholder until you meet the requirements. When you meet the requirements, you publish.
We have to part of it is
For
communicate.
$1,000, $3,000.
It was going to be some kind of a finger or something. I don't know.
All right, I'll wait so let's move on to page 19. I'll wait for Jonathan because he's been biting at the bit to talk about page.
Waiting, I'm just sitting here waiting for.
He
for Art to
saves
get
it
us
up
through
for
here.
that big punch. Yeah.
No, I just,
Being the mayor.
the item that I mentioned, 48.200. So, Mac, I know you put here 5B and
I put this on, I'm assuming you guys read the backup that I put on the agenda. So every off election year, we budget $5,000 for a municipal election. In case we would need to have a special election if any one of us were to leave for any reason. And I knew, because I was first elected during a special election and I cost $15,000. Money very well spent. And that was only for 10 months. I had to do it again.
I don't believe there was a
That was only-
negotiation
I
opportunity.
cost $150 a month that time out. No, $1,500 a month. Clearly, I'm not the accountant of the village. At any rate, so I asked Shantae what the hard cost for an election is now, anticipating that it would have gone up, and it only went up a little bit. So it's like about $16,000. I think we might want to consider increasing this to $16,000 in this budget, and in case we need to have a special election for any reason, because the $11,000 difference would have to come out of some other part of the administration budget to have an election.
But next year is next year, 2024 is the regular election.
That's right. That's next fiscal year.
Right. So what's the cost of that? Just out of curiosity, any idea?
I don't know what the cost of a regular election is.
Do you have any idea, Shantae?
Is it the same cost as a special election?
No, it's much less.
Less? Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is that we've been budgeting for this. We budget it every year and we just don't use it.
Yeah. Well, we have to have something in there in case that we have the need for a special election.
So how come we spent $1,040 for?
That was my other question. I have no idea how we spent $1,040 and we didn't have an election unless she's going to tell us there are things we have to file, or I don't know. So that was my other question. So, and it would probably be a question more for Paul.
No idea.
Okay.
This is not gonna know.
Yeah.
Well, at any rate, an election will cost, if we have to have one, between now and there, at a certain point per our charter, if there were an opening, we would fill it ourselves. And I think the cutoff for that is about,
You have to have a special election if it's more than 6 months left in the person's term.
I thought if it was more than 6 months,
You have to have a special election.
right, that's what I'm saying. So,
You don't put the person. It has to be a special election.
but I'm saying at a certain point, close enough to the election date of the next election, there's a period of time that the commission appoints someone.
Yes.
Yeah.
If it's less than 6 months.
If it's less than 6 months,
Yeah, if it's less than 6 months on their term.
that's what I'm saying.
You don't have to budget for that.
No.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying that there is a period, I didn't get to finish. There's a period of time starting today until a certain date that we would be required to have a special election that would cost us $16,000. After that date, we would appoint someone. So
You said-
between now and May, if we have to have a special election, it's going to cost us $16,000. We only have $5,000 in the budget.
So is what you're proposing to add 16 to the 5 that we already have?
No, just
For the
increase the
general?
5 to 16.
11.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I concur to that.
So note is to increase that to the 16. Got it.
All right.
To a total of 16.
Is that it?
That was it. That's
Okay,
all.
cool.
man.
Awesome, man. Back to you. All right, so promotional activities, we've spent 2,700. We only have 3,000 budgeted. Is that going to be enough to cover? We're only through May. We still have the
What
rest of the
page are you
year.
on? I'm sorry.
The same page. We haven't left that page yet.
Oh, I apologize.
Page 19.
Sorry.
So we've spent 2,700. We got 3,000 budgeted. Is that going to be enough? Probably not.
Promotional activities, what falls into here?
Ante, what falls into promotional activities?
From my understanding, from Sharon, it's usually like if we order pizza, when we have open enrollment, things like that, like for staff, basically.
Promotional activities,
That's what I was told when I,
$2,700 for pizza. That's a lot of pizza so far through
I don't
May.
think
You
that's
guys
the
need to
only
s-
thing.
but I don't think that's the only thing. I'm just saying like we've used it, as an example to purchase pizza.
You know what else I
Mm,
think
check.
Mario was doing, the have donuts with the manager kind of.
Yeah, things like that.
Ah,
It was
okay.
Stuff like that.
Cool.
So he
So-
would've labeled it self-promotion.
Got it. That's fine. So, so are we, if we spent $2,700, are we going to need more money for 2024 for that?
I have no idea.
This-
Chris, how do you
Are you
feel?
planning on ordering a lot of donuts?
I'm ordering cheese curds.
In my opinion, this is an area of the budget that whoever is spending that money should be saying, can't afford pizzas, or we're only getting plain cheese this time
It's-
because
it's
we're
managed.
running up to the
Yeah.
budget. So I mean, it should be managed better. That's all. So I think 3,000 is plenty.
I
And
agree.
they should be they should be living within their budget.
I could argue it was managed
Live
perfectly.
within their means.
All right.
Yeah, it was- it
No
was-
more pepperoni, Chris.
All right, and then legal advertising, we've only spent 700, we've spent $700. We have $4,000 budgeted. Why it's
Your
such a.
big chunk of advertisement is the budget, the special budget ads. Those are about $4,000 or
Happening.
$5,000. Those are coming up next week.
Yeah, okay, cool. So listen, I completely agree with Commissioner Kennedy that if we had, 2022, 2021, 2020, these things would just be so much easier to zoom by.
And we have the data.
Exactly. So we just need to plug it in. All right.
Is that just to pause, is that a general consensus for certain types of lines?
For everything, for all of these pages that we're looking at, I would like to see the two prior completed audited years. Because we get an audit at a certain point, that means the year is tied up with a bow on top.
life easy.
Drop those two numbers in and we're good to go.
So you can see a trend.
You can see a trend.
I got
Add
it.
that for us, Paul.
Okay.
All right, page 20.
Yay.
Sharon hates us all, but she'll get over it.
Filing fees, you haven't spent anything, you have $1,000 budgeted.
Where are you?
All right. Sorry.
Page 20.
Filing fees,
Got it.
you don't have another, you haven't spent, I know you're gonna tell me you're gonna spend it now in the next couple of months, but why haven't we spent
I
anything?
think
and
the
why do
key
we have-
word that is out of order at miscellaneous, the banking fees, I expect it's a catch-all for unknown banking fees.
Well, you have bank fees up here, man.
In that accounting fees, finance fees, I don't know. Credit card fees, things along those lines, potentially. There's a
I
history.
have a feeling that that's a budgeted line that had we seen 2022, 21, it was probably would not. But, okay.
I hear you. I'll check it. I'll find,
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that. All right, nothing on 21, nothing on 22 unless anybody else has.
Well, flip by, I'm gonna see, because I have I do it by object code, so I don't know page numbers. I
Okay,
do
sorry.
object code.
51,
Did you jump past 20?
No, I'm at 21.
Hit, click on every page.
So you're on 21.
Just click on it.
which the code is 51.
Office supplies,
Yep, I don't have anything there.
outstanding management.
22, I don't have anything either.
Got it. You're on 23.
23. Yeah, don't have anything there.
I do.
I do. Sorry.
What is yours?
Same as yours. Go ahead.
Do we use Costco?
We used to.
Yes.
Do
we
we?
do.
Okay. I didn't know. That was my only question.
The only thing I was gonna say on this one was, the two people that use this line may have input. Are there more memberships? Are there more
Oh.
dues, that kind of thing? And you'll be, I assume, joining the FCCMA, Florida City County Managers
And
Association.
these should also all be
county
fixed
Manning.
costs, yearly fixed costs.
Yeah,
And
I think it's right.
Costco is the same cost every year. Maybe go with a couple of. So I think that these are things that, we should break out, and because these should be recurring costs and there should be fixed costs, right?
Yeah, they look like it.
Then we know exactly what it's gonna cost for the year.
Yeah, the,
24?
Yep.
Anybody have any questions on 24? I do. Education and training, 55.000. The manager and clerk, we've spent $937 through May. We have $3,000 budgeted. Are we going to use that? Are we going to see an increase? Because we're not going to reach $3,000, I don't think.
Every year I ask that question. Every year I'm told we should, and they should be done, and every year we don't. So this is another.
Another one.
It's,
If we saw that trend, we would
I'll
absolutely be
intersect
saying.
this conversation and give you my perspective.
Yes.
To their defense, they don't have time.
I was gonna say.
If you did this
That's
job,
what I-
there's no free time. Yeah,
It's-
so
they're gonna have
it's,
training, so.
it's
but
really
we're
difficult.
expecting it
There
to
should
stay.
be, though. I mean, that's the commercial I would throw at you is they need, honestly, some breaks in their schedule. And that's a global perception of both the positions is that
New
it's.
manager. I mean,
Yeah.
I think
And one of
And
the,
Gonna be
Chris has the
opportunities.
self-discipline that he's even thrown it at me inappropriately, telling me I shouldn't be texting late at night, but that's an example.
I got one of those emails.
Yeah.
one of the things, this year I received a scholarship from, Florida, the FACC, which is the Florida Association of City Clerks, which assisted me, with attending the, summer conference. So there was a little bit of an offset there as well. So it was like $450.
So she went and got her own grant.
Is that
Yeah.
part of that 937?
I believe it is. I'm still waiting on the reimbursement. So I applied, they awarded it to me, which was an offset for the village.
But my point is, thank you,
Mhm.
as I toss that back to Chris and his management leadership style, I think that's what I'm seeing is the problem.
My request to the commission would be to leave this amount in, simply because there are plenty of opportunities out there that we could be taking, but until now have not. I can't tell you if 3,000 is the right number, but well, that's at least giving us a good start. I do know, for my own position, I do have some training coming up that I'm going to have to take, ethics training, things like that. My recommendation would be, let's just leave this.
Okay. Staff, we haven't spent anything. We have $1,000 budgeted for that, for training. I don't know what that is. Are we gonna spend it?
I would say let's leave that in there, if we do some upgrades to the payroll system and accounting system, we may need some of the funds available to train the staff.
25, page 25, any questions? That's 58.1.000.
I have a question about this. Well, first of all. Oh. I
You're
thought
on
you
page 25, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Okay,
you-
with you.
what page were you was just up on the?
I
screen?
went one too far, yeah.
You jumped too far? Okay, never mind. I have
I'm
a
back.
question on the next page.
24, what page are you?
Oh, sorry.
you have a question?
I have
you
a
say
question.
26?
He's
Oh,
getting,
59.
Oh, okay.
We're still.
he jumped ahead a page and I was looking at what he was showing. I have no questions about this.
So here's the other element of the ADA topic. There's $90,000 here that was originally programmed through our consultant strategy to get this building and the various projects related to the log cabin. This will transfer out to the capital line. Both these lines will. Okay.
Yep.
That's the 175,000. And that answers that earlier question is where's the rest of the money for the ADA? It's here. I knew it was somewhere.
Well, except that was,
Is there some reconciling that?
Yeah, in
needed?
23, you didn't spend it yet. It's sitting there. In 24, we will move it. 26 for the building fund shortage, that was the admin's responsibility for the correcting the fee issue. We split it up by department, and so that was required. That was done. It's just showing, it's not showing as a full expense. It should. I'll check that. But again, the bigger picture is the proposed budget amounts will transfer to the capital line.
Okay,
Break out
page,
the-
20, page 26. 99.000 contingency. We've spent $649. You haven't budgeted anything for that.
Manager's discretion, if he wants a contingency here, we can put it back, whatever you want.
Well.
We
he
weren't
just-
using it very
he-
much,
He
yeah.
just mentioned the fact that he may have some upcoming training and some stuff that may pop up that he's, so I don't know if we need to have a contingency. Maybe a couple thousand, $2,000-3,000 in contingency just in case there's no surprises, you know what I'm saying?
My request to the commission would be $3,000 for contingency.
I think that's. fair.
And you see what happened. It was 2,000 or 3,000 and we had a actual event. And when he did the amendment, he specified what he was using, that how he was paying for that. And that was the septic tank. So
So
that's why it got a detail.
Good with
3K?
3,000? Comfortable with 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good.
we had a contingent. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we're good with 3.
All right.
Okay, but
Septic
I've-
tank maintenance, I know, I'm aware of that, because,
Okay, I have a question about that.
That'll be recurring.
no, I know about it, but go ahead.
Okay. We were told, and I thought it was during a meeting, but maybe it was Mario who told me directly, there was a bigger issue with our septic over at Village Hall that was going to eventually need to be addressed. Blank stairs. So has anyone else heard that?
Yeah, what,
And it was this, it was installed backwards or some, it was kind of something major-ish.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember that story.
And
yeah.
it was eventually gonna have to be addressed, and I don't know how imminent whatever was gonna happen was gonna be, but it was something kind of major, and it was a construction error, and it was too late to kind of go back and claim it from the contractor, but we were gonna have to fix it eventually, and
Well, yeah, and so I think first you're gonna have to follow up with that and figure out what the issue is, and then what is it gonna cost to rectify it, because if it's something that's imminent, that's going to, it flows down, our offices, Probably not a good idea, so we.
And I don't know if it was that dire of a situation. I just know that there was something. Did you hear about this?
I remember,
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
the basis of the story is they have periodic backups
Yeah,
and it's
something
because the
connected it
inlet
backwards.
was put in,
Yeah.
the high end was in the wrong side.
Yeah, exactly.
Honey-do list.
How do you like that? Good news.
Yeah.
I can't
I'm
think of
going
a
back
worse-
to
a roof
Wisconsin.
leak would be easier to imagine.
Yeah, I will reach out to Mario to see what we can find. I may need to, depending on what the situation is, have an inspector come out.
Okay. And my part B to that question is, to Paul, is that something that would become part of this capital project?
If that's a decision, absolutely.
Okay.
But I believe the remedy was to just have it pumped out on a frequent basis.
Yeah, quarterly.
So it may be small enough to just solve this way versus the, probably
Then
$70,000 to
fix
dig it up and reshape
Okay,
it.
see, I wasn't clear on all those details. Okay. So here's the discretionary retention fund. Did we not just see that a couple of pages prior? Is it in here twice?
Remember,
is
I
in there.
started
It
at the
is in there.
top and explained it where it
No, I
went.
know, but just a couple slides ago, I thought I saw, unless you
No.
clicked on a slide.
First time I saw it.
I went for it. I didn't see it. I had the same feeling,
Okay.
but I didn't find it on the.
Okay,
I think that's
okay.
what we did. We just started on that
No, I knew
page.
that we had started backward, but just like 3 or 4 minutes ago, there it was. And I'm like, what's that doing there? And then you went to the next. page.
When-
Page 20.
I think he may have,
Is it duplicated, you think?
is it
It is
duplicated?
duplicated. It's
Where
on
is
page
it?
It's on page 20.
And what object code?
49012.
Yep, there it is.
Oh,
See, I
that's-
knew it. It was.
Yeah,
that
it's the
was-
same object code on the last page.
Exactly. Okay.
Good catch. There's your 50,000.
It was already
Yeah,
budget.
just
You did it. You knew we were
everything
gonna come
followed
with
up.
50.
Budget for everything, every other page, and then we always have plenty of money. Okay.
Okay, I'm glad
I will correct that.
Are we does that wrap up admin? Are there any other questions on admin?
Well, I asked this question last year, going backwards, Ed. Are we not going to see an increase from your law firm this year again? No. Okay.
Or we have the discretion?
Moving along before
Two.
Ed changes his mind.
What's after admin, Paul?
Unless
I
you,
have a question.
unless you add more meetings.
That's a direct threat.
I have a question.
On admin?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, is that a,
Well, I don't know if it falls in here, but one of the things, and I'm happy and appreciated that you guys discussed it last meeting, is about the communications part of it. So if we were to consider any technology platform, would it fall under admin? And where would we budget it?
That makes sense.
Yeah, so it would be within the admin budget.
Correct.
All right, so we do have a historic from the previous company we used to do it, and I remember hearing on the previous workshops for last year was around 20,000, if I'm not mistaken. So does it make sense to replicate? Do you want to increase it? What are you guys thinking about? Because
I'm looking for I had put in my first budget request. Because you had an item and I said we should combine yours and mine. Where was it? Let's go back to the last meeting. I mean, the bottom line is I have a strong desire to have money in there, Vero, for communications and we did.
and brand awareness, it was a whole thing about the tagline. I think all of this falls within communication.
One thing, and
Yes.
and I think we need to have a number in there, a decent sized number that we can then have a conversation later and Chris and decide what it's going to be. We don't have to decide now what the execution is,
Correct.
whether it's smoke signals or social media or.
Correct.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree. I think it's part of the role for the manager just to, there are some ideas that we discuss and but that's to be expanded. Now, 20,000 at the time, and I remember this conversation happened as well, that, again, it depends on what we want to do with it, but wasn't enough. There was a conversation about what can we do with 20,000. I can tell you, because that's my side of my experience professionally, you can't do much at all. So I would say at least 50,000 should be budgeted for it. And then again, it's just to put a round number on what needs to happen, but it would include sort of like a revamping of the website. I don't know if you guys discussed this with Mario, but at some point we discussed it and it was needed. together with the branding for the strategic planning that we have to do, communications around that. What platforms are we going to support? We have all these platforms we are not currently using. The printing materials about that. So I think it's fair to say that we could establish a $50,000 budget fund for it. I don't know if it's too much.
Well, the last.
Again, because we come from 20 and I remember not being enough of the time. That's
That 20 was for one specific little thing and it really
I
made,
never understood like what actually went on the
they made 2
20.
flyers for us. They made
Okay,
2
okay.
PDFs, that's it. And a template for the constant contacts that she sends out. They did a template.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, last meeting, we discussed this and we did decide, Jonathan, it was one of my requests. And we did put it in. So where did that end up, Paul? So that's the big question. Where is
I'm
it?
a little lost on what it was called, if you could help me.
Communications, we decided to do a general, put more money in a general communications budget that we would leave very wide open and nebulous, so we could have conversations about it later.
Yeah.
Because remember, Jonathan, I said, is that the meeting that you attended and you were having trouble hearing us or something? Or were you not here at all for the first
No,
budget?
I wasn't in the first budget.
Okay, that's what. it
I heard it at home.
Okay,
So
that's
I
what it
know
was.
you guys
So,
discussed.
Jonathan, remember I said, look, we know that Vero wants social media stuff and
I remember, yeah.
do signs and other things, and let's just all agree to lump something in, and we did agree to put it in.
Yeah,
didn't see
I
it in
missed
here.
it as
It
a
was, it wasn't
consensus.
discussed an amount. That's what I brought up. Like a conversation happened, but I think there was consensus that we were gonna do it, but there wasn't a number in place. And that's why I started with, historically what I know. I'm saying 50.
I'll agree with 50.
And just, again, it's a placeholder. I know the app that I suggested was around the $5,000. Again, what we did for 20 wasn't
Decide all-
enough.
All that's a conversation for other days, but yes, I'll agree with that.
Okay,
Very much so.
thank you.
Seeing a
I'll agree. I
consensus.
know how much websites actually cost.
Well, look, guys, this website is new. It's only like less than 2 years old.
Right, if we're considering revamping, changing things,
Yes.
websites.
We have
are
a
actually
contract
probably-
with them and conversation for another day, but we also have a communications platform that we paid extra for through the website that wasn't used. So you're right. We have this conversation. We have
have-
all these tools already that we're not utilizing,
Correct.
and we need to have a bigger conversation about all of that.
Yes. And the strategic plan was not even part of this conversation before. So that's an added item, a big one. Okay, thank you.
The 50 works for me unless somebody.
And
thinks
I
it's
want to make
more.
sure I label it correctly, website communications
We'll
and
just call it communication.
communication.
Do we want to lump that into object code 48 promotional activities?
See,
Page
that's-
19 of 26?
Is that the pizza fund?
That's the pizza fund.
I think that's more like an kind of, I think that's more
yeah.
you over
Probably lives on
there.
its own.
Yeah,
there
I think
was-
it should be up under,
31
what is it? 30?
professional services. Because you're going to outsource this. So that makes
Well, it
sense.
depends, but yeah, I mean, we have public communications there now. What is
Yeah.
that item?
That's the constant contact, I believe.
Yeah, the
No,
email
constant
blast.
contact, constant contact is elsewhere in here.
That's in 41
later.
was-
communications.
This is.
Sorry, bad
Okay.
guess.
I-
That's what I thought this line item was, like the email blast. So,
No, constant contact is else, the constant contact is detailed later on. It's in, we saw it. There it is. It's in 41. It's 41,010, a couple of pages after.
No, you're right. It's only $500.
$500.
so what's
thought
under
it was more
public
expensive.
communication?
So public communications, I think, is for the other things. So I think we increased that one, Vero.
Yeah.
$50,000.
Yeah.
So it's only we just saved $3,000.
I just would be curious to see where we had already spent almost $8,700. Like what falls into that?
Are you back up to 31?
Yeah, because you're still pending 5 months of expenses, so that could easily eat up, 15 grand out of the 50 we're already budgeting for. And I don't know what that would be. I don't understand what public.
Well,
communications-
we wouldn't go back and eat it up like that, but yes, I agree with you. But
Okay.
we budgeted 3 and spent 88 through May, so.
So to
So
be
I'm saying-
clear, the public communications line, we're going to go to 50.
Correct.
Well,
But I would,
that's a good
yeah.
question.
So what I'm saying is right now you have already spent almost 9.
Yeah.
It was budgeted 3,000 and I don't know what the 9 entails or what that was used for.
Because you had a writer, like a communications writer that was doing something as a contract for you and he canceled it. I remember that. I don't,
It wasn't for this year.
That wasn't for this year.
yeah, I don't,
We nixed that in last year's budget.
Yeah.
I remember pushing to have that canceled from that because it
This be-
wasn't money well spent. So
This be for the website?
no,
No.
Shante, you don't remember that?
So what I'm
I
saying.
have to
is
research it,
I
yeah.
would just added 50 additional to whatever this item is, so
If
that we're
it's a
not
legit,
eating up.
yeah.
Yes.
Let's find out what that is.
I'll crunch it and make a discretionary call whether it's added or inclusive.
I'd be really interested to know what that 8778 spent through the end of May is.
Don't know, sorry.
Because I know what it's not. It's not things like the trash thing, because the trash vendor paid for that. They paid for a couple of those things, so we got that stuff for free.
All right, you let us know, Paul. Thank you.
Gladly.
Thanks, Paul.
That's
Right, if that,
Let me see, I'm sorry, before we, I think that was my. Oh, did we talk about the grant writer, increasing the grant writer? We did, and
Was it a budget assigned to increase it for?
yeah, so did we talk about increasing that again? Because we increased it, and it wasn't increased in here?
it went,
About
yeah, the
increasing-
amended amount was 30,000, so
Which
What item
item?
is that? What?
it's under 31, under professional
So.
in green.
Yes.
Under 30, so. Well, this current year it's 30, look at on object code 31. This year, it's $30,000 and
17,000.
17, but we have a bunch of stuff out. So,
It's an ongoing consulting relationship and it's fairly flat is how I'm seeing it, just in my snapshot, but there's the other part to the grant writer is he actually offered to us more of a project role also, so he can get you the grant money and then continue with it. And that was an idea that
Well,
the
we
manager
already-
might
we
want to
already
look at
approved
when you sort out the public works, consulting role. Some of it might be a lot cheaper to use the grant writer to bird dog some of these projects, because the consultants using qualified engineers, and that's much more expensive. So it's something to think about.
I'm confused, we're talking apples and oranges.
The grant writer, when he gets you a grant to build a building, for instance, you're paying an engineer to design, blah, 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 but you also pay project manager as a
We
consultant.
already,
He
we already
can offer,
approved that.
yeah, but the grant writer can do that job as
What
well.
I'm saying is we already, when Mario came back to us and talked to us about this particular grant writer, we agreed that it wasn't just for the writing of the grants, it was for the administering and all the.
Yeah, so
other
when a
things.
project's in front of the manager, he has a choice of, he has a bench of talent
Yeah.
in the grant writer. I guess I'm repeating what you already know, but it's more economical in some cases.
What I'm saying is we already agreed to that. So that
Yeah.
is part of the contract that we have with the grant.
But it's not a cost. It's
Yeah,
something
yeah.
you choose.
It wasn't just for writing grants.
It was for-
Managing and all of that. So we already have that. My question is, in the current fiscal year's budget, we have 30,000 for a grant writer. And for next fiscal year that we're talking about, it's still 30. I thought we had talked about increasing that amount. No?
But what is a like, how will we assign a budget? How much more and why?
For the writing and administering and managing of all the projects.
But that is included in the 30, right?
Right, exactly.
Because if you're saying the conversation was that it needed to be raised.
Or a grant.
Okay, so that's that. So is it? I'm wondering, like, to the investment that you do, what is the result that we get?
The return.
The return, thank you. Do we have some sort of an analysis to it? No.
Most of this is.
Pretty new.
So we could invest 15 grand and still get the same. That is a concern, right?
I mean,
If I'm not mistaken, the grant writer charges the agreement just for a fixed number of submissions. Is that correct?
that makes sense, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's research. I've heard.
It's a team, yeah.
They are researching for opportunities. Writing the grants that the manager approves for them to go after, and there's a long list of them. And then if we get the grant, then administering and managing the whole thing.
So,
All the paperwork that comes behind it and all of that.
so maybe there is a detail in the contract that we don't know. Paul, if you're saying there's a certain amount that it can be done, that we're currently getting, then there is a very prorated number to, let's try 10 more. So that would be 1,000.
It would
15,
scale. is
you
what
know,
it-
at
yeah.
scale,
Mhm.
something like that. We will need to see the details of the contract.
The reason I brought it up was I thought we had already talked about increasing it and I didn't see anything.
So just for moving forward effects, should we allocate 20% additionally to to the 30? I
So
mean.
another
if we're going
6,000.
Around 6,000 more. The only reason I'm saying 20 is that's the additional we have in revenue overall. So just to apply the same coherence, if we have 20% more money, then we can have 20% more grant writing.
If you guys want to increase it, I'll support that. I was just reminding us that I thought we agreed to.
Yeah.
Numbers not reflected in.
Yeah, now,
I,
now that I think about it, I think that we talked about it for 2023 increasing it, but I don't remember for, I mean, yeah, we talked about it our last budget, but not for.
And we did increase it.
Yeah,
it
but
went
not for
from
this
10
budget. We haven't, I don't think we've discussed increasing it for this budget until now.
Okay.
I think.
Would anyone like to discuss that? Sounds like you would, Vera.
no, I'm all for it. Again, I don't know how to determine how much and without a risk. So for me, it's a
Kind of a gamble,
bet.
right?
It's a safe bet to put 20% because that's a rational for added revenue into a place where we hopefully can get more money out of, you know?
The idea.
I don't think we have enough information to be able. to
I
make a
agree.
Decision.
It's not like a icky, yeah.
Kind of like a little.
And another way to look at it might also be to think of capital projects and you could pad those decisions with a grant cost element. So you could roll it in there and have plenty of time to play with that. If that makes sense.
I think at this stage, that probably makes more sense.
Yeah, let it live where it
Well, if we
Yeah.
don't know how much additional cost we're getting or and what the return on that addition is, then it's kind of arbitrary to bump that number up
I
right
just
now.
keep hearing grant, we should get a grant for that. We should get a grant for that. It was the police car you brought up last time, Jonathan, and I was kind of hoping I'd hear again in their conversation. I'm not pointing you out for that. I'm just saying, I hear grant all the time and it's like, there's grant opportunities for that. There's grant opportunities
Yeah.
for that. It's like, oh.
It doesn't
Well,
look
in the
like we're
case of-
Going
taking
forward,
advantage of that
it's-
already.
So in addition to that comment, just to talk to Chris about it, maybe the idea is a cost benefit analysis is happening all the time. So when you find about a grant is a highly likely, highly unlikely, that sort of analysis happens organically all the time.
Mhm.
So
And then the reality of which type of grants and then we have to match. Do we
yeah, then
match?
there's the pain of having to contribute. Yeah.
So we've
And
had
that's where the
this,
capital piece would come.
we've had this grant writer this year.
Yeah.
So what was the total of grants that we've gotten so
The-
far this year?
The one we're working with already was plus 85,000.
Plus 85.
And there's another one of a plus 130, I believe. So so far, so good. Yeah. There was a grant decision on the safe streets that I think I talked to a few of you that might have been a poor choice because it turns out the metric was fatalities on the roadways was a big element. And I'm like, well, you don't have that data. So should we withdraw? And they said, we'll wrap it up in, right away. We're already done so much work. Maybe we won't get it. Like the work was done. But
so
that's the sort of judgment call that is managerial.
So far, we've had it, we've got a great ROI. I mean,
You're-
so it just makes sense to push it as far as, we can potentially can.
The question is what you buy with like 20% more? Is it 10 more? Like
That's-
but I think we don't have that information to
Some
make that decision.
grants they
Yeah,
cover what it's worth.
So-
I don't know.
Yeah, so let's make again, this is a guesstimate and we don't have enough information to make that, a set goal right now, but how do you guys feel with the 20% extra? So there will be
Well-
an additional 6,000.
Well, Paul's saying what we could do is you could keep that, tell me if I'm saying this correctly, we could keep this number the way it is and the money that's in the capital fund, the capital project fund,
Will
some of that money could be used to fund additional grants.
Yeah, you have a $50,000 project, you make it 55,000 and you pay the grant writer to get
That's-
grant money.
Yeah,
That's
so if there's
So you
something in
pad
there,
projects to include grant effort.
We just need to make the note that that's also for grant, because we have a specific line for grants that we.
Yeah, and that's a
remember
mistake
that's
for
part
capital
of-
it's not a mistake. This is an improvement way to
Okay.
package it so you see it all together.
Okay.
So I like that a little bit. This is fine, as we are, but new grants that aren't in the current contract allotment, let's look at it that way and maybe ultimately we move them all over.
so pickleball, for example, it's gonna be a capital project and we could say, we found a pickleball grant. Probably is one, some kind of recreation grant or something, who knows? There probably is something. And part of our pickleball budget would be for the grant to get money to pay for the pickleball project.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Maybe, yeah, rather than just kind of increasing it without really any idea what that's going to bring to us, it makes.
Exactly.
at
Makes
this point
sense.
to-
Kind of tie it to those projects. So maybe we should just leave, in other words, leave this the way it is and
Perfect.
know that Chris can do that as well.
I would leave this as it is. The reason is some of this may include searching for grants with him coming to us or they coming to us saying, these are some things that we could do. I would hate to cut it for that reason, but
Yes,
then anything that is above and
I don't think we're
beyond.
considering cutting it, so.
perfect, Chris.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right, so if we have no other topics on admin. Paul, what's our next one? I know we went over, police we already talked about, right?
Yeah, the three that I've given you an umbrella on is code, public works, parks, and it's actually four, and building all have a pretty significant analytical managerial analysis
Mm.
to be performed. And so my view is the current places should be held, and
Sorry, Paul, I'm lost. I'm trying to follow you. What page are you on?
yeah, in my earlier presentation, there are four departments that do not have a lot of detail on purpose because there's a lengthy managerial analysis due. My recommendation is leave them as presented,
Mhm.
and at adoption, should the manager find an opportunity to reduce them.
Yeah.
He present that. And
Is one of them code?
yes,
I
yeah,
would like to open.
code will
code.
only be going down.
I would like to talk about code.
Okay.
I want to talk about code.
Yeah, that was my that was my overview. It's up to you
Let's
all
open
now.
up Code and
Yeah.
have a conversation about.
Same.
All right, so then we did admin, we did police, so let's look at code.
Code.
And yeah, and then I wanted to talk about,
Parks and Rec.
thank you. I was missing one in my mind. I'm like,
We're gonna talk about the rest and public.
yes,
Yeah, we gotta talk about.
yes. Okay, let's go each one.
Some
It
code,
was just a shift in strategy, if you will.
So I guess the first page here is salaries. and I know that. Talk about that, right?
Yeah, I want to definitely address salaries and code. So, first of all, this has all gotten kind of fuzzy and it's probably me not understanding it all, but we had two code employees. It didn't work out. We lost some people. We contracted Cap and they sent Doreen in here, who's done a really nice job for us, and it's cost us a lot of money. And here's the part that I would like someone to tell me I understood it correctly. Her job was to not come in here and run our code department. Her job was to come in here and fix our code department. And she was going to get it all cleaned up and clean up that horrible backlog of all the cases and all the things that were not filed properly and get cases thrown out and get us back to a clean starting point, which I think we kind of are, our code board chairs here. But also to put procedures in place that code could become, we could run it on our own with our own staff that we would be hiring. That seems to be dragging on, and I thought we would be at that point already, that we would have our own code people. And the end of this little speech is, I don't think we have enough in here for salaries for these people to get good people and to keep them. So I think we need to look at the code salaries and this whole current situation of what's going on, because I thought it was going to be handed off to us by now. That was my understanding.
I have a quick question here in 31.000 on page 8. Where it says professional services and you have $104,000 spent, you have $156,000 budgeted. Is that the person that's currently working now?
That's the contracted services to be the code officer, correct?
So That
There's one salaried staff person or hourly staff person, and there's one contractor currently.
Wait.
You have
So-
one of each.
Is Doreen and
Doreen is
Luciano?
is the manager and the
And Luciano is,
professional services.
So can we flip through it? Can you go to the salary page?
Oh, yeah.
So the code compliance supervisor is an open position right now. And the code compliance officer is Luciano.
yeah,
Yes,
Correct.
Okay,
Hey.
so we don't have that first position filled, but.
You're contracting for
But
it,
we're
correct?
contracting for it several pages later at that much higher amount.
Here's my question and it relates back to this. Professional services, which is on page 8.
Can you jump to that one?
Yes.
mhm,
Right?
Yeah.
Where you've already spent $104,500 through May.
Correct.
You have $156,000 budget. That I am assuming is
A full year. That would be the full year
156.
cost if you didn't change anything.
for the cap person,
Correct.
Correct.
not for our officers.
No,
Your officer is
Okay, so.
above.
That's on 12.
Here's my question. So you have $156,000 budgeted, right? If this person goes away for whatever reason, that $156,000
Goes
moves
away.
somewhere else.
Or goes way down, yeah,
Goes away.
or down, yeah.
Right.
It would
Why would
shift
it-
up to you fill the position up above, it adjusts.
It would disappear. What he's saying is if we ended this relationship now, that would go to zero and we'd be paying our two salaried employees.
Correct.
Okay, now I know where
Which-
you're going with this.
Right. So with $156,000 and we already have money budgeted out for salaries, right? You know, in my humble opinion, 2 code officers is insufficient. Okay, and I'll tell you why. Weekends here is a zoo. I mean, we have people doing, I had at 7 o'clock in the morning, 12 concrete trucks on Griffin Boulevard. At 7 o'clock in the morning, we have an ordinance that says you're not allowed to do any work on Sunday. Saturday is the same thing, you know, so.
It's a free for all on the weekends.
Exactly. So we need, in my humble opinion, a minimum of 3 code officers. And I don't know if they're all 3 full-time, if one is part-time. I don't know that. We need to talk about that. But we definitely need coverage here on weekends.
We need to pay more.
We need to pay more. I agree. But right now we have $156,000 we have currently budgeted that we can play with to add an additional person and increase this and save money.
Yeah, the ultimate force laydown.
So let's say you hire a
be
part-time,
three, yeah.
code officer, and again, this is something that we can talk about, Chris. And not 40 hours a week, but, covers some nights, covers some
Weekends,
weekends,
yeah.
whatever. And we increase this, I think makes sense to me.
Or if you have 3 full-time employees in the department, a supervisor and 2 officers, and they work staggered.
Schedule,
shifts.
yeah, because it's hard to
So
find a
some of them are here
part-time.
early because
code
there are
enforcement.
people starting work at 6 in the morning. So if there were if some work 6 to 3 and some work
There is
12 to
no,
8 and
Yeah.
some worked weekends.
there's no way you can cover this village with 2 code officers. There's just.
So thank you very much. I agree. I'll support you 100% on that.
I just have a question here. So we have an open position. So code compliance supervisor, there's no one.
There's no employee there.
employee.
It's a contractor
It's-
down
it's this
under,
person that's costing us $156,000 a year
yeah, which is,
through her company. That's not what she earns.
That's not her.
What we.
that's our costs.
That's the ring, right? So
Yep.
we're paying through CAP. And so my question is, then we have Luciano as the officer. And so this 54, we're not spending, is that what we're saying? I'm reading it wrong?
It was filled for a little bit during the year. Yeah.
And then it got vacant, so it's
Correct.
currently open.
But you don't have any expenditure on the code officer. Why? And we have a code officer.
Yeah, what I'm guessing, and I was pulling that up, it looks like it's just allocated to the wrong line.
Okay,
Yeah, but they're both, it's definitely in here. I got the wrong spreadsheet.
so in essence, we budgeted for a supervisor and 2 full-time employees. But we currently have,
We budget for 1 supervisor and 1 employee.
but we have supervisor office, okay.
Yeah.
Plus the professional services. That's the part that I don't. understand
We have
it.
a supervisor.
Yeah.
And an officer who reports to the supervisor.
Correct.
We have the officer in place. The supervisor position is vacant. We're using from the other page, the contracted person
Okay,
to do the duties of that job and to more than that, to write our ship in the code department. She's writing policies and getting everything set up and she's running the meetings and
yes.
trying to get our code department functioning so she can hand it off to us.
I have another quick question about this professional services, right? So we didn't budget anything
No.
for it in 2023. Where did that $104,500 come from?
I don't know
Yes.
exactly how it was packaged under Mario, but part of this department does have a offsetting revenue through the building
Through
department.
the building.
So it balances.
It's
So
capped our
that's-
building.
That's how he did it.
So,
This is an extra service that they offer. So we're contracted, if I'm correct,
Yep.
we're contracted through the building fund to cap. And then Mario said, hey, we need help with code. And they said, we can provide that to you. So it's contracted through a building. Now, is any of that money coming from the building? fund?
Yes, there is.
So some of the money.
Yeah, it's offsetting.
We need, look, bottom line is, in my opinion, this might be a simplistic way to look at it. We need to decide when we're gonna wean ourselves off of cap code, we'll call it, and get off of that, and we need to fully fund and hire staff and manage our own code department again.
And my question to that is, what is a full budget to do that? Is it the sum of 156 plus the 97?
And that's why I used the term management analysis to be
Right.
determined. I don't know. I can guess off the top of my head that if you're comfortable with this as a placeholder amount as you're operating, you sunset the contractor down by October 1, replacing with staff employees.
I don't know that we can do it by
So,
October 1.
Pick your own date. Yeah, I just, the
This-
Maybe
concept,
January 1 is the
Yeah.
earliest.
idea
say
that's-
January 1. I like that.
The
Yeah.
idea that's being proposed is presupposing that we cut off the cap, right? And then roll that money back into our full-time people. But again, that presupposes
know
that
that we
they are
can
ready
roll
to take.
So-
that money.
entirely.
The initial, that I proposed to get things moving in the right direction, because you guys have heard me say, what, what are we doing here? And I understand it better and saw the offset in the building department. So I directed CAP to come back to us with a sunset and transition plan to do, I didn't say replace with our employees. I actually anticipated that they might be better at staffing it
Mhm.
because for us to hire, train and replace a person, when they do it in multiple municipalities, my instinct was that they have a bench and a capability that we'll never have.
Yeah.
And it might be an analysis that comes back to us that it's better to keep contracting it because we won't have a gap. And what happens here, and you've heard this before, you lose institutional knowledge in a grand fashion with one person leaving. And that's our reality. So,
He's right about that.
something to think of.
And that's what's gonna be my next point. So have we ever, so if we have $356,000.
You have a placeholder to solve this problem one way. You already know what it would
I
cost to
think we
do
have a
with a contract.
placeholder and we can also save money.
I mean, hold on. So if we do, let's just to continue with my train of thought and finish it. So if we do have $256,000, is it more efficient for us to use that in-house or contracted and outsource the entire thing?
But here's the trick to that. Because we're using CAP, we're allowed to dip into the building fund.
No, code enforcement has an element in building
No,
that's
but I'm talking,
legitimate.
I'm talking about the current.
There's a
personnel.
synergy. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, aren't we paying a certain, either a portion of or fully out of the building fund for the supervisor that CAP is providing?
It's a percentage.
It's a percentage, whatever that.
Yeah.
But if we hire from within, we cannot use the building fund for that.
No, it's very common to have the building fund pay back code enforcement because they benefit from that person. They're enforcing a lot of,
Department.
there are things that you could have a building fund code enforcement officer and lives entirely in that
Mario
fund.
always told me you can't use the building fund money other than for the building department.
Code enforcement is an element of building. You could define a role in that department. What we're doing is we know the person, because we're small, they wear two hats in essence, code enforcement for building, code enforcement for everything else. It's hard to separate and I think it's a legitimate approach.
Because if I'm correct, the building department, there are code issues that come up. in
Yeah,
building at a
they're almost
construction site.
synonymous with
Yeah.
their job. So
Yeah.
it's,
There's an overlap there and that overlap can be funded that way. So here's what I'm thinking, guys. I want to go back to what Art said earlier. I think when I look at these numbers, when I'm looking at 98,000, let's say budgeted right now for 2 code salaries, right? And 156 for cap. So that's $256,000.
Mhm.
I'm going to use very round numbers, $250,000. I think there's a way that we take the cap money, we put it in here and we can make 3 positions all at higher salaries and still have a $50,000 savings.
But again, in my understanding was when I spoke to Doreen about this was the same thing, that we were going to get a proposal from CAP on winding this down and getting it to the point where they are ready to hand it off.
Right.
I'm not saying you're wrong,
We have
and
to budget for it.
eventually that makes a lot of sense to create more permanent positions that are better well paid here. But again, the idea being that they were helping train and prepare best practices and get them ready to do that. If they're not ready to do that, I think that this is probably a premature conversation.
Except we have to budget now.
So
So how do,
talking about a placeholder.
We're not hiring. we
yeah,
just
so
budget.
Yeah.
the decision from staff finance was to show you what it would cost to continue on your path as you are right now, knowing that the ultimate plan will only be at or lower than that. And that's the idea.
So here's a question. So if professional services is directly associated with code, right? why can't we just put it under in the salary portion, right? And if in 6 months from now, we no longer need cap to run our code department, that money's already there to just hire another person.
I mean, the money's within the department, so the money, Chris can move the money around within the department however he
Yeah, it-
chooses. That he can do
That's the
anyway.
idea is you have this amount of money
Yeah.
holding a spot. How it gets reshaped and reallocated is a subject to the negotiations, to
department.
input,
Right.
to.
So really, we don't know how long this process is going to take, right? It
Right.
could take 3 months, it could take 6 months. We don't know because
She was
we
in.
have
here
to hire the
recently, I asked
people.
her where she stood on that, and she said she was getting, I thought she said she was getting close to it being done.
Yeah, but we only literally have one person. So
I know,
that
but we haven't
one
even,
person that we're giving all the knowledge to. So now we have to hire 2 more people. We have to train them.
and all of that.
We have to onboard them.
We cross over there, so she's here to do it. That's what I'm saying.
The
So,
overlap, yeah.
yeah, so,
If I could,
but we've never even tried to hire the people. Since the day we said we'll use CAP to do this, there was no effort to hire anybody.
Can I also add to that? I mean, Doreen is an stellar employee. She's doing amazing. We get a feedback from.
Yeah, she has
her, and she's
exceptional background.
exceptional.
Yep.
That comes with a
That's good.
cost. So the people that we probably hire will be more entry level within the budget that we have. And that was one concern. And the other part
Assumedly,
is it even enough? Like, how do we measure what we need? That's where I'm at right now, because to the point of Doreen leaving us with one employee now and the potential of hiring 2 more, are we saying now this department should be fixed if we have 4? Do we need 5?
I don't
I
think
mean-
we know in
Okay.
today's session. And I think the research, and Chris had, sorry,
Yeah,
you had a point.
I'm gonna jump in. I got this. Code is extremely important. My grand vision, just looking at this from the little bit that I've seen so far, is to have 4 full-time equivalents. So that would probably be 3 full-timers and 2 part-timers. I think to answer all of these questions, the first thing that I need to do is hire that supervisor. Without having that supervisor in place, I won't have anybody who can look at the policies and procedures that Doreen has created.
Discriminate him and.
Right.
yes,
So my
To do that, we need to give you more than $50,336.
Exactly,
So I think we need.
Right.
To give that a significant kick in the ass up.
yes.
He can do what he's asking us to be able. to
And that's why I was
My-
asking, because it seems when you think about that, so what's enough, to your point of then spreading around, you're gonna need a higher sort of a tier of a professional to start with.
Correct.
So maybe we don't have enough money.
Paul, do you-
My recommendation on that, I apologize, go ahead.
No, I just finish, your recommendation.
My recommendation on that would be to bump the supervisor's salary to, I would say 70. Let's see, along those lines,
I was going to ask Paul if you had some sort of numbers comparable to the ones that you had.
not that,
We could,
Yeah.
we can pull the salary survey
Yeah.
for that position. Yeah.
not that that's what we would necessarily use, but for budgeting purposes, we would have that in there. My goal is within the next fiscal year to have phased, if it's feasible, to have phased out cap in this role. We would slowly be taking it over. We would be working within the existing financial confines of the 24 fiscal budget. And then at that point, at this point next year, we will be able to make that final budget decision just to enter agreement with them.
That all sounds great. We need to do that.
Well, we need the 70.
We need more money.
Right.
We need 3 positions built in here and higher salaries so you can, when you,
You're ready.
this runs us through September, end of September of next
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, so
we need
the
3
150,
positions in here, we need salaries in place for them, knowing we're not going to be spending that money for a while.
You meant, you
Jonathan's
said 3
point,
positions.
Based on some kind of reality that we don't have. Right.
So Chris, you mentioned 3 positions and 2 part-timers.
Yeah, we would have 3 full-timers and 2 part-timers. We would essentially be adding 2 full-time equivalents, 2
Yeah, and
FTEs to the
the math
department.
is right there in front of you.
Right.
It's $240,000. That's $80,000 for all 3 positions.
Okay,
When you pull benefits, that would stagger them almost perfectly, where you'd have 1 at 80 into at 50, 60.
Okay,
So the math is there right in front of you.
I think to be safe with our money, I think we should leave the cap money exactly as it is in place so he can continue functioning our code department. But we need to put the other positions in here, set some salaries so they're in there as well, knowing we're not going to spend that money. And then as he makes the transition happen, one number will start going down while the other ones go up when he hires employees, but we've got to give him the space to do
The
it. in
the
here, or he-
labeling.
Or he can't do it, yeah. So I think there should be, for fiscal 24,
Mhm.
if I'm understanding you correctly, we should have a supervisor and 2 officers for fiscal 2024, but keep the cap money in place and give you decent salaries in here, like let's say 80 and 60 and 60 or something,
Mhm.
just for placeholders for now, so he can get started on all of this.
So you need to add the 50 something, you're saying.
Yeah, so increase the supervisor. I'm just gonna throw numbers out here. Jonathan, I agree with you that we should base it.
We need research, yeah.
For argument's sake, put the supervisor at 80, 2 officers at 60 each. But keep cap what it is so he can continue to function. We're just gonna increase the code department, knowing that over the course of fiscal 24, it's gonna go.
We're winding down the.
Yeah, but what you're doing
We're gonna
is you're,
wind down
you're,
and wind up.
Yeah.
you're gonna create either, you're gonna have to pull revenue to balance, because you have to have balanced budget.
Yeah.
So if you leave it as is, we notate what you described, that will happen
You're
naturally.
leaving the money in the department to be reallocated later.
Yeah.
correct?
Am I hearing it right?
But we'll have these 3 people listed here with salaries.
Yeah, it's labeling and notation,
Yes.
but the math and the dollars should not change because it almost hits exactly what you said. So we're good.
Yeah, we don't have to add any funds to this budget to make
that
this plan
happen.
happen.
You
Yeah.
don't have to put numbers in there?
Yeah, no, if you put the numbers in, you have to allocate them.
Then you
And
have.
yeah, you don't do that. You don't want to do that because it's
Then you
here.
have to increase your revenue.
Yeah, so it's literally labeling. And you'll accomplish it because it's exactly 240,000. That'll hit all 3, 3 positions, right?
Well, then why
You're
don't we
there.
put the 3 positions in here with the 3,000 and decrease cap accordingly in this budget? So the total number stays the same, but put more here and decrease cap. knowing
Yes, he
that-
can do that. That he's saying he won't, he would
Yeah,
have
you
the
need to code, you
flexibility
need to
do
code
that.
things at how you spend them. And so you're going to spend it on cap. It's a professional service. So you have to leave it.
Will you be able to hire people at salaries that we haven't budgeted for and use the cap money to do it? If we have a position here that that says $47,500 and you hire someone and it's going to cost you 60 to hire that person, can you do that if it's not in the budget? Can you use the cap money to do it?
I
As
understood you could, right? You
The
could.
short answer is yes.
long as you can do it. I
And
would like to see them here, though.
you didn't see me do this, but while you were talking, I looked it up and the 2 positions are inverted.
Okay.
So the title should be charged to not the supervisor. So I got that fixed so that what's missing, you're
Oh, the
wondering.
31,
Yeah,
oh,
so
nine,
that's
six,
fixed.
okay.
That I'll get that fixed.
Okay.
But the thing that keeps coming to us is we don't have a code assigned to positions so that these things match, and I'll fix that. That's a missing.
And obviously that's going to affect FICA retirement.
Yeah.
Well, then,
Yeah, and that's actually why the salary lines went down,
Yeah.
is because the previous person who retired had a very high cost factor, and so
got it.
that'll work out.
Can I just ask, Janie, do you have a comment on this? How do you feel about, again, because you voice, of course. I mean, I'm saying of course.
It's probably good for me to get the blood moving.
Thank you. Yes, I do, as a matter of fact. First of all, Chris, I can't thank you enough. I mean, to come forward with a plan and a thought process already in place. I so appreciate that. I mean, and I think your plan makes incredible sense. However, I would ask that you all not discount what, Paul, if I understood you correctly, you suggested. Going back to probably 2009, 2010, give or take, we had 2 code officers. They were both from CAP. They were excellent. So much so that one went on to Miami Beach to make more money, but one ended up being the assistant here who oversaw public works and code, went up to North Miami Beach as assistant manager. That's a long way of saying quality employee.
Yeah.
So while I really like what you presented, and I think that's probably the way I'll end up going, but I would ask you also to explore CAP because they have
Outsourcing.
provided incredible services. And they're always going to be up to date with the training. It won't be the village's responsibility, small staff though we have, as to who oversees them, who makes sure the training's going on, who makes sure the policies and procedures are being followed.
Yes.
So it probably is a
Appreciate
good
it.
way to go. Again, just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I know we have a
Thank you.
apparently a very good relationship with CAP, but there are also other companies that do outsourcing for code that, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, should be explored if we're gonna explore. I mean, if something is gonna cost us $256,000 as opposed to $200,000, I mean, we should also look at you know, other alternatives besides.
And if our relationship with Cap ends for whatever reason, then we can't, all of a sudden, we're without, that's the other thing. When a contract ends with a vendor and they, you know, we don't negotiate something that they're happy with and it ends, which happened with our last company, remember? They left us.
Yeah.
We didn't break up with we didn't, what were they called? I've blocked their name already.
Calvin Giordano.
Calvin Giordano. We didn't break up with Calvin Giordano. They dumped us.
Yeah.
So we get dumped by Cap and all of a sudden one day we don't have a code department.
Well,
That's the downside.
I think that's part of the analysis. Yeah, what was the and the balance sheet at the end look like? Did we get the service? Was it because we were expecting more and wasn't it write it in the contract? But like, I don't understand the details, but I would love to explore what it would be to.
It was the
outsource it.
building side that
Because
pulled
then you're
pulled
not
them out of
dealing-
it.
I mean,
Yeah.
this is, Janie, you couldn't have said it any better. I mean, at the end of the day, then you're relying on a company to provide the training and the expertise and the years of service. And that's one thing to consider that could take us years to then also the supervisor stand up and go for a better job for 10% more. I mean, we always, run with the
Employee of
risk.
Cap could leave that company and then if Doreen quit Cap today, we don't have Doreen either.
Yeah.
So that can, so all of these things can still happen. And we lost the other company because of the building side of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, it's really the building side and the code is the add-on. So it's not a code contract, it's a building contract.
Yeah.
And code's the extra thing that we get from them,
So I just think.
not what they're really contracted for.
So are we, just to this analysis is something, Chris, I like your plan and this is looking at one side of it, which will be in-house. Is there a way to look into what would be if we outsource it?
Yeah, of course, we can put out a request for proposal. I don't know what the terms of our current contract are. I'll have to double check. But
Yeah,
we
there's
can put out that
CCNA,
proposal.
so you have a lot.
You've got, contract goes through, 2025. And you've got 2 one-year options on behalf of the village.
For Cap, you mean, Ed?
Is that calendar 25?
But we're not obligated to the code services in that contract. It's a building contract and we went back to them and said add-on code. So if we moved away from the code portion of the agreement, we still have a building contract with Cap. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Because it was originally, they were the building company and Mario went to them and hired them for code as well. They were already our building firm when this happened. Am I remembering this? Art? Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so if we said, Cap, thank you very much for your code services, but we're gonna take it in-house. But, and look, and they know the intent was always to take it in.
All the services are à la carte.
I know that, okay. Gotcha, okay.
Yeah.
So where do we stand on this?
I think that for the purposes of this conversation, we've set a number through which Chris can manipulate, which is not the right word, but work to design a full-time employee, part-time employee system, or maybe explore a hybrid system with Cap. But I think for the purposes of this conversation, we have a number and we're giving Chris some managerial discretion.
And the number
Decide
is
how to
the
affect-
total of these 2 pages.
As presented.
Do we want to add a third employee on this page? So there's a placeholder there for it, just to show our intent to,
I don't think we need to, I think is what he's telling.
I understand that, but do you think it shows intent on our part? That's what I'm saying.
Pros and cons of doing that. I can articulate it. We can scratch through it between now and final adoption to your satisfaction. Is that?
I think it's necessary. And if we go down the Cap route, then we go down the Cap route. But if we decide we want to do this internal, we already have it, a placeholder.
Yeah, I just think it shows intent and a direction that we're.
So we can have a consensus that it's notated as described, the 3 FTE equivalents. I'll put that in there.
Perfect, yes.
I
And
don't want to dictate
transition
how
plan.
Chris chooses to do this though. So
but-
the understanding
It's
that
not-
this is a placeholder.
yeah,
As,
how would you like to do it?
yeah, as Paul said, we don't have individual position IDs. So we can change this throughout the cycle as we need to.
Then why don't we do this? Why don't we make this a code compliance supervisor, code compliance officer, code compliance officer? Take the salaries away for each one of them altogether, and at the regular salaries line, put $100,000 up there.
Yeah.
And don't detail it for the.
Leave it
employees.
unbroken
List
out.
3
yeah.
employees, regular salaries, $100,000, list 3 people underneath it at 0. And that way it shows, well, that's what it is now.
That's why you have it.
$1,000 now.
Yeah, because the remainder of it is down below
Right.
and under professional services.
List the 3 people, keep the 100,000, know that the 156.
We have one of them
go back-
full. So
List open
Yeah, I don't-
positions and
So
put the
the
total
other way-
allocation.
Just give it a flat $100,000 on this page.
yeah, I have to leave the one person that's in there.
Yeah.
We'll properly align that.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. He
Yeah, we
just-
don't
I
wanna
forgot. Okay, I'm sorry.
Erase
I'm
their
sorry, sorry.
position.
So yeah, so list.
Makes for
list-
bad accounting.
yeah. So
Real
list
quick.
him and then the other 2 at 0 and put a total up there and let it go.
Is that
And
okay?
then Chris has
Is that what
complete.
Sometimes some of it's
perspective,
optics, you know.
Does it work for you, Paul, from your perspective?
The accounting part is, I just defended that effectively, I believe. The optics are really Chris's decision, how he wants, so.
If it's
you-
within Chris's intention, then
Absolutely.
Okay,
from this to
Do the rest of code.
code enforcement. Where we moved that, I think we moved on. I think that brings us to page 9. Since that moves us past page
That was
8.
the big conversation. So
Well, the professional services was 8. Was there anything before that that anyone wanted to discuss?
why is unemployment 0?
sorry, I don't know. I
Page
just
7,
Probably somewhere.
Yeah, what page is that? I'm sorry.
It's the next page.
7. It's line item 25.
Yeah, one
Code
more.
25.
Keep going. 'Cause all of these things just kind of go along for the ride. Workman's comp.
Workers'
I think
comp,
it's-
that's-
it's the
that
next
seems
one.
really high,
There it is.
actually, yeah. Good question. I don't know.
What should it be?
I mean, hold on, I can pull that. There's an unemployment calculation on here. I don't see it yet. I'll have to look.
That was my other question. Okay, professional services we covered.
Professional services 9, communications.
Cell phone. So cell phones
Is-
currently paying for it?
Yes,
Probably that's the reason.
it's in there.
It's 663.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, no, there's a year-to-date number there. It's just not split out.
Yeah, it's undefined.
Okay, so I have a question on this page.
Well, it's a workshop.
I think it's the pile-on method. So, one of the things that I asked about at the first budget workshop, and then I asked Doreen to address at our last commission meeting, was mobile technology that she needs, iPads, printers, so they're functioning out in the field in a more professional way. I see printers in here, but not iPads, laptops. I understood they don't have those devices, but it says here AT&T Mobility iPad
They-
service. Is that the
Remember-
wireless service for the iPad?
They do have wireless tablets that they use for their function. And the only thing they lack is a printer. So to be fully mobile, they can be with some sort of mobile printer added to
So
the equation.
the only thing they need is a printer. I understood that they needed devices.
Now, their devices might need upgrading, like there was more to dig into, so the only thing they literally didn't have is the printer, so it's a very easy fix. There's plenty of funds and, you know, I didn't want to worry about it and go any further until we decided how we were going to manage it.
Yeah. I did hear Doreen in the last commission meeting about having one iPad that she was sharing with Luciano. And so I think, again, I don't know if the question is, do we have enough funds here?
Oh,
Because that was gonna be, yeah,
I think that would fall under 52 operating supplies.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Page 14 under 52, which is operating supplies. If we were requiring another iPad, an actual iPad, then it would, I think, fall into that.
iPad/tar
And if we
tablet.
have, if we're anticipating more people later, we would need more of these devices. If we want to just budget for it now, so we have it there for up to 3 people, then this is the time to stick it in there.
We have an
Budget
increase.
for one and use other funds.
Shape it later.
I agree.
My recommendation on this would be to add 4,000 either to contingency or under operating supplies. The reason is I don't know what software is used yet by code. I don't know how that's going to play with a printer. I don't know if we need specific types of printers. I don't know what those supplies would look like. That would also probably incur some training. So I think just to be safe, if we put that in there.
I think that's fair. I'd personally rather see it in supplies. I like things nested where they belong. Contingency to me is the place that you go if there's something went wrong during the year and you need extra money in the department, not. Yeah, but if you are anticipating you're going to buy iPads for a department, I think it should be under operating supplies. That's my opinion. I'd
No,
personally like to see
yeah.
it.
Fine with me. So that's the consensus, Chris, 4,000?
That's my recommendation.
Nation,
I'm running with it. Somebody say
So
no.
you're saying
I'm okay with that.
you're saying for 52 to increase it from 24 to 4,000 or to add 4,000 onto it,
I took it as +4
Correct.
plus 4.
Yeah.
we're putting that for 52 operating supplies.
as directed operating supplies.
But under which line item?
I'll label it creatively to catch all.
Fancy mobile gadgets.
Or like, what was the phrase she used? Mobile technology, mobile.
Yeah, I see how to do it. Yeah. Good.
What, I don't know if we're jumping to 55, education and training. Is that a specific software use?
I believe it's a CE
And that's
Requirement.
for the entire department?
for their continuing education. Yeah. No idea if it's enough, how it'll shape out, but I
Yeah.
wouldn't worry about it at this stage.
Should we jump back to 44?
Yes.
I had that circled.
Old 44. I
Where's,
work easier by
vehicles?
page numbers, so
I'm
I
sorry.
just found
10.
it. That's right.
10 of 16.
Yeah, page 10.
There it
It's
is.
the least smallest number I'm trying to read. So
For the commission, I have a recommendation on this. Our current vehicle lease is up in 2 of 24. My recommendation is actually not to include additional funds for that. I think we should explore using some of the decommissioned police squads or some of the squads that we can get for nothing from, was it Palm Beach? I can't. Yeah.
Palm Beach Sheriff. Yeah.
Yeah, rather than have an additional, at this point, have an additional vehicle that's not going to be used that much, let's cut that expense and go that route. However, that's just my recommendation.
I like
Sorry, Chris, again, can you please guide me as to what page?
page 10,
page 10.
10?
the vehicle lease for code,
The printed page, what printed page do you?
page 10 of
Page 10.
16. 169 is the
Perfect, got it.
So I did chat with the chief briefly about this earlier today. He had no issue with code using squads that are currently outfit for the PD, just not in use. So if we choose to go that route, it won't be an issue.
I'm sorry, we have police cars that are what?
There are, as far as I understand, there's a couple of cars that aren't actively being used or don't need to be used at the same time or something along those lines. We have basically some extra vehicles that the police don't necessarily need.
Are they not suitable for police use and they want to hand them over to the code department completely? Or they just have one sitting there someone can drive for the day?
Both.
Should a code officer be driving around in a police car?
Yeah, my ultimate recommendation would be let's use some of these decommissioned vehicles from Palm, whatever. or take some of the older Tauruses. We're going to be getting 4 new vehicles. We can afford to take some of these older vehicles like the Tauruses, decommission them, take out the police equipment. We may be able to keep the things like the computer and the printer and the power supply and all that in the vehicles. I don't know.
Yeah, I would say on a case by case basis, because one of the arguments for the new vehicles was the heavy maintenance costs of the older ones. So that
Yep.
it's a value decision,
I
I
mean,
think.
for what it's worth, I will say that you decommission a police car and take all the stuff off of it. And to me, it's always going to look like a police car. And I think there's an optics involved in having code officers look like police officers out there. I just think code shouldn't look like police. And I think they always will to some degree in a decommissioned police car, because police cars have a look to them. Unless you like repainted them and you have to identify them as codes somehow. I don't know. I just don't like the look of something that looks to be or have been a police car driving around this village, citing people for codes. I think it's a bad look.
Well, sorry, I apologize. I don't mean to cut you off. The idea of looking in for kind of more cost neutral options rather than budgeting for additional ones is a good idea. I think maybe planning for those not being available might be prudent.
Absolutely.
So if we're considering additional full-time employees, sounds like we would need additional vehicles.
Absolutely.
So if we approve this amount in total to explore new options for new full-time people as they may come on, we may not use it, we may use it. We may get those decommissioned vehicles, we may get Palm Beach sheriffs, whatever options come in. But to have this option in here, in the event that none of those options work, and in the event that we do bring in those full-time employees, I think it probably makes sense to go with this number.
Absolutely. And in that case, we should look at electric.
We should look at what?
Electric.
Yes, please. Okay, good.
Excellent. We
It's on
had a resident that at some point at the beginning of the year, she sent a presentation to Mario about those Moki cars. I don't know if you guys have heard.
What car?
She used to live here. She represented the company. I think it's MOKE. It's a electric vehicle and it has space on it. No, she talked to me. I put her in contact with Mario. She shared a presentation about this opportunity for code for e-cars. I'll find out and share, Chris, at the time. These were kind of expensive, like a high-end, pretty car. Not necessarily have to go with that, but I do recall being a lot more than $6,000.
This was the
So-
lease.
Being more than $6,000?
Annual lease
Yes.
amount.
Okay, so this is one car lease.
Leased annual. yeah.
6,000
It's a
electrical?
placeholder estimate. It wasn't researched
And
beyond.
that's all we would need if we had 4 employees as an option? No?
Hadn't thought of the number of 4 people or 3
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
until
Yeah.
10 minutes ago.
But I think I like where he's going with this. Budget for one, hope we get others elsewhere or use decommissioned police vehicles and just
Have
kind
the
of plan
option.
for one for now and see
Money
where it
within in
goes.
case we need to acquire
Yeah.
them for the new full-time employees, so we have it available. If in the event we find other options, great.
Jonathan, sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry. Geez, it's saying keep this money in here in the event that we find other options. And on that point, I did speak to Mayor Nickerson about the grant funds for the police vehicles. He's gonna be looking into it and getting back to me, sending the information and the application that they put in. He thinks it may have been tied to COVID funds because it was
What funds?
COVID
Code.
funds that were available federally, but they fully funded those vehicles for like a
Gotcha.
decade, and police officers.
It's coming back in style again.
Well, if he's gonna find out if it's available, he's gonna be sending that information. So to tie back
And
into what
code
you mentioned.
also doesn't have to be a big vehicle. We have
No.
a very large vehicle. It could be this big. It's
Yeah.
one person and a iPad and a printer. It could be a little mini EV.
Seen
Maybe like a
many
golf
Could be an
cart?
varieties
MPV.
out there,
Cart?
yeah.
No,
I mean, I guess I've always thought carts, but then it's summer and it's raining and then they need air conditioning and
The only feedback I received
it's
is
like-
an excellent air conditioner.
they're out. I mean, with the idea of having them with this mobile technology is that they're out there working all day and
oh, if it gets wet, you're saying, and all of that, it can
we
be,
don't want them to get wet and them to be out there with no AC.
yeah.
To power mobile technology, we'll need either a gas engine or a full electric vehicle.
And that's, so just to wrap this one up, that's what I think we should do is approve it as it's written with the understanding that you can play with.
I,
this
I,
map.
but I thought we were gonna get rid, it was one or the other. It's not both. It's not the, oh, you're
No,
saying,
the total amount of the spend, the amount allocated, because we may have more full-time employees coming in to which we would need, for which we would need additional vehicles.
oh, so you're saying budget for the car and continuing the lease, and it's all in there wrapped in one $12,000 number to be used however.
Right, the money's there to be used. at the
But we're not
discretion of
saying
how we-
renew that lease.
Yeah, the way this was written is
Okay.
you can continue an equal value
Okay.
lease, and actually it'd be a third car in
Okay.
essence that you would pick up in February 29th. In
I'm
theory,
fine with
there's always more money and.
that. Okay, I'm fine with that.
Works? Okay.
I would love in situations like this, Paul, this is a procedural thing. What we just agreed on there, if that were added like in notes, like I don't, like some, so we all remember this conversation we had that it was done, used this way, that way. So we know 6 months from now, we're all gonna look at each other and go, what did we discuss?
And what we did.
Does anyone remember? You know, I just think those notes on here would be a very handy thing to have.
And that was what Otter AI was supposed to be for, but it only gave you so many minutes free per month of transcribing services.
That's the way of the world. Man. I usually like to put in a note or two, but I agree with you a little more.
Or if it's.
easier to
on a-
follow.
On a,
Mhm.
Yeah.
you click on it and windows pop up and give you an explanation.
I love it.
Okay.
Don't know how to do it, but love it.
I think that's it for code unless anyone has anything else.
Let me
No.
just double check. I think I.
Sure.
put all my code stuff. Salaries. digital
That will
mobility.
bring us down to Public Works next. Okay, all right, great. So Public Works would be next. Continuing with the trend that we've seen so far with the other ones, do we want to start with salaries? Well, for these salaries for managers of Public Works, managers of Parks and Rec, do we have similar to the question that I asked about code, do we have an idea of comparable salaries?
I have a sense, but we can pull the same way I did the clerk salary survey. We can pull for each department head and staff.
Yeah, I think some data would be helpful.
I just want to make sure we're not paying the public works manager more than we're paying our own manager.
Exactly. And
That's the
this is-
first part. And then the second part is we need to do a really, you know, we really need to concentrate. I mean, my humble opinion here is it's actually finding a manager for the public works department because it's not working. It's not working.
So that might be a part of a larger conversation to reconcile the contractor questions that we've had of people coming in to help us with Public Works and whether we're planning on outsourcing that fully or we're planning on,
Yeah.
allocating that all to the in-house team and trying to fund them better.
Yes.
So that's a question. I guess that's something that Chris is going to have to determine
Right.
for himself, and he's going to have to gather the data and come back to us.
Yeah.
And with data. I don't know if if the answer is that, or if the answer is to continue to keep it in-house. All I know is that currently as is, it's not working. And we really need to do a better job in Public Works. Especially when it comes to, being proactive and not being reactive. We do a lot of the little things, pretty good. I mean, it's just a routine. But we're not doing a lot of the big things. And I think that having, a leader on the ground that is, leading the charge is going to help, at least you're going to have somebody you can hold accountable. Right now. There's just really no accountability. It's just like, I see them every day and I know they're working and they're doing their thing, but it's just, they're all over the place and I don't see, like the important stuff being done,
And I think it just to add to that, Art, I absolutely agree to what you said, is the lack of standard. And I think that we had a discussion when we hire, what was it, SFM, sorry. And we tried how we define, that they're doing what they're supposed to do, the level that is expected. So what's the level of expectation? So I think that's where professional service comes in. I was thinking a hybrid maybe as well to consider. Maybe there is a landscape architect that we hire and gives us a panoramic of what the village could aspire to be. And then we have our workers actually executing the plan within the department, but without the bigger picture of what it could be and our best version could be, it's very just difficult to assess the department. So I think, yeah, you have a task here.
Yes and yes. And Chris and I already had a conversation about this, a little bit of one anyway. So it'll be interesting to see where Chris ends up on this for us, because we very well could find ourselves in a hybrid situation. The issue with the SFM was that they were hired to do the wrong thing. We hired them to come in and take care of landscaping. So our guys were left to cut the grass, and it should have been the other way around. If you're going to hire an outside source who's not going to care very much, then you hire them to cut the grass. And, not to touch plants that you're concerned about. So it was it was
Which-
just completely backwards.
Yes.
But I could see that possibly we'd end up in a hybrid situation where we have a company who mows the grass for us
Yep.
and sweeps up stuff and does stuff. And we have in-house team. By the way, we're going to lose some of these in-house people very shortly. So this whole thing is going to change considerably because they're retiring.
Yeah.
We're losing a couple of employees in that department. So
And now someone that supervises. So if you have someone with the capability, again, I don't know the layers of expertise, but I'm just thinking landscape architect. But it could be, that then you outsource the basics and that this is the person that defines
And,
quality.
exactly. And that's what Chris and I were talking about the other day. That was my opinion. I'm not suggesting he agreed with me, but I was sharing that very thing. That in-house, we have basically plant people. When you think about what Public Works is in Biscayne Park, it's very different than Public Works in the city of North Miami. In cities with all kinds of other infrastructure, they have very different duties. We can hire someone to patch holes in the street and to mow the grass. But if our concern is that our beautiful native landscaping, that's kind of one of the hallmarks of our community and that people value so much, maybe that's what our in-house people are doing, and we train them to do it. So we hire appropriately and train them, because our folks were never trained to do that.
Yeah.
In their defense, they were never trained. So, the expectation was kind of set, but no one was ever given the tools. So to the budget part of this conversation, this is very wonky and it's a weird thing to try to address because we don't know what direction we're going to go in, right? We're not funding a department that's functioning in a way that we're happy with it. I will say this, the manager's salary is where it is because we hired an engineer. Remember, a former manager came to us and said, what we need is an engineer because of the drain projects and things. And yeah, so we hired an engineer and he left. And I guess we got from him what we needed. I'm not certain about that, but he's gone. And the drain projects are underway, well underway. But that's why it's set so high. But we certainly can't have a public works manager that makes $564 less than the village manager a year. So I think we need to address this number now somehow, and it could be an arbitrary kind of a thing that we choose, but I think that needs to be addressed. And make sure that it's structured in a way that Chris has the flexibility to do what we want once he figures out what that is and what his options are to get it done. It's just so up in the air. So I don't know the answer to this, except I would like to see that salary reduced for the manager position and this thing structured in a way that he has flexibility to get the job done.
Can you assign the 227 to the line where it says regular salaries to 2024 and not specifically have to split the
Well, the
into
labor.
laborers and managers?
So they're not.
Yeah, the
contracted.
labor line is a warm body and the manager line is a combo of compensation
Yeah.
for the current acting manager and the contracted services that we're getting from this line item
We
to
cannot
manage
touch.
projects.
Can touch it.
It should be noted that it's currently designed under, in it, I actually put it in here that the floodplain manager, GIS and overall staffing contracting plans to be developed. So I put the note there just mentally, so we deal with it when we deal with it, but as you wish.
I would,
Yeah.
I would leave the 99, simply because I don't know, what it's gonna take to bring in the person. With the direction to Chris that obviously try to bring them in, or him or her, at a lower rate, than 99, but I would just leave it at there because, I just have no idea what it would take to bring in a good public works director.
No, but
I don't know.
it's $500 we're paying him to run the whole.
Yeah, that's fine, but the intent is not to pay them the 99,000. The intent is to,
No, but if it's in the budget and you're hiring someone and they see a budgeted amount for the position, they know, I mean, I know they can't make you pay them that, but they know that's what you're budgeting for a position. So
If I may jump in on this, first of all, I'm really impressed that you used the word wonky. You all laughed at me when I used that during the interview, so that's awesome. But my recommendation to the commission on this is let's just leave this exactly as we have it. Because if we end up doing a hybrid, if we end up hiring completely outsourcing, if we end up hiring a new manager, those are three incredibly different situations that are absolutely impossible to plan for right now. In the 30 hours I've been here, I haven't had an opportunity yet to really look at this to see what options are out there. So rather than beat our heads against the wall trying to figure this out now, my recommendation is let's just leave this as it is. And this is something we'll have to address at some point in the future again.
where did SFM come out of this budget, Paul?
And landscape maintenance, 46,200, page 16. That was one of the next sections that we're having the discussion. I mean, we're not going to get an answer, but if we're, budgeting for 100,000 in,
Page 16.
yeah,
46, right, but where were they paid in there? Because all we've paid is landscape maintenance, I see 6,200. Is that what that was? Because tree trimming was something else.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So I had a questions about this. Like I wanted to understand what each difference was. So what's the tree planting and capping, landscaping versus a tree trimming? So 46,204. I'm on 192.
So
Yeah, the question was about
SFM.
where did it fall, which I understand was.
yeah, I believe
Sorry,
that's the
what happened?
6202 at the
Want to
top.
talk
This
about
page
that?
is so confusing because there's so many things on here that
Yeah,
are
so
like.
this is a result of not having a manager in the department. So it gets coded and it was coded 46,200. So that's why that dollar amount lands there. So I'm guessing that is where it is. There's some historical elements to why this is budgeted the way it is, the way it's, organized. I don't know what you want to do.
But
But-
so the question is this in-house costs that we incur? Is this this is a vendor that we?
These
that's
are
a
all,
vendor?
expenses for the plants. Some of the labor is provided in-house. Some of this was always contracted. Some of it's matching. When you do
Some
the
of it's
street
matching.
trees, there's a matching element to the tree planting?
Yeah, I also think we need more detail just to understand whether you, I don't know, approve or, add.
Yeah, this is a
add
very
something.
historical approach to this line item or this category. It's had many problems.
Just a point here. So, for example, the sign installation, I know it was discussed in the previous budget year and that hasn't happened, right?
Hasn't happened.
Yeah,
that's-
historically, the answer is where to put them is never been defined
Oh,
and
no, it was defined.
Ah.
It's the very defined.
I'm relaying a message.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's been the back and forth. The
Okay.
staff doesn't know where they actually go.
So
and
that's to be,
It's a broken piece of communication.
and that's an easy one. The reason I was bringing it is sign installation. We got to put that
It's
next
got to
year.
be the
and we
easiest
gotta
thing in the
do it.
world, but it must be the hardest because it's never happened since I've been here.
Okay, but we will make it 2024. Come on. Median sodding pilot program, 0, removal of pine.
So those are
invasive-
historical
Yeah.
detail that just don't have a budget anymore and they can be deleted, but they were left for historical.
Can we just this page would be a lot easier to digest if all the zeros were just taken off completely. And
Understood?
we had a landscaping item that could be used for landscaping wherever it was meant to be. Tree trimming, which is different than removal of the invasive pines and the signs. I'd be happy if it was a landscaping item, a tree trimming item, a tree removal item, and the sign installation. There were 4 items on this page, which are the only 4 things that have numbers on them, and get rid of the rest.
Is that
Yeah.
agreed to simplify it? One of the reasons it was left here is because it was always before any of you actually, it was a hot debate that still needed to be there. So I'm just relaying, what would you like? Max description is okay? Shrink it back, get rid of the
You may-
detail.
actually, No, I say you might want to put a fifth one in there, which would be landscape maintenance, because if he wanted to hire someone to mow the grass, that's what that would be.
How do you feel, Chris?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I leave it to your discretion.
I'm a little afraid
Yeah,
because
I'm
I
just-
can't
I've
remember
never-
the ghost that
the end.
This,
wanted it this way, but there was one.
It was just lots of like this one little project
Yeah.
that was in there for 1 year and then it keeps rolling over at zeros.
Happy to
So
fix.
it's Time to delete.
I'll be honest, these couple of pages are the reason that I popped it open and then closed it right away. There's just a lot to unpack and figure out here.
So we just need money to plant stuff, money to maintain that stuff, money to trim trees, money to remove trees, and money to get those signs up.
Got it.
I think the dollar amounts are probably okay.
I view they've rarely ever been spent.
Yeah, because.
Like there's a really
30%
unusual
of it-
history with these that I tangentially,
Yeah.
I
Well,
recognize.
I don't understand why there's no money there for removal of invasive pines, because we did do that this past year. We took a lot of them out. How many? 11, 18, something?
Maybe it's just a budget in labeling
Co-
thing, because I
code-
know that
code
there was done.
process. I'll check.
Yeah.
My,
Question is, how many more do we have left?
And I asked that at the last meeting, because I think we had a report that exists somewhere in your world that we hired an arborist. We hired an arborist to come in and to evaluate the trees, and he labeled them tens were like the ones that if you lean against it, it's gonna fall over on you and kill you. 10, 9, 8, 7 down. I think the lowest one was a 7 in terms of, and it's some arborist scale, I guess they use. And I think we removed all the 10s and the 9s and maybe some of the 8s, I think. So that's what, but there are other ones that need to be removed, like they still need to be dealt with. And that's why we knew this money was we knew this item was gonna come up again.
So let me ask you a question. So this $100,000, Paul,
Yes.
if there were any changes to the structure that we just discussed on page 2, related to the manager, the salaries and all that, can one feed the other? Can you move from here
This
to
could be
there?
Within the same
restructured
budget.
discretion.
So,
yeah.
so it's
Within any
just a matter
department,
of-
Chris can move money
Yeah,
within
okay.
anywhere in Public Works.
Perfect.
Yeah, and that was why I described it the way I did, is take the whole thing, throw it down and find the pieces and put it back together.
yep, and that's why I had my recommendation to just approve this as it is. I'll have their freedom to figure out
Clean that up,
what the heck we're doing.
clean that up.
And you said the same logic for 49, the next page as well.
Can we go back? We're going
yep,
this way
sorry.
and we need to come because we're still
Yeah.
on page 10 here and.
Okay. I don't know who jumped.
I did that.
It was
on
somebody's
page-
fault.
Oh, no, Art, here, over here.
Page
Where would you
10
like to start, Art?
Page 10, number 40.00, for the auto allowance, we can eliminate that. We're not gonna, I don't think we're gonna pay. no-
That was for the new guy we hired.
That is definitely something that needs to go away.
I agree 100%.
So that's $3,600. You can scratch that.
What is the out of, oh, yeah, yes, yep.
That's that. And then, page.
Is that a consensus to
that's
just
fine.
delete that?
Okay. Page 15, where it says buildings, that $30,000, I'm assuming.
Just give me a second.
Oh,
I'm sorry. That was a real, had to take a note type. Go ahead.
I would've just
Where are you now?
I would have just scratched it out.
I'm making verbal notes. I can't change the pace, the
Okay.
pages fast enough with my left
So,
hand and hold the mic. So I'm a little,
Page 15, 40, what is it, 48.002 or 46,002? I can't. see.
with you. Yep.
Yeah, 46,002. We're at $30,000. I'm assuming that that's for the roof that we were supposed to do last year and we never did it.
So that's that's at Public Works. That's that shed thing.
We ended up taking some of that money to use for something else. So, I'm hoping that that's something that we're gonna do this year and actually.
I hope so. I thought that
Public-
thing was like in really bad shape.
Public Works is in the process of cleaning out the garage right now, for that project.
Awesome.
And does that $30,000 still stand? Is that was about 2 years ago. I
Is it sufficient? I don't know.
Yeah, I have no
I have
idea.
no idea.
think you need to go back and look at that and see if that that still stands at $30,000.
They weren't replacing that structure. They were just gonna repair it. It was mainly the roof, I thought, right?
Yes, the roof.
Yeah.
It was, whatever it was $30,000.
Yes.
I don't know if it's still valid today, so we need to look at that and see if it's gone up, if everything's gone up, right?
I'm with you. Go.
See, come on, we weren't that far away. All right,
All right, so did we finish page 16?
we did.
And what about the equipment that for 10?
And
So I'm still on page 15 that you just building.
Oh.
What about equipment?
10,000 for equipment.
The 10,000. So we only spent 2,800.
First 5 months, 33,000, yes.
Do we know what the equipment? Does
So if they break down. if-
Yeah,
Got
I'm
It's
gonna,
hard to determine. That
default,
one's-
leave this one alone.
Yeah, that
They
one's
have
a
to have
hard-
equipment.
that
I'm
one's hard
assuming
to-
it's
Got
gonna
it.
be
I'm
needed.
hoping that when we get, however, Chris fixes that whole department over there, that they start going electric over there too, because as things break down, they need to get repaired and replaced. Electric, everything over there would be fabulous.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Do you guys get complaints about the leaf blowers?
No.
Constant. Well, how did I become the leaf blower guy?
Everybody, I don't talk to nobody.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
if
how I
you
put it.
ignore other people, it solves.
So I just ignore them. Okay, I get it.
Here's 16, that's, do we have any questions on 17? I know we started talking about it. Anything else there?
Yeah, that.
Cleanup.
The response is, that's the back trucks, right?
So that's a good point, though. David, Emmett mentioned the storm drains and you and I spoke about that.
Yeah.
Where is that here represented somewhere? Because that's another issue that we have, that we've not been consistent being proactive in cleaning out these storm drains.
Yeah, so that's a task to be developed, but the concept of it, you and I talked
Yep.
about it. You evaluate the whole system, you pick off the worst children, clean them, and you get on a cycle where all want, 20%, 30% a year, whatever you can afford, and you rotate the whole community. You have French drains, so it's not that even and predictable, but there's a program and you should have one. Yeah.
Right, so where's that reflected currently?
The storm prep and response, that is actually, they do the storm prep or
At
the drain
$10,000?
cleaning, yeah. They do it pre-hurricane season to make sure that the worst areas are as clean as possible. It's not a maintenance program. It's just, we know this is gonna happen. If we don't do this, it'll happen worse. So
So
What does it cost to clean out a drain?
exactly.
you do an analysis and you find out.
Yeah, so, the way I look at this, and I'm certainly not a storm drain expert in it, but I know for a fact that we've been proactive when something fails and we go and we clean it. We haven't been, reactive. So, the way I look at it is, if we have 100, and that's why I asked you the last time about, have they identified all of them, and that was another issue. At one point, we didn't even know where the storm drains were. So then the question is, if we have 100 storm drains, right? There should be a program where periodically, we do, and I don't know if it's all of them or quarterly, we do a certain percentage, whatever it is, there needs to be a program where because right now, I can tell you, and fortunately or unfortunately, I've started walking in this neighborhood, right? I know you're the walking king, right?
How art, I know.
And my wife is all over me about that. But anyway, so some of these storm drains are just overgrown with weeds. And again, that's an issue for Public Works. Because I mean, obviously, if I'm seeing it, that they're overgrown with weeds and packed with leaves on top, that's something that Public Works should be seeing as they're driving by in their little golf carts and just pull the weeds and clear it up. So so we need to make sure that we are maintaining these drains because they're not connected to anything. People think that these drains are connected to something. They're just a hole in the ground. That's all they are. And they get with rain, they get filled with leaves and mud and junk and guck. We need to periodically clean these things out in order for them to work.
Well, in addition to that, right, what I was told was that a good number of them are so old and collapsed inside that they're not even serviceable or functioning any longer, that they can't even be cleaned out. So
We need to
I think it's
identify
easy-
those.
I would bet your
It's not as
majority are
easy as-
root.
How many drains do we
invaded.
have? Where are they? And let's get 12 of them cleaned out every month. It's on that because some of them are just not even worth pulling the weeds out of at this point. They're not gonna,
Well, the ones I saw are definitely worth pulling the
no,
weeds.
no, I know there's some right up here in Sixth Avenue that like you can just go pull the grass right out of them.
Yeah.
So there was I'm gonna say accreditation process. It's not that, but when I went to the Mayor's Coastal Summit, they presented, there is specifically for stormwater solutions, a whole process that you have to follow to comply with
Yeah,
the county
they
and with
just
the state.
adopted a
Yes,
policy and you're
exactly.
probably behind.
No, the feedback was at the time, because I asked, I was like, I don't remember ever seeing any form of us, being legal to any of, like, we're not in compliance in any way. And the feedback was no, because of the size of the village, we don't need to be, but there is a process in place
Yeah,
to
that's
follow.
changed in the
So,
last year in Dade County and in the state in the last 3 years. There's an active program to define your storm drain, to identify the
map it,
quantity.
quantity,
to
quality,
clean it.
cleanup.
Yeah, all of it. It's
A schedule.
that ball
so-
rolling and
correct. So-
you're behind.
So I think, Chris, I will provide you with information that I received by the time. I think I share with everybody from that summit what came out. But that is a contact we have to say, how do we, even if we didn't, because this was recent, they said we didn't qualify for the amount of people we had in the village. But that's a program that we can have in place. Maybe we outsource it, but that if we were to be certified or pass accreditation, and I don't know what the label is, to be in compliance, we would have to follow certain steps. They're very specific and we don't have. So
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
have that as a, ideal would help.
To that point, Chris and I had a call with the resiliency department within the county, and they're going to be coming out here soon to talk to us about a couple of biosolutions for flooding. And groundwater and drainage is going to be part of that presentation and discussion. So
Maybe they can bring, we can connect us an email to the person that presented the forms. They're like, this is what every city needs.
I think they emailed out the slides from they usually circulate the slides from the coastal mayors groups, but I think point being, I think that's part of something that we can have the discussion with Chris to work within Public Works to develop a program to do that. I don't know if that's something we have to dedicate additional budget to develop a program within Public Works to say, we need you to clean out the drains.
I don't know if they can because they don't have the proper equipment. They're gonna need one of those big giant.
It's a-
It's an external contract.
And dump it on the
Yeah.
street. So, but I would
Disposal is very
suggest, Chris, that
regulated.
I know Mario was using a company that came out and did the cleaning of the drains. Perhaps you speak to them and see, what the cost is per drain. And then you develop a program where, once you identify, I know Max said that there was a report that we paid to get done, right? So there is a report somewhere that identifies where all of these drains are. And then, you're able to come up with a plan to just be proactive and get these things cleaned out periodically, whatever quarterly, I don't know.
Yeah, was I chatting with you about this? Big picture, 20% a year, 5 years, it's done.
25% is a standard.
Yeah, so
Reasonable.
so currently that is not reflected in this budget is what I'm trying to get to.
Correct.
Correct.
So we need to figure out what that cost is.
Yep.
So that we can somehow get that in here and plug it in because it's not in here right now.
Yeah, 'cause I think this item that's in here for 10 grand is vac trucks to come in and vacuum up standing water.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Which, by the way, we haven't had any in quite a long time.
So
Seriously?
Hey, listen,
on this drain
figure,
topic,
love it.
Definitely just jinxed us.
on this
there's no
drain
doubt.
topic, we need to keep a real close eye on our new drains because we wouldn't want those to not be maintained and have those start clogging up and not working. We just spent a lot of money on those.
So is this something that we would maybe dedicate some additional funds to contingency, or is this something that we put a line item or notation to look into it and come back with a proposal?
So I think for something this size, I should be able to get a good idea of what an individual drain would cost before we have the first reading. And at that point, I believe we can still add funds, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So prior to then, I'll have a better idea of what this is cost, what it would look like, and then we can have some real numbers. As of right now, it would totally be a stab in the dark. I've never dealt with the French.
Wonderful.
this is my actual firm's profession, so
That's
we-
why we were talking about.
we have good numbers if you can't find them in good contacts, but
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So 18,
What falls here under general?
for operating supplies,
are you on 18 as well?
on 18.
Yeah.
item-
He just yelled out a number. I didn't know if anybody.
Sorry,
don't-
I apologize.
In a
Page
good way,
18.
in a good way. It was,
Page 18.
what's the question besides?
What
is this?
falls under general and 52 here in
No idea.
page 18? Okay.
That, to my understanding, is replacement tools, small hand tools, belts with the chainsaws, things like that.
It looks proportionate to that description. So maybe label it a little differently.
So Paul, you said previously that all the fuel was in the police. I see fuel here for $10,000.
Yes, there's some budget here, but there's zero expense allocated to it. It would be appropriate to delete that 10.
So can you?
Okay.
You're not gonna add it to the other one?
I don't want to hide it anywhere either. Yeah, no, just delete it.
Okay.
We could move it up to storm drain cleaning.
Yes, thank you. That'd be great.
If that's okay, just,
That works for me.
Page 19? No, page 20? Education training, page 21, capital outlay.
So the parking lot on page 21.
That's correct.
So this, does this then tie Commissioner Kennedy to item 5A?
How am I saying?
But item 5A.
I'm behind a little bit. Where are we?
Sorry, we're on page 21.
Page
I
21.
know
Yeah,
you
okay, we're
circulated
together.
a proposal.
No, that's the one here. This is the rec center.
Oh, sorry, I heard rec center. I was thinking something else. Apologies.
So this will be a candidate to move to the capital project fund,
Okay.
the parking lot version, the park benches. I believe that's underway.
That I have no idea.
Yeah, Issa told me that that is moving.
So the parking lot is $42,000? I thought it was more than that.
Over at the rec center? I don't know where.
This
that
is the
number came
allocation
from.
for the rec center from one of the proposals we received, so. One of the estimates from
It
the
was not
engineer.
for the whole rec center. It was for one section. Remember, we're going to go section by section. This was for one section. This, I believe that art that Mario came up with, and it was to get one section completed. I think it was going to be the west side was where it was going to start.
Well, I hope if we budget it, we actually spend it because.
Are you seeing a pattern with? the-
Yeah, I am.
Well, although we did contract with the company to start the, what are they called?
It's one of our engineering firms, either Chisholm or Kimley Horn, Kimley Horn.
Clearwater.
Yep.
Yeah, so we contracted with someone to get that ball rolling. So that one. I
It's in
think
design.
It's the same people that are doing the traffic study for us. We contracted them to do several things, and that was one of them.
It's the third line under 64. It doesn't carry a separate designation.
Yeah, so this will get a new definition where items that will fall here will be sort of the renewal replacement cost, normal. And any capital item like a parking lot will move to a capital improvement plan.
Perfect.
So that concludes Public Works. Going
Can I bring up,
up in Public Works?
Sorry, hold on. That's- Where's 40? Object code 40.
where was the parking supposed?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was Art already took care of that, or Vero already took care of it.
Okay.
And I had a note and you guys took care of it.
Okay.
You act.
So Parks and
auto
Rec.
allowance.
So Parks and Rec is next then. So Paul, I have the same first question for you. Sorry, if you're pulling it up.
I'm up. Good.
Same first question for you for full-time salaries. If we have an idea of some kind of backup data that gives us an understanding of what this position pays and where we fall within those numbers.
Yeah,
That would
so
be
the I used to call it proviso language. The guidance that just establishes any line item is a backup element. And so what I would do is have each department have a League of Cities salary survey pulled for all the positions and just have that in the bottom
Perfect.
of all of them. So agree.
When you're doing these salary comparisons though, who are you using to compare to us? Because there's nobody else like us.
Yeah, so when you pull the whole county, which we talked about a little bit with the clerks concept, you can pick out really quickly the ones that are, we know who they are inherently just because of the proximity. El Portal, a few others are near our size. There's 4 or 5 in Dade County right away. And it's that next tier that is what I would describe as your salary range. It's a philosophical approach,
Yeah.
but we can approach it any way you want.
So part-time salaries.
3.
Page 3, you have 18,000, you've spent 18,000, you've budgeted 50.
Okay,
Or
just a
clock.
second. I can explain part-time salaries. So, yes, so you're,
There's a big difference, huge difference. Are we in higher?
Is it increase? That's cool.
yeah, so let's pull the salaries or there's a couple things that have happened that may not be reflective in what you just pointed out, but the part-time salaries are often very close to the minimum wage. And that is rolling up because of the county ordinance of minimum wage is going up $1 every year. That forces everybody in that tier in that range to have to go up. So let's see what. So if you look at this page, you can see the hourly rate. There's a couple of 11s in there. I don't know if you're,
I can see.
that's all right. There's 3 positions that are at $11 an hour in under parks. Those are the part-times and one at 14, which is interesting. So that amount of money is really the placeholder for if they're working a lot of events, things like that. Why it's not showing up in the year to date, I'm not sure. I can't explain that because the math looks good in terms of the budgeting, but the year to date looks oddly low.
Yeah.
Not sure. There could be a glitch there because that tracks normal, and I think it should be closer to ahead on the.
I don't have any more questions until.
I just have one, jumping back. So the full-time salary here.
Yeah, it's right in that one. Okay,
I'm
go-
sorry, Paul.
No, you're.
I'm good with that. Sorry, I
Let
think
me
you
finish
answered
my
that.
part-time note, please. Just a second. I have no reliance on my memory at this level of saturation. Okay,
So the full-time salary here.
what page are you? Sorry,
First
the
page.
one above it. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Got it? Go.
100, right, printed. So this is an ISA, I'm confused about what we saw before, noted that it was almost at the same salary base than the manager versus what we currently see here. What's this position?
I don't know. Yeah, that's.
Then we
ESA.
have for the rec, the
Works.
public works, we have 100.
You have 99.
Yeah,
Yeah, so the.
Because we
Parks
hired an
and Recs,
engineer.
He's,
Hired an engineer, wasn't that before?
It wasn't that before.
yeah, it
so
got,
If we had historical data on here, you would see 3 years ago, there was a huge jump in the salary of
got
public
it.
works.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. So, but then ISA's getting part of that compensation coming from.
Over in
the
Public
historic-
Works.
Okay,
yeah, 6%.
okay, that answers.
But it's not showing up here. It's
It
showing,
shows in Public
it's showing
Works.
up in public works.
It's a mix of
Right.
both. Okay.
So he's getting his full salary here in
6% from Public Works.
6% of this number in this budget is showing up in public works
Correct.
or an additional 6%.
6% of this salary, the
Yep.
calculation of 60,000 salary.
Yep.
Whatever that
Is
is.
showing up in public works.
$1,800 is.
So he's
being
not being compensated more now for taking on that extra responsibility.
He's getting 6%.
So he's getting
Additional.
6% more. So it's more, not 6% of, it's 6%.
Yeah,
more.
yes.
If you.
Got it.
go-
So it's about
Matt,
$2,000.
Got it.
If
Okay.
you go to Public Works.
Right.
the Manager where it said 90.
Mhm.
There's already been spent 30 some thousand.
Right. That's what I wanted to make sure if it was 6% of or 6% on top of, it's 6% on top.
Yes.
Yeah.
It has to be on top.
Yeah, it's on top.
Got it. Thank you.
So I don't have any more questions until page 13. So anybody has any more questions? Page 13?
I'm 13 as well. Have any other items in between them?
Hearing none.
No?
No.
Okay. Oh, page 13. All right,
No, you go.
all right, I
Oh,
just,
yes, sorry.
go ahead.
Yes, can I, on
Yeah, of
page
course.
9 of 19, right? Page 9, Comcast. What is this 27? What is Comcast?
You're on page 13?
Yes, 9.
9.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Code 41.
So this is
Internet.
Parks and Rec. They have
Internet.
cable TV there. They have TVs. They, yes.
So let me ask you a question, because I remember
Internet.
from the foundation, that there was a revamping the rec center
There's
at
a
some
paint
point.
and there's
Paint,
ma-
TVs to
maintenance,
be
yep.
set up and all of that, that hasn't.
Yeah, the
been connected.
TVs, I didn't get an answer. It was a question mark back to me, what TV? So that was Issa's response to your question about the TVs.
Okay,
But there is a painting and repair type work plan for the second half of August, which is when he closes for maintenance.
and so, but my question is, Comcast is internet in the rec center
Internet and cable TV to the TVs that are already there.
for $5,000? A Roku costs 35 digital, you know?
Seems like a ripoff.
Yes.
I've no
Can we
idea.
just look into
Sounds like a
maybe,
great job for a manager.
Mr. Manager? I'm sorry, just
Yeah,
making a note.
finances
Like,
can't do
yeah.
This is one of those things, all of the services that we're currently receiving that are on contract, I'm going to be reviewing, putting out for bid or request depending.
Thank you.
We questioned this last year and I now can't remember why our. What? We questioned the Comcast bill last year. I remember talking about that and there was. Yeah, there was a reason why. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember. I remember having this conversation,
Just
We
seems,
talked about the log cabin, but I don't remember asking about another.
but you're right. It's very crazy time.
and then,
Maybe we bring in a Comcast person in here and talk to them about the entire village, because we have a budget for every single.
I have an idea.
Public Works
Bring in
has a
their
budget.
competitor and talk
Yeah.
about the whole village.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Hotwire
So-
will run your whole city in
The way,
2 minutes. Yeah.
the mechanics of how this whole process will work is once I inventory exactly what we need, so the number of TVs or the number of routers, things like that, then it can go out to Comcast or Verizon or whoever else down here to say, this is what we're looking at, give us your best price. And I've also talked to 3 other people.
yeah.
Okay.
So what happens with the revamping of the rec? Where is that? What was discussed originally, the paint and the TVs?
That
there was a-
happens starting this week.
Oh, it's happening.
Now, and
Okay.
yeah, because of the cycle of summer activities and the beginning of fall activities,
Got
the
it.
only period of time in the 12-month
You told me
window is the
this.
last 2 weeks of August,
Yes, you
which
told me.
is
But-
starting right now. For any maintenance, the painting and
Oh, I know
repairs.
that. Where is that in?
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
That's 46.
Further down, yeah.
Custodial services?
46012. We gave them $5,000 to contribute towards that, didn't we?
Equipment? Building?
Building.
Building.
Got it.
And there might be some repairs in capital. It would be
Isn't
my
it-
also.
I'm not 100% certain. I'm asking.
Yeah, so there's awnings
those.
at the, not to get too far ahead, but jumping down, there's some minor capital improvement stuff that's often budgeted. That often doesn't get done because the window to do it is. Yeah, not available.
Oh,
So
on page 12, 45000, where it says auto building. What is that?
it's insurance.
Insurance for an auto?
It's bundled. The building line, it's probably just building, but it might be
Have an auto.
titled wrong.
We
Yeah.
used to have a van over there.
Yeah,
I think it's just,
remember that
I
story?
think this is just a historic thing. We're seeing it all bundled together.
Yeah.
I think we just have building insurance.
So I guess the question is, are we currently being charged for that auto?
No.
You sound very sure.
I remember the van and it's a really great story. We won't
I'm
kill
sure there
ourselves
is.
over.
Another time.
All right, so page
13.
13, you already asked.
A question I just had was, I know we talked about this in the past, for the life of me, I just cannot remember. We've got $3,800 for the athletic field and it's budgeted for $10,000 for,
Where is
Yeah,
this?
so that's a quarterly fertilizer, maintenance, pesticides.
I appreciate it. I just
Which
Yep.
page?
reminder. I'm sorry, page 13. It's code 46.
I have a question on that. So building, we talked, that will be the revamping, but is it happening this year and also next year?
I don't know for sure.
Oh, okay. So this 5,000, this equipment building, those 10,000, we don't know.
I understand
was a-
there is a maintenance plan. I don't have any more detail other than that's when they do it and how much he'll do. I don't know.
So the question I had was the one where it says zero spent, $7,000.
The custodial, yeah, the
Yeah.
note in our presentation at the beginning is that this is an item for review. The custodial service is mismatched. It's actually during the day when they're trying to enjoy the facilities, and it's a really bad plan. Should be at night, should be after hours. The fact that there's no money assigned there means there's a problem with
Right.
the accounting line, but I'll check that.
So are we outsourcing this?
Yes, it's currently outsourced and it's under, Issa believes he needs to find, a way to reshift it and
So-
reorganize it.
So we have somebody that's coming there to clean the facility for $7,000 a year?
That's what it appears.
Yeah, that.
Well, right now it's zero spent, so I'm pretty sure
And
it's a really
actually-
good deal, but
No, and that was my concern, because one of the comments that I have received from residents. No, it's actually the lack of cleanliness and we have added new equipment, which I think is wonderful. And the foundation put together this idea where kids are which requires now even more cleaning, because now you have all this, kids with food.
Kids
and
are messy.
beers and all of that. So you need to make sure to be cleaning that constantly, and you can see it on the windows, and I received few complaints on like, why, we
Yikes.
have this. So it's just the idea of having $7,000 behind it seems maybe a
the
lot.
manager articulated there's a problem. I can't go any further, but
You mean the rec-
it's duly noted.
Parks and Rec, you mean?
Yeah. Got it.
Yeah,
It'd be handy if department managers were here for these workshops. so we
he,
could ask-
he texted me. I don't know if he texted you. He's online and was online earlier, but might have fallen asleep.
Got it. Okay, perfect. So, but there is money budgeted. We have that money budgeted for cleaning for whatever is maintenance or to be reevaluated.
Yeah,
For
I
next year.
think by budget time, we should, or the formal budget, we
There'll
should
be a
have a good
plan.
answer.
Thank you.
That's my guess.
To someone's question about the athletic fields, that's a seasonality kind of a thing. They're gonna spend a chunk
Quarterly.
of that money here in the next couple of months.
Yeah, as soon as he mentioned it, I remember the discussion that we had, so I appreciate it, Paul.
As we're running out of time, it's 20 to 11. We got a boogaloo.
Yeah, I don't
11.
have any questions up until page 19, so if anybody wants to step in on the other pages.
On page 14, I have a slight edit.
What's that? Okay.
When we
14.
plugged in the information with the events, we had a slight duplication.
Okay.
It was a $2,000 credit back to this account. My recommendation is to leave it in there, but just leave it untitled and allow that for some flexibility.
Can I just make a comment? I know you guys discussed this, the idea of adding more. We're doubling the budget for events.
Oh, yeah.
And that is not considering some of the costs that we received from police today. So I just want to understand the rationale about adding.
Well, the police aren't gonna charge us for that. They're just gonna keep track of it.
Well, but that was part of it was additional.
Right. No, what I'm saying is
the over-
they're just keeping track.
Okay,
They're not gonna charge.
so it's not on top of this cost. Okay, perfect.
This-
All right.
Not for this year. For fiscal 24, they're gonna keep track. There's
Okay.
gonna be line items in there. We'll see it.
Yeah.
And next year, we'll probably have to have that conversation.
So here's my thoughts on the events. I love events. I enjoy with my family. I want, we get more, but we also have been discussing many areas. There are basics of maintenance and equipment and restructuring and all of this, salaries. So I'm wondering if there is a way to, after the strategic plan we went through, to understand which are the must and representing the village the most, and that we get the most bang for our dollar. That's why I was trying to make a measurement somehow of what is attending. And I understand that there might be specific groups that see benefit in a smaller, I don't know, it could be night out, it could be, there's a smaller group in the Halloween that brings 5,000 people. But I'm not 100% sure that doubling the budget of events, understanding that means more people, over our structures, over our grass, that's more maintenance as well to have. That is more staff to consider. And the other thing is, I don't understand, I don't have a calendar. I think we need a much clearer disposition of these events happening this year. If we had to the point of adding previous year to this, there is already an increment in terms of events that we had this year. Quite significant.
They gave us a calendar
I didn't,
last meeting that we got a calendar.
oh, okay, I didn't see the calendar.
Yeah, so the bottom half of this page, where the asterisks are, the Arts and Cultural Board events, they
Yeah.
presented these to us as their request for 2024
Okay,
with a cost factor. That's where the 13,000 came. 2 of them or 3 of them are duplicates that were already budgeted.
He's
that-
gonna clean this up. in
I'll
his-
clean it up, but
Okay.
it was a net $2,000 savings.
okay, but
My
so,
advice, maybe contrary to what you just said, was to not change this allocation
yeah,
over $2,000 and
Yeah.
then leave a little discretion in there to cover unknowns.
yeah, but I'm not talking about $2,000. I'm talking about we're going from $18,000 to $36,000.
Yeah, so in your vein, I found you $2,000 we could subtract.
Thank you.
I
It's
think
it's
the-
up to the
I think the
consensus.
Pride
Yeah.
event could be cut significantly.
Yeah, again, there was an issue that was brought up by Martha about joining the efforts of the foundation and then seeing what's happening on the arts board. And there is a lot of list here. I would like to see compared to the previous year what we had versus what we had already this year. And I can tell you this, a lot of the events happen 2 weeks from each other. Some of them were competing to each other. Yes, competing to each. At the end of the day, this is eyes that get attention, and some people decide to go Halloween because they have kids, and some others are jazz festival fits me better. But this is back to back for staff. This is back to back that we have to consider also how we communicate. So I have not seen it lined up in the calendar like I had it in mind, but there is a middle point between doubling the budget than finding Earth Day, for example. It's a branding opportunity because of who we are, and we just talked about it on the
So
strategic
for
plan.
tonight's purposes, is it okay for a consensus on an amount?
Yes,
And the
and-
programming, the detail, all the management issues be handed over and resolved?
Yeah, and
Is that-
I don't know that I have the information to tell you that amount because
Yeah.
I don't know,
You
again.
want to leave it as is
how
and
much
then
did we
take
put
another
this?
cut at it at
Why don't we do
adoption?
this? Why don't we
What do you-
deduct the 2,000 that we know could come out? Because that can come out. Let's take Pride from 5 to 1. There's another 4, so you can drop 6 right there. And leave it at that for now, and you can do some more looking into that, Vero. I would suggest that you go to the Foundation and Arts Boards meetings because they are trying to figure this very topic out. They had that dual meeting where they all came together. I attended.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what came out of it, but they were trying to work on a calendar. So, and this is the Arts Board's answer to that. And they were discussing spacing things out more, and that's why they canceled that's why you see some of the things not being repeated this year and other things being added in other times of the year. So they did make an attempt to do that. That was one of their concerns as
I still think doubling the budget, if we were to remove $6,000, it's still double the budget from one year to the other. And I don't find the synergies were met this year. We're in the midst of deciding budget. I don't think it's appropriate just to jump 100%.
Well, if we cut 6, it's not doubling it anymore. It's
It's
doubling it
it's a
now.
third now.
It would, yeah.
Yes, well, I mean,
It's
let me tell you
18,300
exactly what it is. So
minus
it's-
6.
it would be
Additional 12.
It'd be an additional 60%.
100 minus 1, so it's a 70% increase. It's a big jump.
I agree with that.
And to be honest with you, again, the synergies need to be there. The organization needs to be there in terms of dates. The back end needs to be thought out. We are not there yet. And I don't have the information from even the fiscal year before to see if we've doubled it already this year, which is my belief. And then the other part of this is what sort of revenue have we made? How much the foundation brings to this event? How much have we been able to put together through the art boards? And you said something that I had in mind in my notes, which is maybe assigning a specific goal. We have to have in mind that is not just having the events and not sponsoring the events, but also having the foundation to provide us maybe we need $20,000. And that's the goal to happen, or we start reducing next year for the events. Otherwise, it's,
Well, look,
Um,
for the purposes of budgeting, I agree with you 100% on all of that.
yeah.
For the purposes of getting this budget done, Look.
I'm gonna tell you what I thought. I was gonna come with 20% extra on what we had this year. And the reason I'm being is that we have, again, 20% extra on revenue overall. We can suggest that if we were to spend exactly, fairly the income that we're getting this year additional, which is 20%, it would be fair to put in the events. And then it's not spread across all of them, but having a better structure and a strategy as to which ones we choose.
I'm not certain that's a better way to do it. I'm not certain that is not. But a 20% increase in revenue, it's not as easy as saying, let's just multiply that sort of when we're looking at spending money as well, because it doesn't quite work that way. But I think in the purposes of getting this budget done now on time, I don't think we have time to figure all of that out. I will say this, that the events are among the things that people are happiest about.
Yeah, I know.
So, and I'm not certain which one I would cut out, because some of the ones that might seem like the least attended are the ones that cost us almost next to nothing to do. And some of these benefit, draw village people much more directly. And some of the most expensive events are drawing people from all hither and yon.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
think we need to define per event like it's listed here, but maybe we leave a bulk to be up, again,
but then how are we going to apportion that?
spread it around. Well, there is no a clear example here, and I think we talked about it, maybe dividing it by the art board, by the foundation, by the rec center. We need more information before we can make this decision.
Well, some of these things are historic events that aren't going to not happen,
But some,
Easter.
very few of them. That's why I would want to see what happened the previous year. Halloween is historical, Winterfest is historical,
Easter.
spring is historic.
Yeah, the top five.
The rec. So it's like, we have from different, departments, different events, and I believe, again, I love them and I enjoy them tremendously with my family, but it doesn't seem like this is very structured right now to put at 100% double. That's where I'm at. So
I think we need to increase it dramatically. If we don't double it, I think we need to increase it still significantly, because it is one of the things that people value the most. And I agree with you that it's not structured well and it's not accountable the way it should be.
Yeah.
And it never has been. It's not like something fell between the cracks. It never was. Things just sort of happen. No, we never had any report back about anything.
No, that's what I'm saying. Especially with that feedback, I would not feel comfortable.
So, but they are I haven't been to one that's not well attended and where people aren't having a great time. And there is an expense involved in providing that to our residents.
Yeah.
The most expensive ones are, we're paying for people from other communities to come into our community and have the benefit of Biscayne Park, and our budget's going towards it. So, if I were going to say pull back somewhere, it would be, we need to figure out how we can most directly benefit our residents with this budget and not people from all over the place.
Yeah.
Because
Well, you can do that, but okay, so just to move forward, that's my take on it. Again, I don't feel comfortable with 100%. Is there a compromise? Is there anybody with me?
What if all right, we spent about 20 year to date so far, which is more than what was budgeted last year. We're talking about 30, we're talking about cutting 6, 25 represents an increase from what was spent last year. It's not a full 100.
Yeah,
Doesn't go all the way there. But it's an increase in one that,
well, it's one thing to throw out a number, but then what's it going to be spent on?
yeah.
Who's going to
that-
decide that and when?
But then we don't need to decide per event right now, because we don't know how much money each board is bringing either against any of these events.
This is only one board. This is the rec center itself and one.
It's the rec center, the art boards, and the foundation.
Where's the foundation on here? The foundation's not on here.
Okay, so it's just the rec center and the art board.
board, yeah.
And we added Pride Parade. And then there is a wish list for this year. Again, that didn't happen this year, or either happened the year before. Again, we don't have much.
Oh, I wish it had been. There are things here that need to be taken off completely, and things that are repeats. That's what Paul was saying at the beginning.
Okay,
So you're seeing things on here twice. You're seeing Earth Hour on here twice. You're seeing the Earth Hour event for $600 and then you're seeing it lumped into the 13,250.
So,
Jazz in the Park and Jazz Festival,
yeah,
same event. They're on here twice. We need to get this thing cleaned up so we can take.
And there's a,
look
there's
at
a
it.
Yeah.
third piece that could explain a lot of it. There's a 5,400 coded to the general line. I don't know what that is, so it looks like it might have been an unknown, so it just got coded to the generic.
This needs to
top line.
get.
where is that?
The very top where it says 4,800 special events. If you
Yeah.
follow that, the 5413, that's a generic expense. I don't know what it is at this level, but I can find out.
Okay,
So that's
Something-
probably that could very well be a historic event from the year that happened, or it could be, I don't know what it is. So we'll find out. But that 5,000 could already be
Why don't we
encapsulated.
do this? Why don't we put a big sticky on this page?
Yeah.
And say, Paul, clean it up.
I did.
Like,
I did.
clean it up.
literally.
Hey, put a sticky on it. Clean it up. And we know we want to do something big on this page, but we need to have a better look at what this page is and
yeah. 'Cause
see what the expenses for these things are.
look, Spring Fest already cost more than it was budgeted for this year. Winterfest cost double almost. So,
See, it budgeted for the same too low amount. See?
yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. So we budgeted also less and we spent more. So it might happen that we have more, we need more money for this
Exactly.
event.
So that's why this whole thing needs to get cleaned up.
And that's why I'm saying we need to be more specific. So
Okay,
just to
Paul,
mo-
so
just to
Paul
move
needs to
forward,
it
Take a
does.
Crack at this and we'll have this conversation. again.
so we leave it as a budget as it is with the idea that you'll clean it out and we have a discussion
It'll
when.
be very likely a
At our first hearing.
reduction. I can put a draft
Okay,
explanation and you all can look at it in advance. So you walk into the adoption meeting with a kind of an art, where it's a quickie.
got it.
We know
And
what to
we
do.
can all talk to the arts, what Martha's.
Exactly.
Right now, we can find out more
Yes.
plans for these things.
And I did hear her presentation that she provided on it. Again, they all sound amazing. But we already spending more money than predicted. So let's just review it.
Got it.
Thank you, Paul. I had one quick question on page 19, if no one has anything
I
else.
have one on 15. Sorry, we missed your opportunity. Well, we were only on 14.
15?
It was a very small opening.
15, that holiday lighting is what we agreed to last time.
Correct, sir.
Okay, that's, make sure of that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot to say this. I apologize. The added parts are the unhighlighted parts. That was the way to show the new parts. So
Okay,
forgot to mention that earlier.
thanks, Paul.
A little late to bring it up, but
So page 19, I just had one quick question for you. The study, I know that we're going to, we're going to bring some additional people in to give us a better idea what this is going to look like.
Yep.
That,
the pickleball.
right, correct. The pickleball study that we had, I think that I saw the backup for it. I think that came from a contractor. The only okay, the only question I had was, I think it was just for the one pickleball court, correct? So I do remember we talked about maybe looking into doing a tennis court and then having two pickleball courts on that tennis court. Look,
Can I ask? Yeah, sorry. The parking surface on in rec, this was already approved.
Correct. This is part of that big project upgrade. That this will move to capital and it's
Yeah.
largely already
I don't
contracted.
remember awnings. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, the,
That's
Is that
already
the tot-
approved.
Is that the tot lot cover?
yeah, the top.
Oh,
block
then I
cover.
do know what it is. Okay,
Yes.
we already contracted for that.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
And so
Okay, I'm thinking window awning.
I know I love pickleball. I'm just wondering why we're moving forward adding pickleball for 60,000.
We're not, first of all, it was 89,000.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was like 90,000.
So, so
Yes.
you weren't here.
I heard it though. Yes.
Added as a part of the recreation. And one of the reasons that I brought it up was because, most of the adults don't use the park.
True.
And this is an adult thing that a lot of adults are getting into.
Yeah.
So it's just something that for the village to benefit and for the adults to enjoy the park.
And I totally get it. I'm just wondering, do we have anywhere in our budget the maintenance of the current structures within, for example, I remember having a conversation with Mario about resurfacing the basketball court because it's all cracked up.
Yes.
So before we
that's-
start moving into adding additional,
So,
installations.
Yeah, at the last meeting, the awnings budget for 40,000 was actually only 20,000. And so they were going to purchase the resurfacing with that balance. I don't
Okay.
know how far that is through the process, but that was the idea.
The other part was the Todd lot that needed to be reassessed because a lot of them were even, past due their life expectancy. Again, I love it. I don't know how to play. I would love to learn. And I'm supporting, the idea of bringing additional recreation for other group of people. I just know that we have basic maintenance of what we already have, that I want to know that it's budgeted to do the purpose maintenance long-term. Because whatever we put out and at, that's additional maintenance we're going to have to think about as well. So, and then the other let's answer that one first. So we have maintenance for the Todd lot and the equipment. Has that been revised or anything like the baseball court? Softball, yeah, the softball field. Does it need to be maintained? Do we have a cost associated with it? Okay,
They fertilize it as part of that $10,000
Okay.
that they budget for
Yeah,
it
it's
annually.
under athletic
Okay.
fields.
okay, so for the Todd lots, do we have anything or no?
It's not spelled out for just the tot lots, but the area maintenance is included in the fields and equipment. Like
Okay.
as far as,
Is something, and Chris, I'm just leaving it to you, just to do due diligence with Isa. Chris,
For you?
are you okay? You needed some time? Okay.
Nope, there was a small fire.
A house fire or?
No, it was a tree fire.
Oh,
Tree fire, yeah. So FPL came out and they cut the power and it's all handled. I apologize.
no, please. I was just saying something maybe to touch with Isa in terms of where's the current equipment that we have? And do we have budgeted for next year maintenance on what we currently have? And then I'm happy on top of that to think about any structures that we want to add. Where are we thinking of putting these pickleballs?
The idea was to.
yeah,
go ahead.
sorry. Yeah. So the idea, the notation is, and I'm sorry, it was 90. I put 60 for some
Yeah.
reason, is to study it because we're studying the whole area, the parking lot,
Yes.
the building, all these things, generator, solar. There's a lot of moving parts and there's expertise in the world that knows how to allocate and manage these spaces that a landscape architect with a
I
recreation.
heard that.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
that's
Yes.
really my recommendation, to get that thought
Study.
process in front of us with some ideas and then plop it in wherever.
Are we
wherever-
thinking like northwest?
Where the entrance
Yes.
sign is.
And what about the, how do you call the other one that you hit against the wall?
Racquetball.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yes.
people use that. Yeah. There is not a piece of that facility that is not used.
And
That I
that's-
promise you, because I'm there all the time.
and that's what I thought too. I'm just wondering, next to it, there's also another space right next to the racquetball. Is that what you call it?
Where?
Yeah, there is a green space. No?
No.
Okay. The volleyball court.
Yeah. It's actually like a perfect size over there. Can I say something? We didn't agree to, when I ran to the restroom, we didn't nix this, did we?
No.
No, no.
Okay.
It's-
So the word study on here bugs me a little bit because when I see the word study, I hear us spending money for people to talk more. We've already agreed and we've hired people to tell us where the parking needs to go. We hired Calvin Giordano, that we paid them a lot of money already to evaluate the whole parking situation. It's been studied, it's been fleshed out, it's ready to go. It just needs to be executed.
But for.
There
the
are repairs.
racquetballs?
There are repairs to the building we already know what they need to be.
Yeah.
The tot lot thing needs to be covered. I mean, I don't think we need a study on any, and we don't need a landscape architect in there looking at anything. We need to decide where we can put the pickleball courts and get a price to put them in. So I think some of this sounds like sort of overthought. When I see study, all of this is like, this, it's time to execute. We've already studied. Now
Yeah.
we just need to execute a plan.
Hmm,
So we've already gone through the study.
So we're just assessing the five of us where the best way, where the racquetballs are gonna go?
Only so many places it can go. It's either gonna go in the field or it's gonna go in that corner if we're gonna do it.
Yeah, but that's,
Multi-purpose.
tennis.
I thought we agreed on that in theory, sort of, we would approach it in that direction.
Okay,
Depending on the size
of the Mhm.
space. Right. You know, because, you know, ideally you'd want two pickleball courts. If you have one tennis ball, or one tennis court, I don't know if you can. put pickleball courts.
Some,
Yeah, they're
one,
perpendicular.
one tennis court could accommodate two pickleball courts.
So I don't.
No, that's what we were told at the last meeting.
So, yeah, so that's the, so if it's, you know, I mean, that would be. Super idea, because now you have a tennis court and.
Yeah, you configure it 2
Exactly.
days a week for tennis and 4 days a week or whatever. Yeah,
so who
pickleball,
assesses that?
That's,
that's the study.
The study? That, I was trying to figure it out.
Analysis, you know, validation by our
I think
team
you
of
can just go
experts.
get people who build pickleball and tennis courts to come out and walk the look and say it could go there or it could go there and here's the price.
We,
My,
The study thing is
I hate to contradict you, but what I recommend is that you bring in the people worrying about drainage and organization of parking and all of these other things. You plop down an impermeable area in the middle of a park, you create other problems. So I think it needs to be studied.
Yes, I am,
carefully.
I'm 100% agreement with
Yeah.
you. And not because I don't want to move straight into action, but it's not for the five of us and our level of expertise to define if this northwest is better than the south. I mean, someone has to evaluate what the soil looks
Well,
like, what the
yeah, well,
cost is,
we have-
pipes might be under and.
I'll go with you on that. But the northwest corner, if it doesn't go there, I wouldn't approve it to go anywhere else at the rec center. It's either there, or it doesn't happen as far as I'm concerned, because
Oh.
every inch of that field gets used. There are girls out there playing soccer and there's no spaces. That field can't be touched.
So, but here's the thing. Okay, you guys are 2 of 5. Okay, that would need to come for a vote. So it's not that it can't happen.
Didn't
I
say
would-
it couldn't happen. I said
I say I wouldn't vote for it.
approve it anywhere but that corner.
And I,
Because I don't want the other facility to be, I don't want any recreation space to be removed for this. It's
I
additional
totally,
space.
totally agree. But for that reason, I wouldn't discard maybe a professional coming and saying, this is how I would lay it out. The other question mark I have, and this is a ongoing thing, is how do we use, or is the baseball again, to the point, yes, it's being used. We don't have a league of baseball, softball or
Don't
anything
now,
like
but
that.
there are people out there using it.
Yeah, but we need to find again what the appropriate use is versus amount of people, we need to have some sort of a reference as to people using it.
The other thing we could consider, and this is something no one has said, but we're just throwing out there if we're spitballing, is placing it somewhere else in the village other than the rec center. We have other medians that could accommodate it. If you want it. Yeah, we have. There's cars zooming by the rec center, walk by the rec center in Ninth Court and watch them zoom by.
if I may chime in and just make a recommendation, for the purposes of this budget, let's leave the funds in there so that we can do the study. We do have to consider drainage. We have to consider underground utilities, trees, all sorts of stuff. And rather than try to hash out exactly what that's going to look like or how many, let's get that study for them to tell us, A, is this feasible where we want it?
Yeah.
Or B, if they have additional alternatives.
Man.
Who's gonna do that? I'm sorry.
We can, there's a variety of either landscaping or engineering firms that can come out and tell us that, because we are dealing with putting an impermeable surface down. We will most likely have to involve engineering.
The price of we're now thinking about this number in our heads, about what this is gonna cost, and the number just went exponentially higher. So just keep that in mind. We just doubled the price.
It's from 60 to 90.
No, by
From
all these
90
other
to-
things that are gonna have to happen first. We just doubled the price of it.
Well, we don't know how much it is.
I think 60 is reasonable to have somebody come in and tell us what we can and can't do.
On top of.
Exactly, but it hasn't been built. Art
Right.
wants it built is the point.
Oh, I see what you're
Yeah,
saying.
yeah. What I'm saying is we just doubled it
We're gonna spend $60,000 on a study.
to have.
No, that's
that's
not what
what
the
I'm saying.
60 is for. The 60 is a mistake. It should have been 90
Exactly.
But 90
for the
wouldn't be-
construction, but the idea is you need to get it validated and
Right.
What
yeah.
about Calvin, was it Calvin Giordano, the people that?
They're not on your list
Don't
of
work for us
qualified
anymore.
engineers for the,
We'd use CAP.
for the village. You have 3 other firms. The traffic study firm has I believe Kimley Horn has the greatest assets in the landscape architect world, which would be the profession that would quickly look at, you could set the bar. Hey, quick look at this, tell me what you think, sign off on it, or you could say, design the whole park over again, like whatever y'all want,
Yeah.
that would, one of those is the answer.
Feel like, oh, yeah, for sure.
So the
We already
other idea
spent
is
the money on
this-
the rec center for studies and things that nothing's been executed on.
Exactly.
so
There
the-
has been
so
studies. that
this
have
also is earmarked to
Same
move
thing.
to
We
capital.
went through a whole year of it. And now it's time to get it done and it's not getting out of the gate.
So we have you're saying we have a study that we never use?
Always for the parking. It wasn't for anything else. It was.
Okay.
We don't know if we're able to even put this thing down without this study. If we just slap something down and then we find out it can't go there, then we've just wasted the money too. I'm not sure what the answer is.
Listen,
think the vendors
and again,
never-
I don't know. When I built my pool, I didn't bring out an engineer and did a study.
No.
I hired a pool company and they did all that crap.
They did it all. Right.
So
And this vendor that gave the quote might be.
not this particular, I mean, obviously, we don't have to use this vendor. This is the vendor the city of Miami Beach uses.
Yeah, just an option.
I got it from my niece that's a parks director over there.
And we have
But
code about how much impermeable
Yes.
surface you can have on a lot and we follow our own code.
I'm in for that. And that would be Chris's, discretion to find a vendor like that.
Then
I mean,
maybe
if
do that.
Vendor can come and do it.
You-
Approve it like that, then we can ask the vendors, is something you can come out and survey for.
Absolutely.
So that was the point of my whole point was this study thing. It's like, get a vendor to come out here. and
No,
say,
we just need,
Yes, you can do it, but you're gonna have drainage
professional-
problems over here and this is how you're gonna have to address it.
no, but say a vendor comes in, then they're liable
free, by the
for, start digging and then they're the ones
Way
paying for,
past my bedtime.
doing it.
Yeah, and they're free, by the way. That quote is free.
Not too far behind you.
So the consensus is to correct the number and it also moves to the capital fund.
Right.
Okay. Well, I don't think we have public comment, but if the mayor allows you, you can grab that mic and.
If
Can we Wait till the end or can we get done what we need to get?
Oh, I thought we were done.
That was the
We-
last.
Well, I'm leaving.
What's the
You
last,
can-
I don't
Yeah,
know
you're
about
free.
you all. What are you all doing? But I'm out.
is it on this subject?
You guys can keep talking if you want.
And yeah, if you can make it as quick as possible, please.
Never discussed the millage.
No, that was the last thing on my,
There's
yeah,
that.
that was the last thing I had here.
Okay, I'm Nancy
Nancy.
Dawson. Hi, as a homeowner, really quick on your list. Number one, from a police standpoint, when you're talking about maybe not having enough money for the police and the training, all that, I think as a resident and as a person, I think the purpose of the police is to protect us and to take care of us and to be good at what they do. And so when I heard that in one breath, we're not sure if what it's going to cost to have police protection at some of the events, but then we may not have enough money for the police to be trained. I think there should be like a police budget and as a priority, whatever they need to do to be the best that they can be for the village. And that if something needs to be cut out later, because it falls at the bottom versus as an equal. That was just one thought. The other thing about the septic company, when you said maybe it was too late, most companies have air and emissions insurance and they have neglect insurance. And if you went back and said this was improperly installed, they should have insurance policies for that. The other thing I thought of really quick was, let's see, my husband has a Ford 150. So when you mention a Ford 150, all over the news 7 days ago, it was all over CNN, Fox News. There was some guy that was screaming that he bought one of those electric Ford 150s and he tried to take a trip from Canada to Chicago, a short distance. And he said it was the biggest scam on earth. And it hit all the news stations. So if you just Google electric Ford 150s, he said it was a complete disaster. So whenever we talk about Ford 150s because we got it in the family. Anyway, yeah, well, I would say just look at the news for 8 days ago. All right, and the rest I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. So the millage rate, I think, is the last thing. I think is the last thing that you need from us, Paul.
Not really.
Well, there's, I'm sure plenty more.
Well, I think we need to figure out how much money we spent today to figure out the village, right?
Correct.
So I mean,
Okay,
we could say 9.5 and then,
so is that something that you're gonna need to do? You need to reconcile what we've done here this
Well,
evening and then go back and.
When you set the 9/7 and that dictates the advertisements for your first hearing are already dictated by that action. So
Okay,
that's
well-
what's going to go out to the public. So the draft budget that I will bring to you will start at the 9/5, but I'll have an alternate revenue, which you already know the number of what 9/5 would look like. And so you would at that, before that meeting, I'd hope that you would have a decision in your minds of what you want to. And if you want to get to the 9/5 and it's going to require cutting, Chris and I will prepare a summary, suggesting our recommendations. So at the meeting, it's more efficient if that's necessary. Does that make sense?
I think that makes perfect sense.
What's,
Yes, sir.
what's the increase, on 9/7 or 9/5?
So the difference between them is
No,
$72,000.
no. What is the increase over the, rollback rate?
It's another 1%, I believe. I don't know how
He
you're
needs an
asking.
amount to put in.
Is it more than 10% above the rollback rate?
I'd have to look at the math to be sure. Well, I follow what you're up to. Yeah,
The issue is this.
the
If it's
approval
up
has to be.
110%, then you only need 2/3 vote of the commission.
Yep.
If it's more than 110%, you need the entire membership,
Has to be unanimous. Yeah.
which means you need all 5 of you here.
Oh,
So Chris, you might want to encourage Commissioner Olivera to be here for that, because I believe it doesn't say of the members present, it says the entire membership in the statute. So
that's a Florida statute.
we need to make sure that everybody's here on those 2 nights.
Do they have to be physically present?
But they have to be
They have to
present.
have a quorum and they have to be, they could Zoom in.
You do for a regular meeting.
Got it.
Okay,
So, so you're gonna leave it at 9/7 for now, for the next, and then we can pull it back. Is that what we agreed?
I think they were going to leave it with those numbers and forecast both. And if 9/5 is within the realm of what we've done here tonight, then we are free to do that without issue. If it's over, if what they're gonna go back and calculate is over 9/5, they can give some recommendations on what they would cut to get to 9/5. Is that accurate?
Last year, we started at 9/7, second reading, we went to 9/5.
Does that accurately summarize what you, okay,
Well, yeah, but Ed said something a little bit different. He's saying it first, between first and second. You're saying between now and first.
No, it's the second
No.
reading where you adopt the final.
No, I know that, but Ed said we could, last year we changed it between first and second reading, which we did. What Jonathan said is different. He said they're gonna keep it at 9/5 and see if they can make it fit. And if not, then they're gonna recommend cuts.
I think it was just the inverse. That they were
Yeah,
gonna
that's what
keep
I
it at 9/7 and then see.
Okay, because I
in
think
9/5,
you
so
said
they
the
can-
opposite. Okay.
Sorry, yeah, it's the inverse of
Okay.
that.
Got it.
So
Okay,
it'll stay there and then we'll see if we can fit within 9/5.
got it.
Doesn't, they'll
Got
give
it.
us.
And then we'll cut.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
That's how I understood it. Okay.
Can I make one request? And I don't want to sound critical at all, and I'm a little cranky now because I'm just tired and I haven't eaten all day. But what we're looking at here, I find to be very sloppy. And I would like it to be tidier for the next version. There's a lot of tripping over things and numbers. This isn't right. I'm not sure about that. I'll look into that. At this point, we're gonna vote on this. The next time we all sit together, we're voting on it. I don't want to be looking at something and saying that number's in the wrong place and this isn't right and I'll fix that for next time. It needs to be tightened up.
Maybe the representatives of the departments to be present with answering certain I would like research to be part of it.
It's a really bad optic for us to be sitting here voting on a budget, because the next time we talk, we're voting on it. We have to vote twice, but it is our first vote. It doesn't look good that we're voting on something that we're making like substantive changes to and finding accounting errors in and trying to kind of fix them on the fly. And how does it affect this? And we'll fix it for second reading. I'd like it to be really tight for first reading. Yeah, if I may chime in, that is part of what that's my job. We have another set of eyes on this. You haven't had the benefit of somebody full-time in that position. So come next process, I will have proposals for an increase of 18%, an increase of 8%, and a cut of 10%. And then we will also have review all of the line items line by line to make sure that it looks good.
Thanks, Chris. Paul, thank you. There's nothing else. I don't think we need a motion, so I think we're just adjourned.